3, 2, roll it.
Okay, here it is.
Pretty good question, Eric.
Here it is, and you have won the toss today. Going into the second game, yesterday you'd have lost, and obviously, certainly you want to turn things around today. What are your expectations today?
First of all, we're gonna have a bat. It's a used wicket. It's a pretty decent wicket, but as I said, it's a used wicket. Seems to be wearing out. So we're gonna look to put a good total on the board, come in the second half and defend it. Yeah, we lost the game yesterday, but I think we played some decent cricket. We didn't really get off to a good start with the bat, and we never really caught up. But I think we. Yeah, after like 10 overs or so with the ball, I think we played some really good cricket to restrict them to the score that we did.
Well, certainly best of luck today. Hope that thing's going to turn around for you. So all the best, captain of the Volcanoes Orange. I have with me here the winning captain of yesterday's game, Kavim Hodge, the captain of the Volcanoes Green. Certainly you must be pleased with your performance yesterday. What would have happened?
Yeah, definitely. I think the toss and being sent was very important that we got a good start to give the guys coming in the back end, some runs to work with. Unfortunately, that wasn't the same today, so we just have to come and hit our lines, hit our lengths, and try and restrict the batting team for as little as possible.
Quickly, assessment of the pitch. How it would have played?
Great. Well, had a bit of sponge bounce earlier, but later on in the day, as it dried out, it was pretty even and really good for batting.
And you must be happy in terms of the inning you played yesterday. I saw that you felt really disappointed when you got out at 83.
Yeah, timing the wicket is always a gem to have. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go all the way, but like I said, I was really pleased to get some time in the middle. So hopefully I can, do the same again today and put my team in a good position.
Okay, all the best as you face the game today.
Thank you very much.
Live.
Devon, morning, and just thanks for the opportunity just to share with us a little bit. You've been one of the senior players of the Volcanoes, certainly a player that you have done really well over the years. And you're into the game today. What are you really expecting coming into the game today?
First thing, it's nice to be here. I've been looking at the game yesterday. There's a lot of improvement for us over the years, but still room for improvement. So my thing today just to come and do the basic, make sure I get a start and try and bat as long as possible, and try and at least help the youngsters, to do what they have to do.
Yeah, well, you have been massive in terms of performance on this stadium wicket, and certainly looking at the wicket now, what's your assessment in terms of how you find the pitch looks?
To me, it seems like a very good wicket. Nothing has been changed, over the years. Even though you bat first, you bat second, it's still a good wicket to bat in. So, application is the key. So once you apply yourself, the possibility to get runs.
And finally, as a senior player, you would have looked at the guys, as you said, played yesterday. You have played with almost most of the guys here. And where would you rate in terms of what are some of the areas you think that they can improve upon? When one look back and see how the Volcanoes performed and the Windwards, you have been the hallmark of the stability for the Volcanoes and Windwards cricket. You probably may see some areas where you think that they need to improve you want to point out?
Yeah, I think my main concern is the batting. The way we bat, so now we get starts and just give it away. Why you should be dominating. You're on top of the ball and all of a sudden you just give away wickets. And that opportunity to really come too often. So whenever it comes, we make it count. Too many times we reach in 20, 30s and get starts and give away. And last time you should be, really focused and looking to get big totals.
And I said finally, but you would have crossed that stage in that you would reach the 30s and the 40s and go on to get big scores. What do you think is the problem? Is the reason why the guys are reaching at having a good start, the 30s, the 40s, and can't go on?
To be honest, I think it's lack of concentration. If you reach 30s and 40s, I think you should be able to reach at least 50. Take it from 50 and look to 100. Because as I said, my thing about batting is to get a start. That's the hardest thing. And once you get a start, it should be easy from there. Because all the hard work begins in the start. Just come. Your foot not moving as much. Your eyes not open as much. But definitely, you need to get a start. And once you get a start, things will be easier.
Thank you very much, Devon, and all the best for the game today.
Thanks very much.
We're looking at the pitch for today's game, and as you see, it looks pretty dry, pretty hard. No forms of cracks. It's looked very solid from where we stand, and I do expect that today's pitch going to be a good one for batting. One would think that maybe the captain that win the toss will want to take first strike on a pitch that is a bit worn, flat and hard. One would think, probably later on in the day, there probably is a tendency that it might keep a bit low. So I would think the team that win the toss today would want to bat first. But I do believe it's a very good wicket. Whether you bat first or you bat second, and is the sort of wicket that you want to play one-day cricket. And I do believe that this is a very good pitch. And one expect to see in the region of a 270 score today. 270, 280, I would think would be the kind of scores that one would be looking at. I do believe spinners would come into effect later in the day, but I think all in all is a very good wicket, very good pitch, and both teams should feel comfortable playing on this wicket today. Come out on top, and really it's a wicket that is even. I think both the fast bowlers and the spinners, you bend your back, you're going to get something. You're probably going to get some bunks later on in the tendency is that they're probably going to just keep a little bit low, but it's the sort of wicket that you'd want to play one-day cricket on, and I do believe that we are going to have a competitive game today.
too, so bring it down right now. Bring down the ambience.
Good morning to all, wherever you are viewing or listening us this morning. We welcome you to the Grenada National Stadium for the second 150 over affair between Volcanoes Green and Volcanoes Orange. And we just greet you with the news that beautiful condition down here at the stadium. The sun is shining brightly, and we expect that today going to be a beautiful day. All indications it really look a wonderful day, and we expect really keen competition in this game played here today. Just the umpires is just about going out. And, I'm going to give you the teams today. Volcanoes Green, captained by Sunil Ambris, who won the toss and has elected to bat. And the team is Devon Smith, who is in for his first game. Johan Jeremiah, Jamal James, Sunil Ambris captain, Emmanuel Stewart, his wicketkeeper, Akeem August, Ryan John, Kenneth Denver, Sherman Lewis, Larry Edward and Nicholas Redhead. That's the 11 for the Volcanoes Green. Volcanoes Orange, who were victorious in their game yesterday. Again, captained by Kavim Hodge. Kimani Milius, Roland Kito, Alec Altanaz, Kevin Stout, Dylan Douglas, Stephen Natram, keeper, Asif Hooper, Daryl Cyrus, Ray Jordan, and Obed McCoy. Volcanoes Green, certainly, even in discussion with the captain today, would want to turn things around. And winning the toss and batting today, which I think is probably the right decision. The wickets look beautiful. It's hard, and one would think that they would want to take, full benefit of playing on the wicket today. The fielders are now about to go onto the field. Kavim Hodge, who had a tremendous inning yesterday, he scored 83. Must say has shown tremendous discipline and commitment. And he certainly will want to repeat, discussion with him this morning. He certainly will want to repeat that performance that he had yesterday. We look back at yesterday's game and we would have seen that for Volcanoes Green, the likes of Ryan John, I think he batted well. Then we had the bowling of Sherman Lewis, I think was pretty outstanding. But I think generally the batting has really faltered, and certainly they would expect, taking first strike today, that the likes of Devon Smith and Ambrose himself as captain will want to make some sort of impression in the game today. Well, umpires are in place. As I said, it's a really beautiful condition, and we await the batting of Devon Smith and Johan Jeremiah. They are both left-handers. Smith, who have been prolific playing for the Windward Volcanoes, really also had played a few test matches for the West Indies. So he is a player that would have played at the highest level. And one expect today that we're going to see him strengthen the Volcano Green, which seemed to have struggled a bit in terms of the batting. So Smith will add some strength to the batting. Johan Jeremiah, who is also left-handed batsman, and Jeremiah, who have right now is studying at in Barbados, and he's at Keyville campus, doing some studies. But he also had a tremendous season last year, and is one of the development players for the Windwards, and it's an opportunity for him to really, create a sort of positive impact, as he go out there to play today. Fielders are just getting in place, and it seems as though Reed Jordan are going to pick it up from that southern end. Jordan had a tremendous spell yesterday, taking up some 5 wickets, including hat-trick, which ended the batting of the Volcano Green. I do believe they really would want to turn things around, as we see the batsmen just about coming out from the pavilion. Johan Jeremiah, UWI Keyville campus, and left-handed batsman, and actually scored the most run in the last Windward Islands tournament. So there's a lot to look forward for him. And I must say he's one of the hard-working youngsters who really wants to do well. Again, tremendous support from his family. So he really will relish this opportunity. Ray Jordan is just going to pick it up from the southern end. And let's look at the field for Jordan. Bowled pretty quickly yesterday. As both left-handers. Lucas Devon Smith is going to take first strike. And the field for Smith, he has 2 slips, a gully, a cover mid-off, and also a third man on the offside and the leg side field. Just 3 persons, a mid wicket and long leg on the boundary. Smith is preparing to take first strike. Devon Smith, who have been very prolific, scored quite a number of runs on this wicket, so he's really used to this track. And as he said this morning in the discussion, it looks good, and he's really expecting to put on a good performance in the game today. Ray Jordan with his first delivery from that southern end. Smith equal, good length delivery, push it out on the offside. Volcano Green winning the toss today and electing to bat. So we have Jamal James, and that's he's going to bat at 3. Sudan Lambres going to step it up and bat at 4. So some changes in the batting order. A good delivery that hit very close, a loud appeal there, and certainly the players look very disappointing, but a good delivery. We seem to hit him, and probably when you look at the replay, we'll see how close this one was, but certainly good delivery and really a tremendous appeal. Yes, look, pretty close, probably Cotton could have missed leg stump. But really a good delivery and a tremendous appeal. Just seem to be just cutting, maybe pitch middle and cutting more down the leg side. Probably might have just missed the leg stump, but a really strong appeal by the fielders. Look a little bit disappointing. Again, good start by Jordan, hitting the mark his first 2 deliveries. Down the leg side and wide signal, so Volcano Green is off the mark with an extra. It's 1 without loss. Very interesting start. Jordan picked up 5 wickets yesterday afternoon, ending with a hat-trick. It's a right up, and he's out. Seemed to be bowled right up Yorker. Beautiful delivery there. And Smith seemingly late on that delivery as it crashes into the stump, and another beautiful delivery bowl there by Jordan. And Volcanoes Green would have, as we look at the replay, they right up. And certainly I think he was a little bit beaten for pace. Just looking to play around it again. The ball swinging into him, similar to the one that was appealed for just a couple of deliveries ago. But really have been beautiful bowling by Ray Jordan. It's just 3 deliveries, pitch on spot, and having lost the wicket there of Devon Smith really is a huge blow to the Volcanoes Green, who certainly would have been looking to turn things around. It's 1 for 1. The important wicket of Devon Smith, LBW to Ray Jordan for no runs. Again, not the sort of start that Volcano Green would have been looking for. But again, good start by Ray Jordan. Both captains this morning looking at the wicket felt it was a beautiful wicket, and you're very pleased with what they saw. So I knew that anyone that would have won the toss would have elected to bat. There Jordan again has really produced 3 beautiful deliveries and picking up the vital wicket of Devon Smith. Jamal James, another left-hander, comes in to strike. Down the leg side, didn't pass very far from the leg stump as James white signal as James went into his wicket looking to turn this. Again, made no contact, and but didn't pass too far from the leg stump. White signal, So it's 2 for 1. Yeah, as we speak, you know, just Claude just coming over as Jordan. Yeah, outside the off stump. Allowed to go through by Jamal James. He had a pretty good inning yesterday. He batted for a very long time. Again, it is another opportunity for him to really, you know, make his mark. Volcano Green having lost a very important wicket. Another good delivery by Jordan. Again, you know, as I said, as I look at the pitch and in my report, just the tendency that later in the day that probably it's going to probably just stay down a bit, but nothing to worry about. I mean, this one was, I guess, probably just under the new rule. James was equal to it as he pushed it out on the offside. Yeah, very good start by Ray Jordan. On the end of the first over, it's 2 for 1. And it really is a sort of start that the Volcano Orange would have been looking for. The fact that was able to pick up Devon Smith, it really is a major blow. And he has really been the solid rock in the batting of the Windward Volcanoes. And having picked him up in the first over really is a blow. And therefore, the captain, Sunil Ambris, one of the more experienced batsmen on this team, it certainly he will really have to put his head down and bat. Well, Obed McCoy, he's going to pick it up from this northern end, and he's bowling to 2 slips at gully. Third man on the boundary, square cover and mid off. Outside the off stump, and again the ball swinging. And that's one of his attributes, being able to swing the ball. We have seen him in the game yesterday being able to swing the ball both ways. Just lacked the sort of control that was needed. Today, I think he would want to really turn that around. Good condition. You just lost the sun just for a short while. He's bowling with 2 feelers on the leg side. He just missing his run there. Long leg on the boundary and a short mid on. It's 2 for 1. We are in over number 2. Johan Jeremiah in strike. Keeney continues to get swing. So the ball really moved away from the left-hander outside the off stump. Again, good condition for bowling. Outside very cool. Just some of the players wearing that broad brim floppy hat. But even as I speak, the sun again breaks through. Again, notable swing there by McCoy. Jeremiah was equal to this one as he pushed it to cover. He's not yet off the mark. It's 2 for 1. We are in the second over. A field blazed with a beautiful sunshine. Yes, Obed McCoy. And he shot there, Jeremiah looking to maybe hit this one somewhere over mid on. Yes, the leg side field is, you know, is more or less vacant with just 2 feelers. I guess he's looking to pick this one up from outside the off stump to hit over somewhere over mid on. He made no contact as the ball continued to swing away from the left-handed batsman. Again, play this one down to long leg. Good shot, lifting the delivery. No ball being signaled. No, just 1 run. Umpire Mark just making a signal there. But 1 to Jeremiah, he's off the mark. And it's 3 for 1. Obed McCoy from St. Vincent. Windwards Volcanoes contract. Wide signal. McCoy represented St. Lucia Zooks in the CPL. So he is a bowler that have some experience. But just not getting the line right, as we would have seen in yesterday's game. Still searching to get it right. He's left arm over the wicket. Not a wide shot. Batsman wide signal again. As James is looking to drive outside the off stump again. Probably not an advised shot with the ball leaving the left-hander, but he made no contact. And umpire Mark again signal wide. It's 6. Some 5 extra so far. Oh, another good delivery again. Moving on. Ball just keeping a bit low, just staying down a bit. And keeper having just a little difficulty there, but was able to stop that delivery. Again, continue to get movements of the ball leaving the bat, and this one was a bit closer. And James just dropping his wrist and allowed this one to go outside the off stump. But again, his line has been off stump, which is the area that he needs to bowl, just keeping the ball off stump going away. I think just being a bit wide and have not been able to force the batsman to play. I think that probably was a weakness in that particular over. But again, a notable movement from the left arm bowling of McCoy. So as the second over conclude, Volcano Green, they won the toss and elected to bat 6 for 1, losing the vital wicket of Devon Smith. Ray Jordan would have bowled a very good over, being able to swing the ball into the left-handed batsman. He's bowling to Jeremiah. This time a load appeal there as Jeremiah actually pad up there and that ball hit him somewhere. And as we look at the replay to see what happens there, but Jordan was really vigorous in his appeal as he was hit on the pad. Let's see what happens here. And yeah, that outside the off stump there as he was hit. This ball just straightening a bit, but certainly would have missed the stump. Just good decision by umpire Holas. Jordan looked a little bit disappointed. Really were vigorous in that appeal. But as we look at the replay, it was a good decision. The ball would have missed off stump. This time he's looking to play on the onside again, being beaten. That ball just seemed to leave him. Again, we can look at the replay. But another good delivery. Very evident that Jordan is really trying to keep the ball right up to the bat. And Jeremiah, yes, looking to play somewhere through mid-wicket. Probably just hit the pad and went over the stump. But again, it's a good decision. I think he was hit outside the leg stump, but good bowling by Jordan. Keeping the ball right up And Jeremiah will be advised to play straighter instead of trying to hit the ball square. But again, another good delivery. Really have been top class bowling by Ray Jordan. Just three fielders on the leg side, a mid wicket, mid on, and long leg. Right up again, and somehow that ball went to Jeremiah again. Staying down a bit, but again he's right up, and Jeremiah had some difficulty. I think he was beaten by pace there. As we look at it here again, right up. Just was beaten by pace there. Certainly, if this was on the wicket, it could have been a different story. But he's really making every effort to keep the ball right up to the bat and creating some problem to the left-handers. Down the leg side, wide signal. It's 7 for 1. Jordan continued from where he left off yesterday. One remembers a problem that he gives Sunil Ambris and some of the top batters on the Volcano Green side yesterday. And this is driven, beautiful shot, and this is another run into the boundary for 4 over pitch, and Jeremiah took full advantage of this one and stroked it beautifully across the turf, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Good positive shot, and this is what is necessary when you get a bad delivery. You need to put it away, and he really hit that point sweetly through the covers. So his score moves to 5 or 6. Jeremiah is on 5. It's 11 for 1. That probably just eased the tension a little bit. And a lot more confidence shown there as he covers up and pushes one down to mid-off. So really that boundary should make him feel so much better after I was beaten by a number of deliveries from Jordan. It's 11 for 1. We are in the third over. This being a 50 over affair, so quite a lot of overs. And this one was played down to long leg. He clipped it nicely as he get inside of his wicket, and he pick up one more. That concludes another over by Jordan. Jeremiah is on 6. It is 12 for 1. Certainly he would feel a lot more confident, Jeremiah, getting bat on ball last 2 deliveries. But the bowling of Ray Jordan continued to stand out. He has bowled quick. He has kept the ball up to the bat, and certainly have been making it difficult for the batsmen. Obed McCoy and bowling to a packed offside field. 2 slips gully, cover point, cover mid-off, third man. And this one he's looking to drive. Good delivery, and this is the sort of area you want to bowl. That ball continued to swing away from the left-hander, but this is where you want to be bowling, just to have the batsman come forward to drive. And with the ball moving as it is, it gives you good opportunity to probably pick up the edge or so forth. He's bowling to 2 slips and a gully. A catching position. Beautiful sunshine. This one is closer and is driven to mid-off, and they are looking for a single, and let's see. A throw was very high there, as really he was looking for a single day, and Jeremiah did move. Really, just some communication problem there. Obviously, it was a call of James. Jeremiah. It was a call of Jeremiah. James did move. Let's see. I know he was way down, but the throw was very high, and it gave Jeremiah an opportunity to regain his ground. Just a bit of a misunderstanding there. But no harm done. It's still 12 for 1. As we saw a mid-pitch discussion just to make sure that they have it right. The ball hit in front of the batsman. That's his call, and the non-striker really should be looking to back up. Good delivery. Pretty good length there. Play to mid-off. And again, importantly, the ball coming off the middle of the bat. And Jeremiah, I would think, feeling a lot better. You know, after that shot that you'd have played through the covers for 4. Again, better length play down to third man. And again, this he's closer now to the stumps. Jeremiah was equal to this one as he opened the face and played it between the third man and the second, the gully and the second slip, and picked up another single. But McCoy is closer to the line of the off stump. I think this is where you want to be. This is where you want to be bowling, having a batsman to play. Good delivery, and James covers up, push it back along the wicket. $13 for 1. We are in the 4th over. Volcanoes green, having won the toss today, and take the opportunity to bat first on a wicket that looks pretty good from where we are. Another good delivery, just staying down a little bit outside the off stump as the batsman coming forward and made no contact, and that complete the 4th over. 13 for 1. Volcano green having lost the important wicket of Devon Smith. Certainly we want to build. As I welcome with us this morning Desmond Maloney. He's not playing today, but certainly we want to welcome you to the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good morning to our listeners in Grenada, throughout the region, and throughout the rest of the world. Good morning to you all.
All right, tell me, you have been in Grenada for a while now?
Yeah, this is my second contracted period.
Second contracted period. And how have it been in terms of, first of all, Grenada, in terms of the reception, how have things been going in Grenada?
Things have been going good. We have a beautiful training facilities. Things have been put in place to work on our skills, and we just have to make the best use of it.
This ball just comes out the pad there and on the outside, the leg by. It's 14 for 1. We're in over number 5, Ray Jordan, who certainly will have a very, very encouraging start. He's going to be bowling to Jamal James. Outside the off, some no shot offered. Your second period of your contract, and as you said, the facilities, you are pleased with the facilities and so forth. In terms of the gelling of the players, the camaraderie of the players, how have it been? Is there any difficulty in terms of, your whole management team, your coach and the trainer, what the camaraderie look like in terms of the gelling of the team?
The team have been gelling well for the time that I've been here. At the end of the day, we are one team, and we always look to compete against each other in the best way that we can to help uplift each other.
Okay. And certainly, I know you probably would have enjoyed the facility.
Yeah, it's unfortunate
Yeah.
period for me just sitting down and have to
Mm.
watch the game from this side on.
Okay. Certainly back home, when you compare here with back home,
Home is always the best place for me. There's no place like home, so can't really compare the two, but it's a great facility, yeah.
okay, okay. And I know you would have enjoyed playing with the Volcanoes. I know that the team, a lot of work have been done. I know from the whole aspect of your physical training. I think that to me is one of the areas that we have seen some a lot of work being done.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Cox, he have done a tremendous job over the period of time I've been here. He's a no-nonsense trainer.
A good delivery by Jordan again continues to move that ball. This time we are seeing him when he started to be bringing the ball into the left-hander, and this time he just been able to get it to leave the left-hander, and that's a good delivery there. James coming forward and that one leaving him outside the off stump. Again, being able to extract some piece and some bunks, and the keeper taking it just above waist height. But he continues to do a good job in his third over. You must probably would have been pleased to see the wicket of Devon Smith going so early for your team.
Yeah, it's always good to remove Devon Orley. I mean, he's the type of batsman that can, when he gets set, he can just take a game on his own. So it's always good to remove him early once you're on the opposition side, that is.
Yeah, yeah. I was also seeing this morning, having a discussion with him this morning, and he was of the view that some of the players, they have a lot of talent, but just need to go on when they get a start. He was making the point they reach 30, 40, and most of them would tend to after reaching that stage, they wouldn't go on. Jordan. Again, right up hit on the pad again. James looking to play on the onside. This one pitching outside the leg stump is very clear that he's pitching outside the leg stump. But again, Jordan continued to keep the ball right up to the bat. And the batsman just had to be very careful in terms of not trying to play too square, but play as straight as possible. As we look at the replay there, pitching. Obviously, he would have hit the stump, but pitch outside the leg stump. And therefore, if it's outside the leg stump, he cannot be given out. But again, the length is good, really good length. And this one would have been cut in from maybe middle leg stump going further down leg side. While the previous deliverer, he was able to get it pitching just about middle going outside the off stump. So he has shown a lot of variation. You probably would have known a bit about Jordan.
Yeah, he tend to to swing the ball back into the left hand and away from the right. But what I've observed so far from him against the left-handers, he comes from over the wicket and just send the ball across with the angle and use the in-swing as a surprise delivery to them.
Yeah, certainly the one that got Devon was one that really was an in-swinger, and just I think 2 deliveries before was a strong appeal for one that again was in-swinging. But he has shown the ability to be able to move the ball both ways. I think what has been really interesting about him is in some of his length and his direction being very, very, very penetrative. McCoy left alone by Jeremiah as the ball again continues to swing outside the off stump. You look at the Volcanoes squad, and obviously you would have played in the region. Where do you compare in terms of what you see from the squad, the Volcanoes squad, and maybe some of the teams that you would have played against? Let's say whether it's the Leewards or, I mean, how do you see the Volcano in terms of ranking in regards to the other teams? As this a shorter one again, staying down a little bit. The cover moved very quickly. That looked like just try to get a name there, but it's picked up nicely. and there's no chance of a run. Again, McCoy just seemed to be getting this sort of line that he wants, closer to the stumps. And Jeremiah, they just having to come down on this one and push it out on the offside.
Back to your question, I think we are right up there in the rankings. You just highlighted a key factor when compared to Devon Smith in terms of converting your stats, and I think that's what we haven't done well over the past period. Probably the last 3-4 years, we haven't get batsmen to convert their stats and go on and make bigger scores. I think sometimes the bowlers tend to be a bit ill-disciplined in terms of not being patient enough to execute a plan and stick to a plan. But in terms of rankings, I mean,
right up, good delivery, and it really is now beginning to hit the mark. Again, and consistent movement from McCoy. Have been really able to get that ball to leave the left hand. Almost every delivery that he bowls is swinging. He's getting closer and closer to the stump, and this one probably just pitched just around off stump and didn't just swing around nicely. And he's looking a lot better, a lot freer as he comes up to bowl. Now beginning to hit the line that I think he wants to hit. Push on the offside, no chance of a run. Completes another over after 6 overs, 16 for 1. You're making a point?
Yeah, if you backtrack on the last Super 50 tournament and the first class tournament, we were in a great position to come in the top 2 in both tournaments, and it's just that we couldn't close off much of our game after being such a great position to win. So it comes down to being disciplined and playing well over a long period of time and not just in patches.
Yeah. When you look at also your squad and some of the top players that you think will have to take up the mantle and the challenge of going forward. One look at people like Devon Smith, Sunil Ambrose. Just some of the top players you think that will have to really pick up the slack in terms of giving the team the start really that they need, the kind of foundation that they need to push forward. Who are some of the players that you think we just need to pick it up a bit?
We tend to not put like single players and let every man stand up to their own responsibilities, and we must each know our roles and try to execute our roles. In that way, the team will do better as a unit and win more matches. I do understand that, but again, you want to look at some of your main players that really would, as Jordan. So we look at people like Kavem Hodge, who in my view is a mature player and really have been doing well, right? One could singly call it maybe Devon Smith, right? And in terms of your main batters that have to go on. And I agree with you, that seem to be some of the problems, that the major players who you expect to go on are not really going on. And therefore there will need to be a change. One have to be probably in the position to see that you have 4 batters at the top that you expect to perform all the time, or you expect to do well. I can probably just mention Smith, maybe mention as I say Kavem Hodge. But is there anybody else you think that will have to step up? Maybe Sunil Ambrose when he's Yes, Sunil Ambrose carry basically the same role as a Devon Smith at the moment. I mean, he's a West Indies player.
Yeah.
So you always look for runs, big runs from him, along with Kavem Hodge, as you mentioned, and Devon Smith.
Yeah.
We also have young Milius in the squad.
Milius,
who we looking to do well. Well, myself along with Atanez and Kotoy.
So I guess it just means that some of you had senior players just need to step up just to do. And as you rightly say, there's a lot of concentration and discipline. Yeah,
it's all boiled down to that.
Yeah. Let me just ask you a little bit about the coach now. You know how important the coach is to any team. in terms of the way things are being done, in terms of a lovely shot again by Jeremiah. Pitch up there, and he really hit this one well. Again, straight to cover at a good flowing shot, and they seem to love the drives. But look really good. How it been really coaching, your coaching staff? How it have been? We have Richardson, who have been with the team.
Yeah, we have Andrew Richardson as the head coach, along with Junior Murray and other assistant coaches. I mean, they've been really hardworking since I got in Grenada. I can't complain about the way the coaches been going out there jobs, because me for one, if for instance training finish at 12 or 1 and I want to stay back until 4 or 5, they never have a problem with it. And for instance, tomorrow is a day off because we have 2 more games on Tuesday and Wednesday. But I know if I message any one of them and tell them that I need to get some work done tomorrow, then I know they'll be here. So I mean, the coaches, we can't really fault the coaches. The coach have been excellent for us.
Lovely shot, pitched up, and it's on it hit over mid on it. Just holding up a bit. They feel they're going to stop it just before he reaches the boundary. But again, Jeremiah looking to whip this one, looking for the boundary, but seemingly not getting hold of it as he expected. And he picked up 2. A safe shot, so he picked up 2 runs, and that takes his score. That takes his score onto 10. It's 18 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. But again, Jeremiah looking more and more confident as he continued to bat on. I agree with you. I really agree with you in terms of the support from the coaches. You know, being around, having discussion with some of the coaches, and they're always willing to work with players. And I really think that is a good attribute of the coaches that we have. I do believe that you have some staff that really is concerned about Windwards cricket, about the players, and I have seen it happen in terms of they coming out. Cox as a trainer, only last week we were speaking, and always willing to come out to help a player here or there. Certainly, I think really that's a good part of the coaching staff. Well, I just want to really thank you for the opportunity. There's Ron Maloney. Obviously, you're not playing today, but you're a vital part of the squad. I really want to thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, just to share a bit about what is happening in Grenada in terms of but before we move on, and in terms of your performance, how do you feel right now in terms of your performance? Well, there are areas, always areas for improvement, but in terms of where you are now and where you want to be.
There's always room for improvement, but I think when you look at the last year or 2 in which batting have improved drastically. I mean, I've tightened up a lot of screws and looking to improve on a lot of areas in my game. As I said, it's unfortunate. It's very hard for me to just come here and look at the cricket and can't be out there playing.
Good delivery, nicely, good. Well played by James, and I think he was able to drop the wrist. But again, good length, good line. That ball just bunks and just moved away from the left-handed batsman. Good delivery. Yeah, I know it's kind of difficult, you're not playing. Obviously, that's the reason he wants to play. But again, as you say, there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, it's always room for improvement. Once you try to improve on your game on a day-to-day basis, then you'll always go places.
Beautiful delivery, but well played by James, and again, it's hitting the length that he wants, and he continues to get movement away from the left-hander. Good delivery.
Yeah, very troublesome line from Obed McCoy, just touching down on Miglon off and swinging away from the batsman. But as you see James trying to do is not hanging his bat out there. He
Yeah.
watched the ball long and he pulled out of the shot. Just take the bat out of the way.
Yeah, you're so right about that. He has been playing it. He has been playing it very well. You would have known Obed McCoy quite a bit. In terms of seeing him here, in terms of obviously knowing him much, how do you see him here playing now in terms of the way he's bowling, of what you know?
Obed, I know Obed for quite a while. I mean, we're from St.
Yeah,
Vincent.
yeah, mhm.
He's a type of rhythm bowler. So once he can start well and start on a good rhythm, then it's hard. He just like Ray. They hard to get off of a line. I think it'll be interesting to see if the batsman just try to do something a bit different, move about a bit and
Yeah.
try to offset him.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how it turn out. But Obed, he love to hit a hard length, especially when the ball swinging. He don't try to get it too full, and I think that can be a bit negative for him. I mean, I think he can bowl a bit fuller right now. How the ball is swinging away from the left-hander.
But you made a good point there, and let me go back to it. You made a really good point there in terms of the batsman trying to do something different so that he can throw the bowler offline. You see probably the batsman maybe trying to trip or do something kind of different just to throw him offline. Maybe something that again is a strategy that our batsmen can use. You facing a bowler that seems to be creating, for instance, the bowling of Jordan when he come in and you seem to be, and you just make a 2 steps down. You do something to throw him off, and really, it's such an important point. But our batsmen, even at this level and the higher level, can use when you are coming up against bowlers that seem to be very threatening, seem to make it difficult. Then you are. We now seeing Hooper taking it up from that southern end. The first delivery outside the off. Some left arm spin Hooper again from St. Vincent. The batsman just allow it to go through. He's bowling to one slip. And this is played on the offside. Backward point cover mid off. You also have that's on the offside. Long leg. Deep mid wicket, and a short backward square. And a little bit easier for the batsman. Johan Jeremiah is on 10. We are in the 9th over, 18 for 1. Volcano Green batting.
As if we'll just come and just bowl wicket to wicket, sliding the odd ball across and try to see if you can get the one to hold up or turn back into the left-hander. He rushes through his overs very, very quickly. So he's also a type of rhythm bowler. If you can offset him, then...
This one is hit down to long on. Good shot. And when it goes all the way for 6, good shot by Jeremiah. Didn't seem to put much into it, but the timing was good. He just slightly come forward and just lift this one over long on for 6. A good shot. Let's bring the score to 24 at the end of the 9th over. And Jeremiah on 16th. Yes, he does seem to be that sort of bowler that is really coming through. Nothing much, just the orthodox left arm bowling. I get the impression sometimes that he bowls a bit too fast. I don't know how you view that. Or if that's his style really.
That's his style of bowling. That's how I know he's been bowling for the longest while, for ever since I've known him. That's how he has been bowling.
Yeah, there's a question I want to ask you. We'll take it over later. It's something I've noticed, but we're going to talk about it in a while. McCoy, again, small. They're going to get a bye. This one keeping a bit low. Obviously, after he would have passed the stump, just seemed to stay down a bit. Keeper having some difficulty. 19, 25 for 1. And Obed McCoy in his 5th over. so far. Just 6 runs conceded. So he have been pretty tight. 25 for 1. Again, still bowling to 2 slips and a short gully. And Jeremiah looking to pull again. That ball wasn't quite there. Probably a slower delivery. He been early into the shot, but it dropped out in front of him. Yeah, just to go back to that point we were talking about in terms of, the bowler is bowling well online, and you as a batsman will want to do something to throw him off. Yeah, I do believe that is something that we don't really see our batters do. And I was making a point with Jordan. You make a few chips and you do something kind of different. So sometimes you do certain things, sometimes the bowler had to stop because it's something he doesn't expect. So sometimes you had to do things to throw off bowlers. Maybe sometimes to get them vexed.
Yeah,
and then after they lose the rhythm.
Yeah, even that. I mean, when a bowler is just running in and hitting a line and line consistently on a batsman, and he tend to not move around, then it's just like target practice for the bowler just to spot bowling, just to hit a area.
Yeah.
But from the moment the batsman just do something different, I don't mean something like run down and bust a swipe, but just make a shuffle, just do something different to offset him.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. That is something that a batsman can use as part of strategy. Just throw someone off the line and different things like that, just to get a better of the bowler. And maybe we need to see our batsmen doing these things probably a little more regular. McCoy, and again, just a little cloud cover. And wide gonna be signal again. He goes down the leg side. Just losing it a bit after he have been really hitting the mark of something just outside there. So this pair is trying to recover a bit, having lost the first wicket. Devon Smith with the score on 1. It's now 27 for 1, and we are in the 10th over. Outside the off stump. We probably, maybe after this over, we probably may see some little change coming from this end. McCoy in his 5th over. And just look a little Windwards last few deliveries at his bowl. Again, that could go down to maybe a little tiredness and lack of concentration.
Yeah, he's in his 5th over.
Yeah,
can be a bit tired bowling 5 in a row.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this pair would want to just settle for a little bit. No, we just on the 10 overs, they would maybe after we would maybe see the change of McCoy from this end. They would want to begin to pick up the 1s and the 2s, as the case may be. Jamal James, James not hit off the mark, and this one is hit over cover. I think it will just drop over cover again. The batsman, they looking to play through mid on, taking the outside part of the bat, went high up over cover, and the batsman picked up 2 runs. That's Jeremiah. That takes his score on to 18. And the score 29 for 1 after 10 overs. Yes, 29 for 1 after 10 overs, and Maloney, you certainly would think now this time that they would want to push it, maybe take the 1s and 2s. It's still early, still 40 overs to go, so there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I think James in particular need to be a bit more positive in terms of his approach to the bowlers at the moment.
He played down to mid wicket. He's off the mark now. He's on 1 and really taking quite a while. But he's now off the mark. It's 30 for 1. Jeremiah on 18 comes in to strike to Hooper. Mid wicket, backward square leg. We have man on the mid wicket boundary and a long on the leg side. Hooper left arm coming between the umpire and the stumps. Again, Jeremiah equaled it, pushing back along the wicket. One of the questions I want to ask you, obviously you probably think about it in terms of our spin bowling. Just for you to give your assessment, one of the things I found about, and not only in this game really particular, but generally your spinners, even in the region, I have the tendency to bowl very fast as spin bowlers. I don't know how you view that. Looking at the game yesterday and looking at the wicket and looking at the slow bowlers, and this one is cut down to backward point. Good shot and going to run close to the boundary. Will be stopped probably just inside. Yes, just inside the boundary, and the batsman pick up 2 more. Good shot. He was on top of that and hit it a backward point, and that's 2 more to Jeremiah, who brings it. He's on 20. He's 32 for 1 after 11. And sometimes I get the impression that they bowl a bit too fast.
I think the pace in which the spinners bowl is determined on the type of wicket they play on.
I certainly agrees.
Most times the spinner tend to bowl fast when the wicket is a bit on the slower side and turning slow. They tend to bowl a bit quick on it, but it's always good to vary your pace in regardless to the type of wicket you're playing on. You can't just look to just fire down everything. You know, you have to vary your pace and see how you can get on top of the batsman.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, because I was making the point that you as a spinner, as you said, variation is critical. And that's Hodge.
Kavim Hodge, yeah.
Kavim Hodge take up the attack from this northern end, and a single to James has played down to long on. Yeah, variation is critical, but there are times my view is that when you making the batsman think in terms of, do I come forward, do I stay on the back foot, you put more thought into the batsman. So whereas if you're going to come too straight, you could stand and play because you know where I'm coming through. I'm turning from a particular end, and so I'm coming through. And but when you had to look up and you had to think, must I come down or must I stay back, right? So it makes it more difficult for the batsman, and sometimes, particularly when the wicket is playing good, for instance, the way the wickets are playing, wicket playing really good, you have to do something different to make it a little harder for the batsman. And I do believe sometimes our slow bowlers really just tend to come in so fast that it make it easier for the batsman on good wicket.
Yeah, I think sometimes they get too predictable, just bowl in one length and one area along with one pace.
35 for 1. Kavim Hodge in his first over. Left arm spin over the wicket. So again, just seem to be building on having lost that very important wicket of Smith. It's 35 for 1. We have 12 over, so we seemingly see that things is pushing around. James just got off the mark. He's on 3, but as you see, it's just to pick up the singles, push it around, pick up the 1s and the 2s, just keep the scoring rate moving.
Yeah, Kavim Hodge still have a bit of a attacking feel, I should say. There are two slips, just two men on the boundary, the deep mid wicket and the long on. So Kavim had still looking to attack, but I think there are still enough gaps on the field to just rotate the strike frequently and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. Yes, attacking with two slips, backward point sort of squares cover or point cover mid off on the offside, and this one is playing to that square cover, that point position, and James who's on 3.
I think the batsman can use their feet more to Hooper in particular. Hooper just looking to hit one areas and just get you his overs. He's doing a very good job at the moment for Kavim Haj in terms of bowling his dot balls and sticking to the basic. But the batsman just need to use their feet a bit more and keep the scoreboard ticking.
I certainly glad to hear you talk about using feet because this is one of the things that we spoke about yesterday in particular in terms of the batsman being able to use their feet. We saw Alternas, who was batting, was one of the few players that was willing to go down the track to use his feet and so forth. But that's an integral part of batting as we come to the end of the 13th over. Integral part of batting, being able to use your feet to the spinners, which will obviously make it more difficult for the bowler, cause them to have to think more and so forth. But it's an area, I think, that need to be used, or batters need to use in an effort to improve playing spin in particular.
Yeah, in order to play spin well, as they say, the great players of spin,
you have to be able to dance well, and you have to be able to dance well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is the whole scene, but I think it's true, being able to chip and so forth, we are into the 14th over, 36 for 1, and I agree with you. They need to be able to push it around, and nothing expansive, but being able to pick up the ones and the twos. But just seem to be on defense, just a lot of defense. Yeah, pretty much over pitch delivery, just choked back to the bowler. How difficult it is back home in terms of your training? I know that obviously you may not have the kind of facilities that we have here, but have you been able to do personal work home training if you want to maybe go get a knocker, get somebody, or get a facility that makes that possible?
Yeah, back home
this is play down to a backward square position, goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, I don't think it's you wanted to play it, I guess, more on the ground, more I think squarer. But again, it was good bowling by Hodge, so you had to reach for it and be able to push it around Jeremiah, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So he moves to 25, and at the end of 14 overs, it's 41 for 1.
Back home, I am living quite close to the park, just like 10 minutes walk.
It's Annesville?
That's Annesville.
Well, you're a real good position.
So training is never a problem for me back home. Even
okay.
in terms of a coach, there are always coaches at the park on evenings. So I'll always have coach to walk along with me, and in the event I want to do a morning session or something, I can always call a coach and have them come over. But
okay.
I always tend to train with group. I have friends I train with when I'm back home, so I always get my work done.
What about wicket? Any difficulty to get wickets, or you probably can get a strip that you can use, if not inside, outside, or maybe Sign Hill, or
we tend to organize the strip back in the
he's dropped in the slips there as he came forward. Just a bit of a juggling. Stout feeling in Fossilway, just was not able to hold on. We're probably going to see that replay there as James came forward, and let's see as he came forward off the edge and got both hands and just juggling there and was not able to hold on. Bad miss there by Stout. Score remains 41 for 1. And Jamal James is just given a chance for slip. Yeah, we were talking about training.
Yeah, in terms of our wicket to bat on, we just have to notify the association that we want a wicket for whichever day it is, and they'll contact the sports council and have it prepared for us. So in terms of getting a wicket to bat on, it's no sort of problem for us back home either.
Right, so you get a chance to do some work with Ian Allen, I think.
Yeah, he's one of the coaches that's always on the ground.
Yeah.
He work with his sports council, so he basically at the park every day.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not so bad. It's not so bad for you home. I think you have the facility and you have the personnel, so you can get support in terms of your training. Would it be the same for people like McCoy and so they come down at a period of time? Or?
McCoy tend to do most of his training in Buckerment. He's on the leeward side of the island.
Okay.
But I tend to train with Elmo, Keswick, and Ambrose, Williams and Ambrose, and a few others. So we normally get our training done.
Okay. Yeah, but you don't have a bad facility since there is neither.
No,
I
it's
think Arnold's Vale is, Arnold's Vale is pretty huge in terms of areas you can use. And at times, sometimes they use down by the netball court.
It's a big and beautiful facility at the Arnold's Vale.
And Hartsey. Jeremiah, just a little difficulty as the ball comes into him, and this one is played again to mid wicket and not getting hold of it. But again, evident Hodge is just slowing up a little bit, and you realize it's just creating a little problem in that the batsman know how to reach for it and how to think. And this is the point I was making. As he slowed it up there, he had Jeremiah a little bit of difficulty, and instead of looking at drive, he had been pushing. So good bowling by Hodge, good delivery. This one went straight on, and then it just confirmed the point you were making in terms of the facility you're playing on, and it determines how fast you bowl.
Yeah, Hodge tend to vary his pace a lot. As you see, that one looped up, flighty delivery up to Jeremiah full, but couldn't get it down too long on. I think from the look of it, Hodge tend to send a lot of ball through with the arm. So the batsman more tend to play Hodge like a seamer. So any given time he tend to slow it up a bit. It create problems for the batters.
Yeah, very evident outside it. That point you made a good one. I mean, as he throw it up and he slows it up, even the driving becomes difficulty because it's just not there. And this is why I made a point in terms of spinners or slow bowlers being able to use guile in terms of knowing when they should bowl fast and when they should really give the ball quite a lot of air. Hooper. And this one is swept down to just backward square. He'll pick up a single as the feeling that square leg. How to move quickly to the right, dive in, stop in. So James is on 6. Jeremiah 25. Over number 16, number 17. And again, Jeremiah is pushing forward, and no attempt, no signs of aggression. But one would think going down to 17 overs, you need to push it around just a bit more. This way, looking to sweep, Lord appeal, and he's out leg before, and Jeremiah looking to sweep. Probably picked the wrong delivery there. Looking to sweep. And the appeal went up and umpire hold us as we look at the replay. Yeah, it just seemed to hit in front, hitting the back leg actually. And the umpire had no hesitation, so
I think that was a bit of premeditated shot by Jeremiah. I mean, given on the left armor coming around the wicket to him. It was a full-length delivery. I mean, a ball that he couldn't just chip down too long on.
Just probably come and push down too long on here. Yeah.
And get a easy single, but maybe it was premeditated.
Yeah,
Very
and
unfortunate
probably
with
also misjudged the line of the ball because it would have probably pitched at just around midland leg, and then it was going to the off, and maybe you would have thought that it probably pitched outside the leg stump, but I think it was wrong judgment. It was bad judgment by Jeremiah looking to hit that ball square, whereas he could have easily come forward and just on drive that delivery down too long and pick up a single. So Hooper, having James dropped in the previous over, pick up another important wicket of Jeremiah, who looked the better of both of the players leg before, and it's 42 for 2, and we're in over number 17 as the captain Sunil Ambrose comes in.
Yeah, it'll be important to see how Ambrose goes about business early on. Facing up to Hooper, they know each other quite well.
It's probably gonna be a little competition between both players. Ambrose, Hooper certainly want to get a wicket of Ambrose.
Yeah, there's always this rivalry between both of them, so it'll be very interesting to watch.
Well, Ambrose, as we know, is not the kind of player that's gonna be pushing and prodding. Probably gonna more attractive, stroke play.
He love to get the scoreboard ticking. You have been elaborating on the fact that his problem and his biggest concern is our dot ball percentage. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about business.
Yeah, that he being on West Indies white ball contract, and obviously would come in there with a great deal of experience and knowing how to push it around. So Hooper in his 5th over so far, 1 for 11. Volcanoes Green 42 for 2. Having won the toss this morning, and I agreed to take first strike. And completes the 17th over with a score of 42 for 2. What sort of score you think they would feel comfortable with Volcanoes Green? No, keeping in mind that 273 scored by Volcano Orange yesterday, and they would have had to get to 274 and only folded at 147. In terms of score, what kind of score you think they would be looking at, or do you think they probably would feel comfortable with?
I think they'll look around 240, 250, but the next 10 overs will be very crucial to see how they go about batting. With James at the crease, I mean, he's a set batsman. He's on 6 at the moment from 42 deliveries. I think you need to up the tempo. That's Kavim Haj again, just anglo into James' pad, flick to short fine leg, no run.
Yeah, I do believe that. We just need to push it around, pick up the one, and just to ease off the pressure. James' intent just on staying there But you need to be looking for the ones and the twos, you know. Well, all defense, all defense.
To be honest, it looked like James just looking to bat time here, which is not the correct way to go about playing in 50 overs cricket, especially. It'll be interesting to see how Ambrose goes about, because he loves to take strike, and it wouldn't do him any justice to get a single early on and cannot face no more delivery in the same over. So it'll be very interesting to see how James goes about business. Hodge again, angle into James' pad, try to walk it on the onside, just that ball to short square leg.
And even in this particular delivery, one would have thought that it was shorter in length, and there was room. He's actually caught at mid-wicket, and was not sure from our end whether or not it went straight to hand. But again, this one, we will look at a replay in a while, but this one was tossed up, and one felt that, you know, he probably could have done a lot more with it.
No, he wasn't caught. It was a jab shot. It was well fielded by Kato. Just
let's see.
Yeah, one bounce to Kato at sharp mid-wicket.
Yeah, just one bounce. But again, you felt that he could have done a lot more with that delivery.
Yeah, I mean
just a step and hit it on the full toss.
Yeah, it was flighted by Kavim Hodge. I mean, he tend to, when he flight, he give the ball quite a lot of air. So I think the batsman always have enough time to decide whether to chip or stay back and work it down to mid-on or mid-off.
And that have to be a weakness with our batting. Certainly had to be a weakness with our batsmen. What makes you, what complete you as a batsman is the fact that you are able to step out. You're able to use your feet at times, you know, just to make batting easier. And that particular delivery really should have been met as a full toss and maybe stroked away.
Yeah, I think James is a bit too tentative at the moment. He just need to free up himself and just bat how he knows to bat. I think he can be a bit more positive than the way he have been going for the innings thus far.
But in situation like that, you know, as your coaching staff, what about messages would come out, or probably just allow that person to play the game that they can play, in terms of, you know, you would want to make sure that you give the free scoring batsman most of the strike, push it wrongly, make most of the deliveries and so forth. There are situations like that where the coach will send a message out and say something to the batsman.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any of that being done so far to James. I mean, well, it's a trial game, and James should know what is required of him. He have faced 47 balls thus far and 41 being dots. So that within itself speaks volume. James just need to tick around the ball more and stay positive in order to put away the bad balls whenever he receive them.
So it's 42 for 2. We have 17 overs that have been bowled. You're not missing any cricket. We just a break as the players are just being refreshed after 18 overs. It's a 50 over affair, and the Volcano Greens at 42 after 18 overs. We really would want to increase the pace. Wicket is playing good. I don't think there's any difficulty in the wicket. I think it's just that our batsmen just need to be a bit more positive, not really being all out aggressive, but just be a little bit more positive in their judgment. Look to pick up whether it's the ones or the twos and just keep the scoring board ticking. I remember that they won the toss this morning. I think we're very happy to bat. I think any one of the captain that would have won the toss would have elected to bat. On a wicket that to me look pretty good for one-day cricket. There's no danger. I think as I said before, the only thing that can happen is that they probably may just stayed on a little low later in the day, but I don't think there's anything to worry about. And I think they just need to make use of some of the bad deliveries that have been bowled. For instance, that last delivery really, one can term is a bad delivery, which was full and should have been put away. But they have not made much use of the few bad deliveries that they got. I think again, as you say, they should be a bit more positive. But I guess the intent, seemingly is just to stay there as long as possible. So 42 for 2. The players are now coming back out. So far, Ray Jordan has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. McCoy 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs. He haven't picked up a wicket. And Hooper 5 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Again, just to speak about the bowling of Ray Jordan. I think the last time I really was very close to him, saw him, was under 19 cricket in St. Lucia. And the one is that's a few years back. I think when he really was spotted in terms of the pace that he bowled, I think, and that year we selected him. I think I was the chairman of selector at the time. And he bowled pretty quickly. There was one of our Grenadian batsmen who was hit. And that player still went on to score 100. But since then, he'd have showed the ability, showed the speed that he had. And somewhat move on. But what I saw from him yesterday afternoon and this morning, just indicate to me that he has quite a bit to offer in terms of his fast bowling.
Yeah, one thing for sure, the coach, I've been trying to get him to just stay positive and bowl fast. As a fast bowler, sometimes he tend to relax a bit.
Yeah.
And just go through the motions. So the coach trying to get him to just bowl fast and hit the right areas. And during the practice games so far, that's what I've seen he's been doing.
Yeah, it was very evident. I think it was very evident because I was kind of anxious to see him, not seeing him for a while, just anxious to see him bowl. And yesterday afternoon, he bowled quickly. He really rushed Sunil when he came in. And you can see the discomfort with the batsman either being late, not being able to handle him well. And when Sunil got caught in square leg, again, he felt that here's the opportunity. And he was rushed into the shot. This ball is hit over long on, and let's see, by Ambrice. First boundary pitched up, and he just lifted it over long on, down to the long on boundary for 4. But interest 6 feet actually went for 6, so he really timed it well, and it went down to the boundary for 6. But interesting feel. Nobody feeling that long on. It's just interesting feel.
Yeah.
Yes, he picked it up. Yeah, and you could see him there having to also reach for it. And when he played the shot, the first thing I look at, he seemed to drop 1 bounce before the boundary. Let's see. Umpire signal 6. Yeah, it just seemed to drop 1 bounce inside the boundary. The first thing that came to me when he played the shot was when I looked down there, I see nobody down there.
Yeah, as if only have the man back at long off, the deep mid wicket, and the man out of extra cover on the boundary with mid off up, as if in seemed to be turning the ball away from the batsman, so the risk in going straight down the ground or even over long on is not too high once you get close to the ball, actually. As you seen, that one being walk on the leg by Ambrice, pick up a single.
49 for 2. And this is driven, and most positive shot played by James, as this one is hit down to straight back on the offside down to the boundary for 4. Again, we see a little movements of the feet there. Certainly this is what we want to see happening. It was well struck, and it went back on the offside down to the boundary for 4. He goes into double figures on 10. 53 for 2. Certainly This one is played to backward point, no chance of run. There probably was some discussion during the break.
Yeah, Sunil and even Kevin Stout from the opposition team had a good talk with James. That ball was it was well played shot down the ground for 4, but if you can backtrack to James batting Hooper previously, it's the same ball that he was blocking back to Hooper. So now he being a bit more positive, he chip a bit and just stroke the ball down the ground for 4.
Yeah, and that's been a good one. They got 11 runs in that 19th over. So it really speak to some improvement in terms of the batting, some positiveness being shown. Ambrice, as we know, not going to just push around, but you'd want to step up the tempo. It's 53 for 2. And we're already going into over number 20. The rates have been pretty good in terms of the overs moving quickly. Hodge goes around the wicket, left arm around the wicket to Sunil. Ambrice plays down to long off, again ambles a single. But again, what I'm seeing is that it just seems to be reaching for the ball and push it. And I think it's not bad for the bowlers when the players are reaching for the ball. Even at 6 that was hit day, I think Ambrice had to also reach for the ball, so he wasn't quite there. And this is sort of doubt you want to create. Another single James, looking a little bit more positive as he pushed that one on the just in front of square. Pick up one more.
As you seen that one being walk through mid wicket, misfield by Hooper. Batsman comfortably got 2.
Again, it shows the positiveness, you know. Was good running as he picked up 2. Kavem Hodge. And he's also in his 5th over.
Ambrice reaching for that one to drive down to long off. Wasn't there. Chipped over Hodge head. Picked up a single down to Roland Cato at long off. Kavem Hodge flighted to James, stroked away through mid wicket, picked up another boundary. James move on to 15.
And a good positive shot. Even he didn't get hold of it, and I think he didn't get hold of it as he wanted to, simply because he actually stayed in his crease and swung. Whereas if he just made a little movement and he came forward, he really hit it. Probably smoother through the mid-wicket region for 4, but he got a desired result, and we definitely seen some more positiveness in terms of his batting. So as you said, you know, maybe the being spoken to really would have resulted in him being a lot more positive. Single to Ambrice, played on to long on. 63 for 2, 21st over. Just moving on a bit, last 2 overs would have already produced some 21 runs, or 20 runs in the last 2. And the wicket is not difficult. I think the wicket is playing really good that you could...
Yeah, it's this sort of sharp single by James and Ambrice. Walk to the man at just in front of square, scamper through for a single. Would have been interested to see if that was a direct hit.
Yeah, look pretty close. Let's see what happens as it's played down to mid wicket. No signal from the umpire. The batsman pick up 2. And we're probably gonna see, get chance to look at it to see what happens. But 66 for 2. Complete the 21st over. James on 16, Ambrice on 14. Ambrice 14 of 14 deliveries, and James 16 of some 54 deliveries. At the under 21 overs, 66 for 2. But some signs of improvement in terms of the scoring since after the break. I think we had some 18 overs for 42 runs. So there have been some improvement in scoring rate.
Yeah, the last 3 overs. Or 3 good ones for Ambrice and James. They pick up the odd boundaries and the odd singles quite frequently. As James stroked back to Hodge and he's gone.
Yeah.
Ball on court, a full end delivery.
Good catch by Kavem Hodge. Again, he stood up and drive, no movement. Just a chip would have meant that he was to the pitch of it and over it and hit it. But he stood up, and as we look at the replay, good catch by Hodge as he moved to his right. The 4th wicket down for Volcano Green. Lost the wicket of James. Cotton Bowl Hodge, and he scored 16 of 56 deliveries, and he had 2 fours. So Hodge picked up his 1st wicket, and he's in his 6th over. 2 maidens so far, and now 1 for 17. As Emmanuel Stewart, wicketkeeper, comes in to replace James.
This will be a nice period for the batting team to just regroup a bit and just still have 28 overs to go after this. So still a long way to go in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. A good chance for them to reassess the situation. You have still people like Ryan John and Denver and so forth. So a little bit of batting. Ryan John yesterday would have played very well. I think he would have come out on top. .66 for 3, Kavem Hodge, and he stroked his back and stroking this one nicely. Just past the extra cover, and he's off the mark immediately. 67. We probably would see a little bit more positiveness in both batsmen. Stewart, wicketkeeper, actually from Karakou. And this one is stroke over cover. A good shot. And we're going to pick up 2. But again, it's very clear. And the bowler shouldn't feel too bad about that, with Ambrice having to reach for the delivery that is not there. He was able to get it over cover, but the fact that you have not been able to play the drive as you want to get it in the air, certainly the bowler shouldn't be too put up about this one. This play down to third man, he pick up 2 more. Ambrose. He's on 18 of 17 deliveries as we complete the 22nd over. And the Volcano Greens are 71 for 3. Notably, we have seen Ambrose kind of reaching for those deliveries. That 6 that he hit, you also had to reach for it, and I think it's a good thing with the spinners seeing that. Then they know just the kind of line and length to bowl and the pace that they need to be bowling at. It's something that would encourage the bowlers. At the right hand, it's Stewart prepares to face Hooper in his 8th over, so he probably will be bowling this to maybe 10 overs straight.
Stewart plays a full length ball down to long off, picks up a easy single. Move on to 2 from 2. Score is now 72 for 3. To Ambrose, the field is more relaxed now. The long on have been back. Field a bit more spread compared to Stewart, who's new to the crease. Stewart plays back on the back foot and punches down to long off for another single.
Yeah, Stewart look very positive. I think he would have scored no 3 from 3, and this is what you want. Just to he's out caught behind again. Ambrose just trying a cheeky shot. They looking to maybe steer this ball between the slips or down to that fine third man area and getting an edge and being caught at the wicket. As we look at the replay,
I think that ball was a bit on the fuller side. Didn't have much room to work with, but tried to stay at back past point. I think it was a ball that he should have stand up and played down to long off for a single. Not guarantee he would have got 4 even if he made contact, better contact on the ball and execute properly, because he had not much space to work with.
You probably could have, even if he looked to flash hard, he give himself opportunity. If that is coming with a fly, would have been probably more difficult to take, but it was not necessarily a bad delivery. As you rightly said, it was fuller than probably expected. And again, he was looking to steer it fine, looking for that boundary and took the edge. So I put on blue struck. Ambrose is one of the senior players that you were expecting again to sort of, settle down and give Volcano Green the kind of score that they would like. But he went.
Well caught by Nachum. The incoming batsman
August
Akeem.
August.
youngster from St. Lucia. Very talented in the eyes.
Well, it's the first time I probably get in to see him, so you've talked a little bit about him. Yeah, it's the first time I'm actually getting to see him, but if he's talented with eyes, and it'll be exciting to have a look at him today.
Yeah, very excited young player. Only saw him bat twice. He batted twice so far. He loved to use his feet against the spinners. He loved to keep the scoreboard ticking. Very positive. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about business today, as Kavim Hodge looking to continue into his 7th over.
Stuart is pulling this one down to long on. Let's see. Just drop really no man's land as he was looking to hit somewhere over mid wicket, over a wide long on, and went high up into the air. And the fielder coming off the mid wicket boundary, wide mid wicket coming around, and then we had a mid on the deep mid on trying to go back, but no one was able to get close to it. He just dropped in no man's land. He picked up 2 runs. Short looking pretty positive though, looking to push it around, and again not being afraid to play shots.
Yeah, just saw that one bisected the 2 quickest fielder on the field at the moment, Douglas and Cyrus. So a bit fortunate there for Stuart, as Hodge continued to hit his areas and bowl tight. So Stuart going back to a quicker one from Hodge again. Same shot that got Ambrose out a while ago,
yeah,
in the previous over. Stuart looking to lap that one down to a fine leg. Got to. And just saw the end of the 24 overs gone. Score is now
78 for 4.
78 for 4.
Yeah. And Stuart looking very exciting in terms of some of the shots he's played, as he looked to lap this one. Maybe pick it from off some, maybe hit it, went over the keeper head. It's a shot that we have seen now being played in cricket, almost every day.
Yes, Stuart is a 360 player. He loves to hit the ball down the ground, out to cover, mid wicket, and even beyond of him. As Hooper bowled to August, he defended that one to short cover. Hooper into his 9th over, conceded just 29 runs, took 2 wickets thus far.
Yeah, it does look as though Hooper is going to bowl his 10 overs. Played fine. Just gonna run very close to the boundary, cut off just inside the boundary. 2 runs for Reese. He's off the mark. It's 80 for 4. Let's say end of Hooper. 9 overs, 1 being 31 runs, 2 wickets. Hart had 7 overs, 1 for 26. McCoy 5 overs, none for 10. And Ray Jordan had 4 overs and he had 1 for 11. So obviously we'll see people like Jordan coming back. You probably would see McCoy coming back. Hart's probably gonna also bowl out.
No, we have Kevin Stout.
Oh, Stout, yeah,
to
Stout probably
replace
gonna.
Hodge at the moment.
Oh,
Comes into the attack, right?
Stout.
Medium pacer. Still have quite a number of options for the Volcanoes Orange. Still have Cyrus to bowl, the leg spinner,
Yeah.
along with Atanez, bowl a bit of off spin. So Captain Kavem Hodge have a lot of options up his sleeve.
We're probably going to see Cyrus coming from the end after Hooper would probably complete.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Jordan replaces Hooper from that end for at least 2 overs.
The scene Stout in the first inning, just there and there, but didn't do much. But today being a different day, we're probably going to see him do a little bit more. It's 81 for 4. We're in over number 26. He comes around the wicket. This one is played there. Going for a quick single. Throw at the non-strikers and the. But Huggies just haven't made it there as the ball is played to mid-wicket. And they come through for a quick run.
Sort of suicidal run that is. Bar was just flicked to Kavim Hodge, who's at short mid wicket. Had enough time to aim and show, but fortunately for August, he missed the stump. That one struck into the pad and given out. Stewart goes looking to play back to a ball that was a touch full. Swung into the pads by Kevin Stout and given out like before wicket.
It should have been on the front foot.
Yeah, that ball was a bit on the fuller length. It'll be interesting to see still though. Look,
Yes, let's look at see what the replay says.
look to bounce quite a bit to me, but Stewart is a sharp man, so it's really a give and take at the moment. Be very interested to see the replay.
So it's 82 for 5 and Volcano Green continue to fall away. Stewart leg before to bowl him was Stout in his first over. And Stewart going for 8. As we now see Ryan John. Seem to be to be moving back, so we wait and see what is happening. Really dressing room. That's 82 for 5. Feelers just a waiting.
Was quite surprised that Denver was going ahead of
Ryan John.
John.
Yes, so that have been a concern based on what we know here, that Ryan John obviously would be the one that should be coming next. And now the umpire is going to meet a bit. Just seemed to be a bit of an issue of concern. At the moment, the players just in a group. Volcanoes Green 82 for 5. I remind they won the toss and elected a bat. And yes, we seem to be seeing Ryan John. No stride into the middle. It seems as though he's probably rushed. He did have a good knock here in the game yesterday. I think he out at just when Jordan would have picked up those last 3 wickets. He would want to really make his mark today. That's 82 for 5. With most of the batting gone, they probably will be looking to really try to get up to at least 160 and still make a match out of it. But really, there's nothing. There's no devil in the pitch. It's playing good. Just have been some poor shot selection. The captain Ambris, really, it was not a shot that you'd advise. I think Devon Smith got a good one. I think Peace and really got a good one. So Ryan John, right-handed batsman, he's gonna face Stout. He allowed this one to go to outside the off stump, and umpire mark no signal wide. Score goes to 83 for 5. A really bright sunshine. Today really look a beautiful day. Yesterday all day was good. We had the sun coming out, and then we had a little rain. Today certainly is a bright day.
Still some 24 overs to go after the next delivery. Score is 83 for 5. Still a long way to go. Ryan John faces up to Kevin Stout. Ball just side off stump. Kept a bit low. Ryan hung his bat there. He complete the 26th over. Still a long way to go. Agis and John just need to bat and reassess the situation and see how deep they can go into this innings.
Yeah, well, we know the ability of Ryan John in that he's the sort of player that can, turn things around because of the ability to hit the ball, but he still is the kind of player that would dig in a bit. I'll be very interesting to see Agis. As you said, he's exciting player. Played past the slip. He really steered this one nicely past the slip. He's going to pick up 2 runs in the process. Left-hander from St. Lucia. And he's Agis, under 19 development player. Yeah, left-handed batsman. You obviously would have been part of the T10 tournament in St. Vincent.
Yeah, the winning captain, that is.
Are you the winning captain? Way, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Misfield by the mid-on fielder there, and the batsman take the opportunity to pick up one, so that's one more to that's Auguste. He's on 6, 86 for 5. So you were the winning captain. How many games the team you played?
We
Each team. Well, you would have played on to the final, so you
right. So we played 11 games in total.
11 total.
Yeah.
And you lost how many?
Out of the first 5, we lost.
He's hit on the pad as he come forward there.
We lost 3 out of the first 5. We won 1, and 1 was rained out. So the latter part of the tournament, we had to win 2 out of our last 3 games before to qualify for the eliminator, which we did just that and qualified 4th. We went on to win the eliminator against the Darkview Explorers. Then went on to eliminator number 2, which we won against the Botanical Gardens Rangers, and went to play Saltpond Breakers into the finals, which we came up victorious.
Who are some of the players, obviously the overseas players who have played for you?
My team, Last of the Hikers, had Kavim Hodge as our overseas players. Ambrose Saltpond Breakers had Ryan John. The Botanical Garden Rangers, which was captained by Kenneth Demba, had Emmanuel Stewart. The Grenadines Divers, captained by Asif Hooper, had Tyrone Theophile. Darkview Explorers, captained by Lyndon James, had Alec Atanez. And Fort Charlotte Strikers, captained by Gideon Pope, had Roland Cato. So those were the overseas players who took part in the 2nd edition of VPL.
Okay. We were able to pick it up at times, look at it, and I think we heard that Ryan John didn't do too badly at all. This is played down to just past leg slip position, and John pick up 1. He's on to 2. Let's go 88 for 5. And that tournament went on for what, just about 2 weeks?
15 days to be exact, yeah, just over
days.
2 days.
Yeah.
Over 2 weeks, sorry. A stout ball to Agis. Stared out to deep point. A very interested feel to Agis here by Kevin Stout.
Yeah, for John, a long on, deep mid wicket, and a leg gully deep. And now the mid on or mid wicket coming into place.
Basically a leg side feel for John. No sweep on the offside. Runs in and bowl a length ball onto the stump.
Yes, Stout look a lot better today in terms of his good line and leg, just hitting it there, just on an off stump. And John had to really come down on this one. Good link. Again, John had to cop up. Yeah, a better line, a really good length. Yeah, just keeping it really tight. And just at time just looking to angle the ball, just getting the ball to leave the right-handed batsman. He's bowling to one slip, a cover point, a cover mid-off, and a fielder on the third man boundary. He's now bringing in the deep mid wicket and probably going to put him where it's square leg. He look as though he's going just to the left of the umpire. The mid off is he send the mid off right back to long off. Beautiful delivery as he come forward there. And what happened there? This one, he's been hit some way. Maybe it's on the ankle or the knees, but again that's one kept a bit low as it seemed to cut back in. Let's see if we can get a replay of what happened there. The appeal went up, but not out. Yes, cut back in, hit probably high up on the knee, just on the inside of the knee there. So obviously that's painful. That is where it really hurts. Just on the inside of the knee there, but no damage done. John just hop aboard just for a bit.
As we see, Cyrus comes into the attack, looking to bowl his leg spin to Agis.
So Hooper would have bowled his 10 overs, you know, and as was suggested that expecting that Cyrus going to pick it up after Hooper completes. So he would have just bowled his 10 overs. Hooper, 10 overs, 1 made 35 runs, 2 wickets. The right arm leg spin of Daryl Cyrus. This one is swung down to, where is it? Where it gone? Down to mid wicket by Agis. I didn't get hold of it, but looking to someone hit it over a long, wide, long on. Went down to more mid wicket and he picked up a single. The battle with Cyrus and Ryan John, local players. It was in the game yesterday. John was dropped off the bowling of Cyrus, and this one he's hitting this one mid. Let's see where this one goes. Really was looking to hit somewhere over mid wicket, wide mid on. Timing was not there, and he's back and playing it to short extra cover. It's 90 for 5. We are in over number 29. Has been a real struggle for the Volcanoes green.
As that one played out to extra cover, picked up a comfortable single. Score move on to 91.
And for the left-hand Agis, he plays this one down to the backward square and pick up a single. .92 for 5 as Cyrus completes his first over. We have 29 overs bowled, 92 for 5, and really the Volcanoes probably would have been hoping that they really would have been in a better position on a pitch that is playing very well so far.
Goes back to what we were saying from the start of the innings. None of the top 5 batsmen being at the crease after 29 overs, and that speaks volume. The score being 92 for 5.
Good delivery by Stout again, leaving the left-handed batsman, pitching on a good length. Yes, it certainly goes back to the point you were making in that batsman gets starts and not going on. But here we have lost top 5. Nobody really got on, and that seemed to be the problem with most of our team. We look at the West Indies West Indies flag in New Zealand. What has happened is our top players have not been making runs, and that obviously is of major concern. If you're going to do well, the people we picked to bat had to bat. We had to have some form of consistency. But nothing has happened. Again, it gives players an opportunity to work hard, because there seem to be a lot of opportunities. Even the persons we have are not doing well. Then if you come up and you are beginning to do well, then obviously you put yourself in a position to be considered.
Yeah, that's the beauty of playing these practice games. I think everybody have the same opportunity, so anyone can be selected in the end.
But you must be happy the fact that we are able to have this sort of program for Windwards cricket. It gives even the youngsters, the emerging players, the opportunity to come and show up their talent, and give the selectors something more to think about. Even though you would have contracted players, but some young player might come and do so well that then you have to look at him. He have to be considered. So it's a great opportunity, and I think persons just need to begin to look to take these opportunities with both hands.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, especially for the youngsters and players who are not contracted. As we see, Stout runs into John, plays that one to mid on, and scamper through for a single.
It's 94 for 5. Brian John is on 4. Yeah, so far faced 15 deliveries. Auguste on 10 from 18 deliveries. Good tight line being bowled by Stout, and after some 30 overs, Windwards Volcanoes 94 for 5, and really we still have 20 overs to go, so anything can happen in those 20 overs. I certainly want to I really want to thank you, dear John, for the time with me this morning. I think that you certainly kept me company. We were able to basically look at what is happening, the volcano setup, the support staff that you have, and even to look a little bit about what is happening back home in St. Vincent. Certainly assessment of the game and what is happening has been so good, and I do want to thank you for the time that you were with me this morning. If you want to give it just a few more comments as you part, certainly it has been a pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure to be here, and
yeah, I just look forward to hope that we're gonna be seeing, we go hearing much more of you in terms of being a volcano contracted player, and we're really looking forward, even as you're prepare for that Super 50 game, which will be played I think might be sometime in February. So I certainly do want to wish you the best going into that tournament.
thank you, sir.
It's 96 for 5. We're in the 31st over. As Cyrus in his second over, and he's bowling to the left-handed Auguste, who is on 10. He has so far faced 19 deliveries. This one is played down to a backward square, and they're going to amble a single as the fielder coming off the boundary have to come in. So he moves to 11. It's 98 for 5. Ryan John, who is on 7 from 17 deliveries, comes in to strike as welcome my good friend this morning, Kerry Frank.
Hi, good morning to you, Crony, and good morning to all our viewers. Quite tense battle out there between the greens and the orange.
Quite a contrasting day today, being so bright and sunny.
Oh yeah, I think today we have been blessed with wonderful sunshine, and that's one. Shot and wide on the leg side. John looking for the expansive shot, but the delivery beat the.
You know, that's the thing about leg spinners. They're always going to give you some sort of awful delivery,
You know.
a long hop or full toss.
Yeah, but at the same time too, having a leg spinner in the attack, they always add a different dimension to the attack, and sometimes it works the odd loose delivery they would give you, because once they're unsung, it's always a special sight to see a leg spin at the top of the game.
I play down to third man. They're going to pick up 2 runs there. John. That brings up the 100. At the end of the 31st over, it's 101 for 5. John, who is had a good knock yesterday. He was on 9. So far, he have faced some 20 deliveries. But again, this morning, Kerry, the Volcanoes green would have won the toss and really opted to take first strike on a wicket that looked pretty good. The wicket so far has been playing good. As we know, this is a wicket that produces quite a lot of runs. We look back at some of the games that have been played here. We have England, West Indies. We look back at so many games that have been played here. For the regional game, we had 400 runs being scored. So it's generally a good wicket. And I thought that it was probably the right decision, winning the toss this morning, the bat. And again, they have faltered to 101 for 5 is not a sort of score I think they would be pleased with.
Oh no, not at all. I think the conditions are quite good, but at the same time, I think you need to give credit to the bowling of the orange, especially Ray Jordan this morning. He started off quite well, and those early wickets he picked up, especially Devon Smith in the first over, they were really set back from that moment. And the other bowlers, they really bowled a good tight continuing line and length. They didn't give away much, because you would have seen the likes of Jeremiah and Jamal James. They were there for a significant period of time, both batsmen facing 56 deliveries, but Jeremiah getting 25 and James getting 16 really shows an indication of the sort of control that the Volcano orange bowlers had on proceedings earlier on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jeremiah looked good for his 25. I think he was pretty fluent. I played one exceptional cover drive, and I think that really kind of loosened him a bit. Ray Jordan continued to bowl really, really well. He had Devon Smith, with a beauty. I think he really troubled the few deliveries that Devon Smith would have faced. Obviously would have really rushed him a bit, and he had that wicket. And as you said, from the time that the wicket of Devon Smith would have really, really hit that Volcanoes green pretty hard in terms of when he left. But credit to Jordan, as we know, he finished with a hat-trick yesterday. Probably picked up just about 5 or so wickets, and he came back this morning and really looked well, picking up that very important wicket. And since then, there have been a struggle. As I said, Jeremiah would have played pretty fluently, played well. But outside of that, I think the batsmen who found it very difficult to score. Jamal James would have probably get off the mark maybe after pretty close to 10 overs. So it was kind of tough going. And the attempt to leave the crease, and think this is how he got out. Caught on ball to Hodge, but again he was sticking in his crease and not wanted to move out of his crease, and that really summed up his batting.
Oh yes, but at the same time, here is a perfect opportunity for the two batsmen in the middle. Ryan John to get some more runs under his belt. Young Akim Ogis, who would have done very well for St. Lucia and the Windward Islands, at the under 15s and the under 19 levels, and it's really a common thread between a number of those players who are currently on showcase who have represented their islands and the Windwards territory at the age group level and now able to elevate into senior cricket. We have quite a number of players who have gone through that route, and it really shows that the Windwards region is not short of talents, because our players are able to come through and proceed to the next level. But it's now about establishing themselves at this level and hoping to break into the Windwards senior team and even further than that. So we hope that for the sake of the development of these individuals and for the development and success of cricket in the Windwards, that youngsters like Ogis, Atenes, yesterday we would have seen Eugene and the others, they can really put up their hands and show that they belong at this level.
Well, Cyrus, the battle continued with Cyrus and Ryan John. Cyrus in his third over. And John is hitting this one down to long off street. And that goes down to the boundary for 4. Pitch up. And really, John moved into it and really hit it firmly down to long on, which is vacant. Twisting that.
Yeah, you have a fielder in mid on, but he's a bit of sort of wide, expecting Ryan to probably, if he's hitting, hit towards more mid wicket, but with the leg spinner turning the ball away from the right-handed batsman, you would expect mid on to be a bit much more straighter, and because if Ryan would then be playing against the turn, and you would encourage him to play against the turn, so you'd leave sort of mid wicket vacant and hope that he plays against the turn of the delivery.
He picked up 2 more as he steered this one past the slip. Third man having to run back. So John takes his score to 16. It's 109 for 5. And looking a lot more positive than yesterday. I guess he was dropped off the bowling of Cyrus yesterday, so he would want to really put his head down and make sure that Cyrus again does not get his wicket. And this one again, he's hitting straight down to long on for 4. Another powerful shot. Cyrus giving this one some air and just tossing it up a bit, and John taking full advantage and hit it down to long on, which is vacant for 4.
Yeah, as we see now, the captain seems to be making the adjustment to the field. That fielder we are speaking of, who was in short in the mid-on position, is now posted back on the boundary. But the way Ryan would have played the 2 previous shots, I still think he needs to become a bit square, straighter to cut off those deliveries.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. They was basically straight, just from where we sit here, just to the left of the wicket. He's still a bit wide. John moves to 20. And again, he's staying that one down to that between slip and gully, goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, the ball given there by Cyrus, wide of the stump, and he just steered it down to the boundary for another 4.
Oh yes, very successful over there for the Volcanoes Greens. An over in which he picked up 14 runs, 3 boundaries came off it. And I think they would be hoping that they can sort of use that now as a platform and to gain momentum. As we see this one, they pitched up just a bit wide. Ryan John opened the fist a bit and guided it through the vacant third man area. The fielder there that's still on Douglas, he's doing some chase, but his duty is just to pick up the ball as it crosses over the rope. So a very good shot there from Ryan John. A bit of inconsistency there from Cyrus, and he would be hoping to tighten it up next go around.
This is what we know of the leg spinners. If you attack them, you give them very little chance to settle. He have been hit for 3 boundaries in his last over. Cyrus, 3 overs for 24. Stout continues around the wicket to the left-handed Ogis. He's on 12 from 24. Ball into 1 slip, backward point, third man on the boundary. cover on the boundary, cover on the mid-off. 6 fielders on the offside. Short backward square mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side. And stroked beautifully. Lovely shot, and it's going to go close to the boundary. But the fielder coming off the boundary going to pick it up 2 runs. A good confident shot play there by Ogis as he came forward and stroked this one just to the left of the cover fielder.
Yeah, it's quite a nice shot there from Ogis. He didn't look to overhit the ball. He just waited for it to come onto it, and he just opened the field slightly and guided past the fielder there at short extra cover. Very good looking shot there from the youngster.
I've been told by Dejon Maloney that he's really exciting player. This one is hit over
6 runs.
a beautiful shot. It's hit over long on for 6. A great deal of ease as he came forward and lifted it over long on for 6.
Oh, exactly, and I think it really he backed up the point that you were making there, that he's a very attractive player. And as you see that shot, he just took 1 step forward to the medium pace of Kevin Stout, allowed the ball to come onto him. He waited on it and hit it in a nice fluent motion over the fielder there out in mid-on, and 6 runs over the boundary. Not a shot with much power behind it, but I think it was all about timing on that instance. And we see he follows it up with a flick shot, a pickup shot on his legs over the vacant square leg, in the vacant square leg region for more. And Ogis is certainly showing that he's a batsman who has certainly quite a number of class and about him.
Yeah, good shot. This one was saying that he saw him on 2 occasions. Very attractive player and very exciting player. That 6 that he hit was more timing. And the thing is that he said specifically he's one of the players that uses the feet. To hit Stout over long on, he had to use the feet a bit, came forward and clipped him over long on. And this one was pitched up just around his legs, and he went down and hit it over backward square leg down for 4.
Yeah, it's just not, at this stage, he's trying not to get carried away by the situation. He'd have hit a beautiful 6 down the ground. 1 you'd have picked up and deposited over or through square leg. So it's all about containing yourself, batting as you see, face each ball on its merit, and hope to continue. He's looking good at 24 off and 28 deliveries. He's not looking flustered outside there, and I think so far he's in total command. So it's all about using that score now as a platform to push on.
He's cutting well. Just stopped by the backward point, but you can see him there. Look pretty confident on top of that ball and trying to hit it square. That completes another over. It's 129 for 5. We had 34 overs bowl, and the last few overs we had just seen the score just step up a bit. We had 3 boundaries previous overs. Now we had 2 boundaries in this over, 6 and a 4. So that just seemingly relieves the tension a bit, and these 2 players obviously would need to push on if they're going to get a sort of score that really could be competitive. 200, 220 still can reach that score, but it means that this pair will have to go on for some time.
Yeah, and the last 2 overs, the Osiris over went for 14. The over from Stout went from 12. So from the last 2 overs, you're able to pick up 26 runs. And your 26 runs, which really didn't take a lot of risk. It was proper cricket. Couple of powerful shots on the ground by Ryan John. Ogis, a beautiful 6 down the ground. So they'll be looking to continue to play the ball on its merit. They're going to get a bad ball here and there and look to mix it with the 1s and 2s and see if they can build a partnership for their team. So far, 2 of them, they're looking good, both batsmen on 24. And, perfect conditions here at the National Stadium. There's no reason why they shouldn't go on and score much more.
Yeah, one would expect that they should get at least 200. They still have a better part of 94 deliveries ago. And you play sensible cricket from here, it could still push you maybe 200 or just above 200. That is on a normal condition. Now, if Rand gets off, it could be something different.
Yeah, and it's good to see that the two batsmen, they batting within themselves, not looking to get carried away by the situation because 5 wickets down for just about 100 runs. It could have been a different situation, but they are they're looking quite well so far, and we hoping that for those who are viewing, they can have quite a few more overs of these two batsmen sticking it out there and expressing themselves on a good wicket here at the National Stadium.
Well, this pair has now put on 48 runs. Run rate 3.75. So this easily the biggest partnership of the inning.
Yeah, and I think
once more he's down the track and hit that down to long on. But the use of the feet there was very evident as Huggy schemed forward and drive down to long on.
Yeah, and I think for the Volcano Greens over the last 2 days, significant partnerships was something that was few and far between, and here you have a budding partnership, and hoping that it can continue for much longer as we see the end of another Daryl Cyrus over. Good one in returning context of what was delivered the prior over, just 3 runs of the over. As we see the fielders, they head towards the boundary ropes for a much needed refreshment break.
Yeah, 35 overs being bowled. I think they're seemingly bowling a pretty good rate. In terms of the time we started, probably just about 9:15. The rate have been good. Obviously, there are spinners. Hooper would have bowled 10 overs.
Hodge would have bowled 7.
Just to look at the figures here. We had the spinners bowling 17, and then Cyrus with 4 overs, 21, and Stout. So the rate of bowling have been pretty good. At 131 for 5, after 18 overs, they were 42 for 2. So I think they would have moved with the next 17 overs, so quite a better position. Certainly at 131 for 5 with 15 overs to go, I would think, Kerry, that they still we be looking. This pair is important that this pair stick around. We know what Ryan John can do, and today he looked a lot more positive, and we are seeing Ogis for the first time, and I think he's also looking very positive. He's using his feet, and it just seemed to be a good time off the ball.
Oh yes, looking quite very good so far, and his shot stay at the crease so far has been very pleasing on the eyes, and for when you look at the rest of the batsmen to come in this lineup, the Volcanoes Green will be hoping that these two can stay for a long period of time. You have next to come, we have John Eugene
Demba.
Kenneth Demba, and the likes of Larry Edwards, and so this is really where the bulk of the batting should come from in the remaining 15 overs. Still 90 deliveries. It's an opportunity for these guys to stick it out. 90 balls to come. They'll be looking to bat for the bulk of those deliveries, and hoping that they can look to probably post something maybe close to 200, 210, that they can give themselves something to defend later on this afternoon.
Yeah, 200, 220. I think they would feel very, very satisfied with that. Remember that team got only 147 yesterday at 131 for 5 with 15 overs to go, and this pair so far putting on 49. It will be important for this pair to stick around maybe for the next 8 or so overs, and if they do stick around for the next 8 overs, I would believe that they certainly will be very close to 200, and just to give the Volcano Green the sort of score that they would feel comfortable with, a score that they can defend. I must say that they were very happy to bat first this morning after winning the toss. looking at the wicket. I think both teams were very pleased with this wicket. I think they have expressed happiness in terms of how the wicket would have played. Hart did say it was a little spongy at the start of play yesterday, but after it would have settled down. But we know, like, mainly on all of pitches, you probably wouldn't get it to come off as quickly as you expect at the beginning. But having lost early wickets, and I think the wicket of Smith was a big blow. That early wicket that they would have lost, they obviously, that would have really impacted on the team negatively. And nobody really looked, with the exception of Jeremiah, who scored a good 25. Nobody really looked positive and looked assured of himself until John and now Auguste are settled down and are so far put on 49 runs.
Yes, it has been a struggle for the batsmen for the most part, and seems to be getting better for batting. That is why they would want to look to maximize this moment, because we think it's only going to get better as the day progresses, and the Volcanoes Orange, their batsmen seem to be in a good bit of form. Both Milius and Hodge yesterday would have gotten half centuries, so we would expect that they would be looking to continue that rich vein of form they are in. So that is why it's important that these two batsmen remain out there for as long as possible to help push on the score a bit, because the likes, the aggressive nature of Milius, Hodge, K2, Athens, they can make small tasks of a target of about 180 or 190.
Yes, and you are so right about that when you look at the Volcanoes green, and we didn't see so top batters come off, the Smith, probably the Ambrose, maybe the Stewart. Ryan John as all rounder just seemed to be the one that seemed to be doing pretty well. But we look at Volcanoes Orange and you think about Kavim Hodge, you think about Keto. These guys are Athens, Kimani, Milius. You look at the batting of those guys, you would feel that you have to give a sort of score that we're really these guys would have a serious challenge in getting. So they would want to push on from that 131 for 5. This pair, it will be so important that this pair continue to bat on with 15 overs. If they can bat on without further loss for the next 10 overs, they certainly should be in a position where they can push up to not just 200 but more than 200.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the bowling unit, Hodge, these bowlers have never really been put under much pressure for the day, and they have been in control basically from ball one, and the scoring rate really indicates this 3.47 after 35 overs shows that the bowling team is certainly in control of proceeding to the middle.
Hart going to pick it up. He going to take over from Stout. Stout 5 overs, 1 for 21.
It's the 50 partnership, so very good 50 partnership in quick time, just 59 deliveries. So they've been batting good, but they've also been scoring at a very nice clip. As we see another lovely shot from Auguste. Just ease that one to the right of the field line, extra cover, that's still on Douglas. Two more runs to him.
This one is swept down to mid wicket. I need a good positive shot. They stopped just inside the boundary, and that's 2 more. Togis, who's really looking really exciting. Swept this one from somewhere maybe just outside the off stump. Hit it down to that backward square fielder from Just a mid-wicket was able to pick it up, so you got 2 more. Good positive. He moves to 31, and really he stepped up the pace.
Yeah, it's look a bit of this is some thick clouds now. The sun being hidden behind those for a moment. We're hoping that it doesn't really look threatening at the moment. As we see the steady end. Yeah, it looks a bit now as we look at the shot on the screen. It looks a bit free as the umpires they signal to the ground staff to bring on the covers. So I think they are in on the side of caution because especially to get the covers from the right side of the ground where cut into the wind so it might be a bit of a challenge. So I think they're taking the safety route to ask the covers to come on earlier on. But I think the Volcanoes Orange, they would sort of welcome that break at this moment because the Volcanoes Green, they've put together a very good partnership. O'Geese on 31, John on 25. Partnership now stands at 55. They would be looking to, I think they would welcome that break just to go relax a bit, recollect their thoughts, and hope to come back for the final charge after the interruption. So we are going to take a short break as the ground is being covered, and we will be back with you once we have cricket. Shouldn't be too long, but so do enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back with you shortly on air for the resumption of the Volcanoes Intra-Squad matchup between the Volcanoes Greens and the Volcanoes Orange.
The Carib's name is Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs, and today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
Carriacou sloops, I think, is one of the most prettiest sloops that we have around. All right, and especially when you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not the Scottish design. And what really happened is a lot of people, I wouldn't doubt that to say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But for me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. Our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica, you can go to all these different islands. And in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours, you can do things that every single island has. Okay, no other island has this. Carriacou and Petit Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building. So we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here, going to school. I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition of the building of the sloops.
Is a hand-on tradition from grandparents to uncle, father to children. So, and going around them and walking on holidays, yeah.
Well, Windward is where we have is a boat building village in Carriacou. And if this thing had gone from here, everything gone,
What drove us to make this film, for me personally, it's very personal because my grandfather is, and my parents, my mother is from Carriacou, so from Windward. So Jassy Compton that you saw in the film is my great uncle. And that personal level of remembering spending childhoods here in Windward, in Carriacou, was what drove me to find that passion, find that emotion, and bring that through in the film about how important this, not only the boat building is, but how important Carriacou is to me.
It took a really long time. It took 3 years of filming, and during that time we had many setbacks, many challenges, and it's not an easy thing building a vessel, and it's not an easy thing making a film.
Join us next time on Pure Talk.
connects us all. Tourism connects us all.
Hello, this is Malika Maitland. Welcome to Welcome Rock here in Grenada. Thank you for joining in this moment of mindfulness. As you prepare to meditate along with me, get a comfortable seat. If you're laying back, that's fine too, but just make sure that you're intentionally aligning your body, maybe rolling your shoulders, just make sure you feel at ease. And then close your eyes. Allow your eyelids to become heavy. Begin to bring awareness into your body. Start with your feet. Let all of your attention drop down into your feet and your toes. Can you feel your ankles, your lower legs? Bring your awareness to the back of your knees, to your kneecaps. Feel the back of your thighs and the front of your thighs. Feel your pelvis, your hips, your lower abdomen. Bring your awareness to your waist, your core, your solar plexus and middle back. Allow your awareness to float up your body to your upper back and the back of your shoulders. Feel your chest and your collarbones spreading across the top of your chest. Bring your awareness into your arms, the front and back of your elbows, your lower arms, your wrists, palms, fingers, thumb, both thumbs, both sets of hands and both arms. Let your awareness come back up towards your neck, the front and back and the sides of your neck, your throat. As you continue to scan your body, feel your jaw, your tongue, all the tastes and feelings in your mouth. Then notice what you hear, the sounds coming in through your right ear and also through your left ear. Then bring your awareness up to your nose. Feel the air moving in and out of your nose, but also feel or sense any smells around you. Maybe there's something you're wearing on your skin or something in the space that you're in. Then notice your eyes, your eyelids. Notice what you see. Even if your eyes are fully closed, just become aware of the light and shadow playing on your eyelids. Then bring your awareness up to your temples and the back of your head, your forehead, and the crown of your head. And then imagine that you're pouring your awareness, your sense, through your whole body. So from the crown of your head all the way down, can you become aware of your entire body? And then start to notice your breath without changing it, just observing the rise and the fall of your breath in this moment. Notice your inhalations and your exhalations. And also notice those moments of pause between the inhalations and the exhalations. between the exhalations and the inhalations. And in the midst of all of this, you may have been feeling your mind pulling you in one direction or another, and that's natural. As you continue to feel your breath, can you keep bringing your attention back to your breathing? And notice what thoughts might be popping up for you. Like clouds floating through a beautiful blue sky. Observe each thought floating by, not attaching to any single one, noticing that they come and go, but you remain here, breathing, present. Then begin to visualize your inner sanctuary, your inner resource, a place of peace within yourself. This can be a garden, a hilltop, a beach. It can be you visualizing a room in your home where you feel safe and at ease. It could be a time, it can be a place, it can be a feeling. But bring to mind, bring to heart, some place that represents safety and ease. It might be a place like this, Welcome Rock, where you can sit and look at the vastness of the ocean, the hillside, the plants. Wherever you're calling to mind, can you experience it with all five senses? What sounds are there? What smells? What tastes? What do you see in this place that represents your inner sanctuary, that feeling of peace within yourself? Take a few moments to experience this space, experience the ease that comes just by calling this to mind. Stay here for as long as you'd like, enjoying the feeling that you have created, the ease that you have created for yourself in this moment. Thank you so much for joining me here at Welcome Rock in Grenada. Have a beautiful day.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. first boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats in his life story. I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel. That come from Guyana. And the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we've vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
The Carib's name is Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs. And today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
And welcome back here at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. Continuation of coverage here as, of course, the Volcanoes prepare for the upcoming season. And so Volcanoes green 137 for 5 before the break. And we've got some good knocks. Kerry didn't go on. His Jeremiah got 25, 56 balls. Just an hour and 5 minutes. 2 fours and 1 6. And O'Geese, who is looking good at the crease, just at 37 balls for a 31 runs. So all in all, these pair have done a bit of a restoration job for Volcano Green.
Oh yes, it has been a start and stop sort of approach for some of these batsmen. Jeremiah getting a start, he wasn't able to continue, but O'Geese I think would have looked as the most fluent of the batsmen so far. And let's hope that intermission really doesn't hamper his flow, because he has been looking quite good. It's always nice to see those youngsters when they elevate up the charts, that they're able to take with them the talents and the skills that they possess. And O'Geese has looked quite fluent so far, and he has been a joy to behold. Some quite lovely shots. One picked up off Stout. It's quite good so far.
I was looking to sweep that down to backward square, taking it from outside the off stump. Must have been hit in, just outside the off stump. Athens bowling from the southern end. An adjustment to the field. The fine leg has now come to a short third man. So Athens will have to be careful here with that ball maybe sinking down the leg side. He'd want to have an off stump line. Faster one just onto the back foot and cuts the ball down to backward point. But this is in fact a good build-up and preparation for the Volcanoes. I don't think they will have much really to say about their preparations. I think they've been exposed to a bit of cricket. Uses his feet nicely and drives down to the deep extra cover position. Is the batsman just used his feet very well. O'Geese didn't look to hit it too hard and pushed it down, drove it up to the deep extra cover position.
Yes, quite lovely shot there from O'Geese. Someone who he has been really in control of the shot, using his feet. He got to it. He didn't look to hit it too hard, but just guided down there to that beautiful crisp drive to the fielder on the sweeper position. And it's good to see that the youngster has confidence that he wants to advance down the track to the spinners and not just planting himself in the crease.
Yeah, these two have really done a good restorative job for the team. Ryan John, who is the most senior of the two, just goes onto the back foot and they go through for a very quick single. Return to the non-strikers end, at least thought about it. The batsman crossed for 1. So this time of the year, this should be the latter rain period of the year, in the month of December, just the ending of the official rainy season, and the official dry season starts January 1st.
Pat, do you think we really followed that those established cycles of the season, or what we don't know maybe 15-20 years ago, because it seems to be raining when it's supposed to be hot, and when we expect a lot of rain, it's pretty dry. So, is it the effects of climate change?
Yeah, well, there are all sorts of stories and theories as to why things have changed so dramatically. 140 for 5. And yeah, you're right. We've been having quite a lot of rain. November has been filled with rain, so to speak. I think most of the days were wet in November, and November is a characteristic rainy month. July also is a rather rainy month. I think those 2 months in the year tend to produce most rain. So it's gonna be Hodge taking it up from the northern or Dabo end. So far 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. How well has he bowled?
Oh, I think Hodge, he very competitive cricketer. He loves his bowling, and I think he has really been quite good today, just keeping the ball in the line of the stump, just outside the off stump, not really giving the batsman much to go after. And we just see a little sloppy bit of fielding there in terms of Hodge didn't collect the ball cleanly. So an additional run to Ryan John, and I quite like what I see from Hodge. He's always there. He would play in the local competitions for St. Mark's, and he would be at the top of his game, and he wants to compete. So it's really good to see when these professional players, they are always turned on, and quite a good example shown from Hodge.
Yeah, that delivery was just a little outside the off stump, but it was slow and a bit wide, and John had sufficient time to get onto the back foot and cut it down to the deep cover position. So John has gone to 30. Ogisu is in strike now. He's on 32. They both have looked rather well. We've got some overcast conditions. Cloud rather dark and ominous, hanging overhead. And as Kerry just mentioned, it's hard to determine these days when it's going to rain from when it won't rain. By and large, the rainy season was rather humid this year. Down the track, and that beats the keeper and beats the batsman. Let's wait to see what the umpire would signal, whether it cannoned into the pad. It didn't, in fact, a by no signal, but he beat the batsman and also the keeper. Was there a stumping chance? I would think, of course, once it goes for a bye.
Stumping chance missed there. The keeper may have just been a bit got distracted by the batsman dancing down the track a bit and missed the opportunity to complete the stumping.
Yes. Well, no bowler at all would feel very pleased about that. Kareem Hodge might well be saying it should have been 2 for 35. Well, it's 1 for 35, his bowling analysis now. Hodge, who was a good all-rounder, I must say. This one dabbed down to third man and would get another single. Ryan John, the Ambler single, as the over comes to an end. So Hodge has completed his 9th over. It's 145 for 5.
Yes, the partnership between these two guys keep growing. 63 between John and Ogis. We still have another. I make it 12 overs to go. That is 72 deliveries, and a total of 210 to 20 is not out of possibility. But the Volcanoes Green will be depending on these two guys to continue that partnership. They have rescued them team from a position of 82 for 5 now to 145 for 5. So it's very good performance from these two batsmen so far.
Ball turned just behind square on the leg side. They saw the opportunity. It was a good response by Ogis. Saw the opportunity. The ball was going behind John, so it was his call, and they scampered through for the single. Arthur was rather slow through the air. They will in fact get another run going down to third man. Let's see what happens here, what the umpire would signal buys. So it's just been a pretty difficult time for the keeper. Just seem at times to be unsighted by the batsman body. But the really good keepers, they've got to anticipate well. Turned up once more on the onside and gets a comfortable single. So these two are making batting look rather simple, uncomplicated out there. But the back end of the innings is going to be significant. We'll have to wait to see when they're going to really go for a bit of power hitting. I don't think that Ogis is what you would call a power hitter, but John is at the non-striker's end and he could hit the ball. Nice shot. Well, the ball peels off the edge and goes down to backward point. That's not where he intended to hit the ball. He was looking to hit that much straighter, and it took the outer half of the bat and went down to a backward point, and they got 2.
Yeah, I think he was looking to aim over the fielder there at extra cover, because the fielder who is back on offside is more towards a square backward point region, as he seems to be and it seems that we might have another interruption because we see some actions being on the boundary line as it relates to the covers. So we may just have another interruption, but before that, a nice sweep shot there, fetching the ball outside the off stump. And it's good to see the youngster playing those shots past on, because especially the younger generation of cricketers, the sweep shot seems to be something that is dying out from the game.
Yeah, he swept it well. It was not the first time he essayed to do that. This time he swept it nicely down to fine leg and picked up 2.
Yeah.
Uncomplicated batsman he is, just tend to play everything simple, and that's good for the youngster. Down the track again and thought about a single, made a few exploratory steps and was sent back quite sagaciously, too wisely by John. John never seemed as though he wanted to move at all. The over comes to an end. It's 152 for 5.
Yeah, they're going off again. Yeah, it seems now that the umpires, they've called for the covers to come on. It is going to be another interruption, and kind of frustrating day so far. Yesterday we've had some interruptions also, but not at this frequency as we are today. And the 2 batsmen, they're going quite well. Ogis quite positive about his intent in the middle. Ryan John, he's also looking good, 33 or 41. So let us hope that the rain can stay away for a bit, and then that we can have more action shortly as the covers comes on to cover the ground. But I think one of the things that we know about the National Stadium outfield is that once the rain subsides and it disappears, then cricket can resume almost immediately, which is a testament of the excellent drainage that is here at the National Cricket Stadium.
Yeah, well, it's some 11 overs to go. We're looking over the hills, as you may well see in the shot there. That looks rather misty, and the rains are in fact sweeping over the hills, and they do come in that direction. And when you see that area looks rather dark and ominous, then you know it's going to touch down more likely than not at the National Stadium. That hilly area, as you may well see in the picture there. So there is in fact a rain interruption, with a total being 152 for 5, 152 for 5. Ryan John is not out 33. Akeem Ogis is not out 36. The partnership so far is 70. And they must be very pleased at that. The run rate being 3.39. I would think, Kerry, that they would want to bring that up to 4.
Yes, and it's a kind of day where 200, 210 could pose as a challenge in total, because we may have some further interruptions in the afternoon. And again, these youngsters, they're also looking to gain selection on the Windwards team for the CWI 50 over tournament, and there is no better way to put yourself into consideration than making a substantial score, so that the selectors, they would have some tough decisions to make.
Just in case you've just joined us, let's just quickly go through a bit of the scorecard for you. Smith was bowled by Jordan without scoring. Just the 3 balls he faced before he was spectacularly bowled. Jeremiah Leck before to Hooper for 25, batted very well, 56 balls, and now on 5 minutes at the crease, 2 fours, 1 6. James Cotton Bowl Hodge for 16. Ambrose, the captain, was caught Natrum of the bowling of Hooper for 19. He was going very quickly, very rapidly. 20 balls, 26 minutes. It's just a 1-6, but he did in fact walk the ball around the ground. Stewart was Leck before to Stout, beg your pardon, for 8. Ogis is not out on 36 of 47 balls, so he's been scoring rather quickly. And Ryan John is there with him, 33 of 41. Volcano Green, they are 152 for 5, 152 for 5. Just a 1 wicket went to Jordan, 1 to Hodge, 2 to Hooper, in fact, who has been bowled out. 10 overs, 1 maidens, picked up 2 for 35, and Kevin Stout has picked up 1 for 21. A word or two, Kerry, about Hooper's bowling.
Yeah, I think Hooper is one of those bowlers, not really much turn in his bowling, but he looks to bowl wicket to wicket, keep the ball on and about the off stump, and forcing the batsmen to make some tough decisions. And so far, from what we have seen from him in terms of his spells from the 4 matches in this series of matches, he has been quite economical. In one of the matches, he went not for 33. Today, he was around the same sort of economical rate. He picked up 2 wickets today, 2 for 35. So the left armer, orthodox left armer, he has been quite economical, keeping it tight, and he has been rewarded today for some good bowling, tight bowling.
So that's the news here with rain falling. It's not falling torrentially, but falling sufficiently to ask the players to come off. We don't know how long this is going to last for, but I must say that it looks rather dark, rather grim, rather gloomy and glum. And until we be able to bring you more coverage of this match here between the Windwards Volcanoes Green and Windwards Volcanoes Orange, we're going to wait until the weather tells us what will happen. Until then, join us after the interruption.
connects us all.
Tourism connects us all.
My name is Giviat Joseph. Give a little, give a lot, Giviat. I'm an actor from Brooklyn, New York, and this is my story of being quarantined in paradise. So I came to Carriacou expecting a 30-day getaway, but it turned into a 5-month adventure that changed my life and will live with me forever. When I first arrived, I didn't know how to swim, and I was terrified to be alone in the water. I learned to sail and took part in the 50-year tradition of the Carriacou Regatta sailboat race. I even learned how to captain a ship. I'm the captain now. I'm just joking. With my family and friends, we experienced the island in an extraordinary way. I mean, we hiked to the highest points of the island and shared some beautiful memories with friends that have become more like family. It really felt like I was the king of the world. We relaxed and enjoyed day trips to the amazing neighboring islands and took dives in the ridiculously clear waters of Carriacou. I mean, you really got to see it to believe it. I swam amongst some of the most majestic and rarest creatures of the world. When I reflect on my experiences in Carriacou, I'm grateful for the tranquility and connection to nature. It was a perfect space to create, reflect, and grow with a stronger sense of self. Connecting with the locals gave an intimate experience to the culture and life in Carriacou. And I can't lie, I was surprised and a bit amazed to see that there was such a fun nightlife and to meet so many talented artists that are sprinkled all throughout the island. I am forever grateful to Carriacou for this magnificent experience and a chance to share it with the people I love.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tips of your fingers
Ministries of Health and Tourism are continuing to implement the new way of doing business in the tourism industry by introducing the element of monitoring. Training for health wardens started on Friday, 9th October, and their task is to visit tourism stakeholders to ensure that they have implemented and maintain health and safety protocols within their establishments. This monitoring process will begin with the Pure Safe Travel accommodations, which are approved to receive international visitors once those visitors have met the strict requirements for entry to the country. Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, Honorable Dr. Clarice Modest-Kerwin, impressed on the young men and women how crucial their new task is to the economy of the country.
But our priority is just that, keeping Grenada and Grenadians safe. But there's also another priority. People may come to Grenada. We have a responsibility to keep them safe too. We can't say, well, it's only Grenadians we're keeping safe and we don't care about anybody else. Now, in this industry, we are concerned about both. And I'll just tell you why we are concerned about our visitors. First of all, they're human beings and we have a beautiful country that we want to share with others. But also, because a number of Grenadians depend on this industry for their living, for their livelihood, for their bread and butter, anyhow you want to take it. And the numbers I have, it could be more than that, is about 4,000 Grenadians, you know. And when you talk about the 4,000 Grenadians, think about their families. So whether it's a gentleman, whether it's a lady who's employed in the industry, you go into their homes, it might have 4 or 5 other people there dependent on them. But the fishermen, the farmers, what you're doing is saving lives, keeping your country safe, and allowing persons to carry on with the jobs that they used to do before. This is an extremely important job that we're asking you to do.
Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Patricia Ma, spoke of the work that has been done in creating the 6 tourism subsector reopening protocols and checklists.
We need to make sure that all of those tourism stakeholders are following the protocols. Yes? You've got to follow the protocols. Are you adhering to the checklist? Okay? And as you know, it's so important now that we're reopening to visitors and for our local residents as well to keep everybody safe. That's the key. Safe and healthy. That's our #1 priority. So we're going to need your support to go out to visit our partner hotels and cottages and guest houses and villas, yes, and make sure that they are doing what they said they would do. And we're going to have to see how you can do these 2 important jobs, right? One is to check that the protocols are in place, right? And 2, to do it in a friendly manner. Yeah? With your beautiful smiles and your lovely personalities. That is going to be very important for us.
Chairman of the COVID-19 Committee, Dr. Bert Brathwaite, shared important information about the COVID-19 virus and tips on how visitors and citizens can keep themselves safe.
Looking specifically at the front desk, if you saw a lot of people clustering around in front at the front desk, you know that is not right. Another area you look at specifically is the bars. Is the barman allowing a lot of people to congregate around the bar? That should not be the case. In most instances, people are going to be served drinks and they'll be sitting properly spaced spatially. The gyms are areas that where they have to be really very meticulous. It is important that you keep on your mask, that you try to encourage people around to put on the mask because it could be putting you at risk, your family at risk, right? And I have been on that theme from the beginning of the outbreak, and I continue to be on it, pressing people to put on your mask and keep it on. It is so critical. I know it's troubling for many people. It's not the kind of way that we normally live, but this is the new norm which we have to adapt to.
The benefits of coral reefs are well documented, from fisheries production to coastal protection. It has long been known that many countries and populations rely on healthy coral reefs for employment, food, and protection from coastal erosion. It is estimated globally that coral reefs provide a combined income of over $30 billion in goods and services. Not only do they support some of the greatest biodiversity on the planet, but they are invaluable for humankind. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have a wide-ranging natural diversity of coral species, indicating that our reef ecosystems are healthy. Coral reefs, however, can be threatened by climate change, overfishing, poor water quality, and coastal development. Coral reefs need our support and protection, and we have the right healthy conditions to be able to do just that. Through the establishment of marine protected areas, our conservation-minded dive operators, and coral restoration projects, we are active in the protection of our reefs and are here to help. Elkhorn and staghorn corals, named for their uncanny resemblance to the antlers of their namesakes, are two of the acroprid species targeted in the Caribbean for restoration. These critically endangered species historically occupied a large percentage of the Caribbean reef landscape and are now slowly on the recovery. Acropora corals have the potential to grow relatively fast for a hard coral, at tens of centimeters per year, faster than the annual growth rate of many other Caribbean species of hard coral. Elkhorn coral also provides lovely vertical habitat structure for reef creatures under its branching arms, altogether making it an ideal focus species for restoration efforts. Both Grenada and Carriacou have wonderful success stories of newly outplanted elkhorn and staghorn corals from ongoing nursery programs. These additional corals, most recently in Carriacou, are growing into ecologically successful members of the coral reef community and are leading the way for our up-and-coming 2021 outplants. Coral conservation is an ongoing act of love for our reefs in pure Grenada and Carriacou. Learn, explore, be inspired.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences, interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region, and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Rhea Murray.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel. That come from Guyana. And the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras. But the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
The Carib's name is Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs. And today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
Carriacou sloops, I think, is one of the most prettiest sloops that we have around. All right, and especially when they when you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and you know they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not the Scottish design. And you know what really happened is a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that to say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But for me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. You know, our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica, you can go to all these different islands. And in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours, you can do things that every single island has, okay? No other island has this. Carriacou and Petit Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building, so we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here. Going to school, I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition of the building of the sloops.
Is a hand-on tradition from grandparents to uncle, father to children. So, and going around them and walking on holidays, yeah.
But Windwards is where we have is a boat building village in Carriacou. And if this thing had gone from here, everything gone, you know.
what drove us to make this film. For me personally, it's very personal because my grandfather is, and my parents, my mother is from Carriacou, so from Windward. So Jassy Compton that you saw in the film is my great uncle. And that personal level of remembering spending childhoods here in Windward, in Carriacou, was what drove me to find that passion, find that emotion, and bring that through in the film about how important this, not only the boat building is, but how important Carriacou is to me.
It took a really long time. It took 3 years of filming, and during that time we had many setbacks, many challenges, and it's not an easy thing building a vessel, and it's not an easy thing making a film.
Join us next time on Pure Talk.
Hello, this is Malika Maitland. Welcome to Welcome Rock here in Grenada. Thank you for joining in this moment of mindfulness. As you prepare to meditate along with me, get a comfortable seat. If you're laying back, that's fine too, but just make sure that you're intentionally aligning your body, maybe rolling your shoulders, just make sure you feel at ease. And then close your eyes. Allow your eyelids to become heavy. Begin to bring awareness into your body. Start with your feet. Let all of your attention drop down into your feet and your toes. Can you feel your ankles, your lower legs? Bring your awareness to the back of your knees, to your kneecaps. Feel the back of your thighs and the front of your thighs. Feel your pelvis, your hips, your lower abdomen. Bring your awareness to your waist, your core, your solar plexus and middle back. Allow your awareness to float up your body to your upper back and the back of your shoulders. Feel your chest and your collarbones spreading across the top of your chest. Bring your awareness into your arms, the front and back of your elbows, your lower arms, your wrists, palms, fingers, thumb, both thumbs, both sets of hands and both arms. Let your awareness come back up towards your neck, the front and back and the sides of your neck, your throat. As you continue to scan your body, feel your jaw, your tongue, all the tastes and feelings in your mouth. Then notice what you hear, the sounds coming in through your right ear and also through your left ear. Then bring your awareness up to your nose. Feel the air moving in and out of your nose, but also feel or sense any smells around you. Maybe there's something you're wearing on your skin or something in the space that you're in. Then notice your eyes, your eyelids. Notice what you see Even if your eyes are fully closed, just become aware of the light and shadow playing on your eyelids. Then bring your awareness up to your temples and the back of your head, your forehead, and the crown of your head. And then imagine that you're pouring your awareness, your sense, through your whole body. So from the crown of your head all the way down, can you become aware of your entire body? And then start to notice your breath without changing it, just observing the rise and the fall of your breath in this moment. Notice your inhalations and your exhalations. And also notice those moments of pause between the inhalations and the exhalations. Between the exhalations and the inhalations. And in the midst of all of this, you may have been feeling your mind pulling you in one direction or another, and that's natural. As you continue to feel your breath, can you keep bringing your attention back to your breathing? And notice what thoughts might be popping up for you. Like clouds floating through a beautiful blue sky. Observe each thought floating by, not attaching to any single one, noticing that they come and go, but you remain here, breathing, present. Then begin to visualize your inner sanctuary, your inner resource, a place of peace within yourself. This can be a garden, a hilltop, a beach. It can be you visualizing a room in your home where you feel safe and at ease. It could be a time, it can be a place, it can be a feeling. But bring to mind, bring to heart, some place that represents safety and ease. It might be a place like this, Welcome Rock, where you can sit and look at the vastness of the ocean, the hillside, the plants. Wherever you're calling to mind, can you experience it with all five senses? What sounds are there? What smells? What tastes? What do you see in this place that represents your inner sanctuary, that feeling of peace within yourself? Take a few moments to experience this space, experience the ease that comes just by calling this to mind. Stay here for as long as you like, enjoying the feeling that you have created, the ease that you have created for yourself in this moment. Thank you so much for joining me here at Welcome Rock in Grenada. Have a beautiful day.
Tourism connects us all.
Tourism connects us all.
So my name is Giviat Joseph. Give a little, give a lot, Giviat. I'm an actor from Brooklyn, New York, and this is my story of being quarantined in paradise. So I came to Carriacou expecting a 30-day getaway, but it turned into a 5-month adventure that changed my life and will live with me forever. When I first arrived, I didn't know how to swim, and I was terrified to be alone in the water. I learned to sail and took part in the 50-year tradition of the Carriacou Regatta sailboat race. I even learned how to captain a ship. I'm the captain now. I'm just joking. With my family and friends, we experienced the island in an extraordinary way. I mean, we hiked to the highest points of the island and shared some beautiful memories with friends that have become more like family. It really felt like I was the king of the world. We relaxed and enjoyed day trips to the amazing neighboring islands and took dives in the ridiculously clear waters of Carriacou. I mean, you really got to see it to believe it. I swam amongst some of the most majestic and rarest creatures of the world. When I reflect on my experiences in Carriacou, I'm grateful for the tranquility and connection to nature. It was a perfect space to create, reflect, and grow with a stronger sense of self. Connecting with the locals gave an intimate experience to the culture and life in Carriacou. And I can't lie, I was surprised and a bit amazed to see that there was such a fun nightlife and to meet so many talented artists that are sprinkled all throughout the island. I am forever grateful to Carriacou for this magnificent experience and a chance to share it with the people I love.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
Tourism connects us all.
My name is Anthony McClarence, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McClarence. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
The Ministries of Health and Tourism are continuing to implement the new way of doing business in the tourism industry by introducing the element of monitoring. Training for health wardens started on Friday, 9th October, and their task is to visit tourism stakeholders to ensure that they have implemented and maintain health and safety protocols within their establishments. This monitoring process will begin with the Pure Safe Travel accommodations, which are approved to receive international visitors once those visitors have met the strict requirements for entry to the country. Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, Honorable Dr. Clarice Modest-Kerwin, impressed on the young men and women how crucial their new task is to the economy of the country.
But our priority is just that, keeping Grenada and Grenadians safe. But there's also another priority. People may come to Grenada. We have a responsibility to keep them safe too. We can't say, well, it's only Grenadians we're keeping safe and we don't care about anybody else. Now, in this industry, we are concerned about both. And I'll just tell you why we are concerned about our visitors. First of all, they're human beings and we have a beautiful country that we want to share with others. But also, because a number of Grenadians depend on this industry for their living, for their livelihood, for their bread and butter, anyhow you want to take it. And the numbers I have, it could be more than that, is about 4,000 Grenadians, you know. And when you talk about the 4,000 Grenadians, think about their families. So whether it's a gentleman, whether it's a lady who's employed in the industry, you go into their homes, it might have 4 or 5 other people there dependent on them. But the fishermen, the farmers, what you're doing is saving lives, keeping your country safe, and allowing persons to carry on with the jobs that they used to do before. This is an extremely important job that we're asking you to do.
Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Patricia Ma, spoke of the work that has been done in creating the 6 tourism subsector reopening protocols and checklists.
We need to make sure that all of those tourism stakeholders are following the protocols. Yes? You've got to follow the protocols. Are you adhering to the checklist? Okay? And as you know, it's so important now that we're reopening to visitors and for our local residents as well to keep everybody safe. That's the key. Safe and healthy. That's our #1 priority. So we're going to need your support to go out to visit our partner hotels and cottages and guest houses and villas, yes, and make sure that they are doing what they said they would do. And we're going to have to see how you can do these 2 important jobs, right? One is to check that the protocols are in place, right? And 2, to do it in a friendly manner. Yeah? With your beautiful smiles and your lovely personalities. That is going to be very important for us.
Chairman of the COVID-19 Committee, Dr. Bert Brathwaite, shared important information about the COVID-19 virus and tips on how visitors and citizens can keep themselves safe.
Looking specifically at the front desk, if you saw a lot of people clustering around in front at the front desk, you know that is not right. Another area you look at specifically is the bars. Is the barman allowing a lot of people to congregate around the bar? That should not be the case. In most instances, people are going to be served drinks and they'll be sitting properly spaced spatially. Gyms are areas that, where they have to be really very meticulous. It is important that you keep on your mask, that you try to encourage people around to put on the mask because it could be putting you at risk, your family at risk, right? And I have been on that theme from the beginning of the outbreak, and I continue to be on it, pressing people to put on your mask and keep it on. It is so critical. I know it's troubling for many people. It's not the kind of way that we normally live, but this is the new norm which we have to adapt to.
My name is Giviat Joseph. Give a little, give a lot, Giviat. I'm an actor from Brooklyn, New York, and this is my story of being quarantined in paradise. So I came to Carriacou expecting a 30-day getaway, but it turned into a 5-month adventure that changed my life and will live with me forever. When I first arrived, I didn't know how to swim, and I was terrified to be alone in the water. I learned to sail and took part in the 50-year tradition of the Carriacou Regatta sailboat race. I even learned how to captain a ship. I'm the captain now. I'm just joking. With my family and friends, we experienced the island in an extraordinary way. I mean, we hiked to the highest points of the island and shared some beautiful memories with friends that have become more like family. It really felt like I was the king of the world. We relaxed and enjoyed day trips to the amazing neighboring islands and took dives in the ridiculously clear waters of Carriacou. I mean, you really got to see it to believe it. I swam amongst some of the most majestic and rarest creatures of the world. When I reflect on my experiences in Carriacou, I'm grateful for the tranquility and connection to nature. It was a perfect space to create, reflect, and grow with a stronger sense of self. Connecting with the locals gave an intimate experience to the culture and life in Carriacou. And I can't lie, I was surprised and a bit amazed to see that there was such a fun nightlife and to meet so many talented artists that are sprinkled all throughout the island. I am forever grateful to Carriacou for this magnificent experience and a chance to share it with the people I love.
The benefits of coral reefs are well documented, from fisheries production to coastal protection. It has long been known that many countries and populations rely on healthy coral reefs for employment, food, and protection from coastal erosion. It is estimated globally that coral reefs provide a combined income of over $30 billion in goods and services. Not only do they support some of the greatest biodiversity on the planet, but they are invaluable for humankind. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have a wide-ranging natural diversity of coral species, indicating that our reef ecosystems are healthy. Coral reefs, however, can be threatened by climate change, overfishing, poor water quality, and coastal development. Coral reefs need our support and protection, and we have the right healthy conditions to be able to do just that. Through the establishment of marine protected areas, our conservation-minded dive operators, and coral restoration projects, we are active in the protection of our reefs and are here to help. Elkhorn and staghorn corals, named for their uncanny resemblance to the antlers of their namesakes, are two of the acroporid species targeted in the Caribbean for restoration. These critically endangered species historically occupied a large percentage of the Caribbean reef landscape and are now slowly on the recovery. Acropora corals have the potential to grow relatively fast for a hard coral at tens of centimeters per year, faster than the annual growth rate of many other Caribbean species of hard coral. Elkhorn coral also provides lovely vertical habitat structure for reef creatures under its branching arms, altogether making it an ideal focus species for restoration efforts. Both Grenada and Carriacou have wonderful success stories of newly outplanted elkhorn and staghorn corals from ongoing nursery programs. These additional corals, most recently in Carriacou, are growing into ecologically successful members of the coral reef community and are leading the way for our up-and-coming 2021 outplants. Coral conservation is an ongoing act of love for our reefs in pure Grenada and Carriacou. Learn, explore, be inspired.
Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs, and today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
Carriacou sloops, I think, is one of the most prettiest sloops that we have around. All right, and especially when they when you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not the Scottish design. And you know what really happened is a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that to say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But for me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. You know, our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica, you can go to all these different islands. And in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours, you can do things that every single island has. Okay, no other island has this. Carriacou and Petite Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building, so we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And being on loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here, going to school. I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition of the building of the sloops.
Is a hand-on tradition from grandparents to uncle, father to children. So, and going around them and walking on holidays, yeah.
Well, Windwards is where we have is a boat building village in Cargo. And if this thing had gone from here, everything gone, you know.
What drove us to make this film, for me personally, it's very personal because my grandfather is, and my parents, my mother is from Carriacou, so from Windward. So Jassy Compton that you saw in the film is my great uncle. And that personal level of remembering spending childhoods here in Windward and in Carriacou was what drove me to find that passion, find that emotion, and bring that through in the film about how important this, not only the boat building is, but how important Carriacou is to me.
It took a really long time. It took 3 years of filming, and during that time we had many setbacks, many challenges, and it's not an easy thing building a vessel, and it's not an easy thing making a film.
Join us next time on Pure Talk.
Hello, this is Malika Maitland. Welcome to Welcome Rock here in Grenada. Thank you for joining in this moment of mindfulness. As you prepare to meditate along with me, get a comfortable seat. If you're laying back, that's fine too, but just make sure that you're intentionally aligning your body, maybe rolling your shoulders, just make sure you feel at ease. And then close your eyes. Allow your eyelids to become heavy. Begin to bring awareness into your body. Start with your feet. Let all of your attention drop down into your feet and your toes. Can you feel your ankles, your lower legs? Bring your awareness to the back of your knees, to your kneecaps. Feel the back of your thighs and the front of your thighs. Feel your pelvis, your hips, your lower abdomen. Bring your awareness to your waist, your core, your solar plexus and middle back. Allow your awareness to float up your body to your upper back and the back of your shoulders. Feel your chest and your collarbones spreading across the top of your chest. Bring your awareness into your arms, the front and back of your elbows, your lower arms, your wrists, palms, fingers, thumb, both thumbs, both sets of hands and both arms. Let your awareness come back up towards your neck, the front and back and the sides of your neck, your throat. As you continue to scan your body, feel your jaw, your tongue, all the tastes and feelings in your mouth. Then notice what you hear, the sounds coming in through your right ear and also through your left ear. Then bring your awareness up to your nose. Feel the air moving in and out of your nose, but also feel or sense any smells around you. Maybe there's something you're wearing on your skin or something in the space that you're in. Then notice your eyes, your eyelids. Notice what you see. Even if your eyes are fully closed, just become aware of the light and shadow playing on your eyelids. Then bring your awareness up to your temples and the back of your head, your forehead, and the crown of your head. And then imagine that you're pouring your awareness, your sense, through your whole body. So from the crown of your head all the way down, can you become aware of your entire body? And then start to notice your breath without changing it, just observing the rise and the fall of your breath in this moment. Notice your inhalations and your exhalations. And also notice those moments of pause between the inhalations and the exhalations. Between the exhalations and the inhalations. And in the midst of all of this, you may have been feeling your mind pulling you in one direction or another, and that's natural. As you continue to feel your breath, can you keep bringing your attention back to your breathing? And notice what thoughts might be popping up for you. Like clouds floating through a beautiful blue sky. Observe each thought floating by, not attaching to any single one, noticing that they come and go, but you remain here, breathing, present. Then begin to visualize your inner sanctuary, your inner resource, a place of peace within yourself. This can be a garden, a hilltop, a beach. It can be you visualizing a room in your home where you feel safe and at ease. It could be a time, it can be a place, it can be a feeling. But bring to mind, bring to heart, some place that represents safety and ease. It might be a place like this, Welcome Rock, where you can sit and look at the vastness of the ocean, the hillside, the plants. Wherever you're calling to mind, can you experience it with all five senses? What sounds are there? What smells? What tastes? What do you see in this place that represents your inner sanctuary, that feeling of peace within yourself? take a few moments to experience this space, experience the ease that comes just by calling this to mind. Stay here for as long as you'd like, enjoying the feeling that you have created, the ease that you have created for yourself in this moment. Thank you so much for joining me here at Welcome Rock in Grenada. Have a beautiful day.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving, or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we've vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean. And I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
The Ministries of Health and Tourism are continuing to implement the new way of doing business in the tourism industry by introducing the element of monitoring. Training for health wardens started on Friday, 9th October, and their task is to visit tourism stakeholders to ensure that they have implemented and maintain health and safety protocols within their establishments. This monitoring process will begin with the Pure Safe Travel accommodations, which are approved to receive international visitors once those visitors have met the strict requirements for entry to the country. Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, Honorable Dr. Clarice Modest-Kerwin, impressed on the young men and women how crucial the new task is to the economy of the country.
But our priority is just that, keeping Grenada and Grenadians safe. But there's also another priority. People may come to Grenada. We have a responsibility to keep them safe too. We can't say, well, it's only Grenadians we're keeping safe and we don't care about anybody else. Now, in this industry, we are concerned about both. And I'll just tell you why we are concerned about our visitors. First of all, they're human beings and we have a beautiful country that we want to share with others. But also, because a number of Grenadians depend on this industry for their living, for their livelihood, for their bread and butter, anyhow you want to take it. And the numbers I have, it could be more than that, is about 4,000 Grenadians, you know. And when you talk about the 4,000 Grenadians, think about their families. So whether it's a gentleman, whether it's a lady who's employed in the industry, you go into their homes, it might have 4 or 5 other people there dependent on them. But the fishermen, the farmers, what you're doing is saving lives, keeping your country safe, and allowing persons to carry on with the jobs that they used to do before. This is an extremely important job that we're asking you to do.
Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Patricia Ma, spoke of the work that has been done in creating the 6 tourism subsector reopening protocols and checklists.
We need to make sure that all of those tourism stakeholders are following the protocols. Yes? You've got to follow the protocols. Are you adhering to the checklist? Okay? And as you know, it's so important now that we're reopening to visitors and for our local residents as well to keep everybody safe. That's the key. Safe and healthy. That's our #1 priority. So we're going to need your support to go out to visit our partner hotels and cottages and guest houses and villas, yes, and make sure that they are doing what they said they would do. And we're going to have to see how you can do these two important jobs, right? One is to check that the protocols are in place, right? And two, to do it in a friendly manner. Yeah? With your beautiful smiles and your lovely personalities. That is going to be very important for us.
Chairman of the COVID-19 Committee, Dr. Bert Brathwaite, shared important information about the COVID-19 virus and tips on how visitors and citizens can keep themselves safe.
Looking specifically at the front desk, if you saw a lot of people clustering around in front at the front desk, you know that is not right. Another area you look at specifically is the bars. Is the barman allowing a lot of people to congregate around the bar? That should not be the case. In most instances, people are going to be served drinks, and they'll be sitting properly spaced spatially. The gyms are areas that where they have to be really very meticulous. It is important that you keep on your mask, that you try to encourage people around to put on the mask, because it could be putting you at risk, your family at risk, right? And I have been on that theme from the beginning of the outbreak, and I continue to be on it, pressing people to put on your mask and keep it on. It is so critical. I know it's troubling for many people. It's not the kind of way that we normally live, but this is the new norm which we have to adapt to.
My name is Giviat Joseph. Give a little, give a lot, Giviat. I'm an actor from Brooklyn, New York, and this is my story of being quarantined in paradise.
So I came to Carriacou expecting a 30-day getaway, but it turned into a 5-month adventure that changed my life and will live with me forever. When I first arrived, I didn't know how to swim, and I was terrified to be alone in the water. I learned to sail and took part in the 50th year tradition of the Carriacou Regatta sailboat race. I even learned how to captain a ship. I'm the captain now. I'm just joking. With my family and friends, we experienced the island in an extraordinary way. I mean, we hiked to the highest points of the island and shared some beautiful memories with friends that have become more like family. It really felt like I was the king of the world. We relaxed and enjoyed day trips to the amazing neighboring islands and took dives in the ridiculously clear waters of Carriacou. I mean, you really got to see it to believe it. I swam amongst some of the most majestic and rarest creatures of the world. When I reflect on my experiences in Carriacou, I'm grateful for the tranquility and connection to nature. It was a perfect space to create, reflect, and grow with a stronger sense of self. Connecting with the locals gave an intimate experience to the culture and life in Carriacou. And I can't lie, I was surprised and a bit amazed to see that there was such a fun nightlife and to meet so many talented artists that are sprinkled all throughout the island. I am forever grateful to Carriacou for this magnificent experience and a chance to share it with the people I love.
The benefits of coral reefs are well documented, from fisheries production to coastal protection. It has long been known that many countries and populations rely on healthy coral reefs for employment, food, and protection from coastal erosion. It is estimated globally that coral reefs provide a combined income of over $30 billion in goods and services. Not only do they support some of the greatest biodiversity on the planet, but they are invaluable for humankind. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have a wide-ranging natural diversity of coral species, indicating that our reef ecosystems are healthy. Coral reefs, however, can be threatened by climate change, overfishing, poor water quality, and coastal development. Coral reefs need our support and protection, and we have the right healthy conditions to be able to do just that. Through the establishment of marine protected areas, our conservation-minded dive operators, and coral restoration projects, we are active in the protection of our reefs and are here to help. Elkhorn and staghorn corals, named for their uncanny resemblance to the antlers of their namesakes, are two of the acroprid species targeted in the Caribbean for restoration. These critically endangered species historically occupied a large percentage of the Caribbean reef landscape and are now slowly on the recovery. Acropora corals have the potential to grow relatively fast for a hard coral, at tens of centimeters per year, faster than the annual growth rate of many other Caribbean species of hard coral. Elkhorn coral also provides lovely vertical habitat structure for reef creatures under its branching arms, altogether making it an ideal focus species for restoration efforts. Both Grenada and Carriacou have wonderful success stories of newly outplanted elkhorn and staghorn corals from ongoing nursery programs. These additional corals, most recently in Carriacou, are growing into ecologically successful members of the coral reef community and are leading the way for our up-and-coming 2021 outplants. Coral conservation is an ongoing act of love for our reefs in pure Grenada and Carriacou. Learn, explore, be inspired.
And welcome back here at the National Cricket Stadium. Well, play is about to be resumed, and we will give you the details as to the changes, of course, because Volcanoes green, and rain came, aborted their innings, and Volcano orange. Let me let you know. Here's the first ball from Lewis to Milius outside the off stump, left alone as Stewart collects behind the stumps. So the target is now adjusted to 170 in 30 overs. 170 in 30 overs. And they're opening with Kimani Milius and Kaveem Hodge. So here is a good working total, I would think, as Lewis moves in from the far end. That was a good rising delivery, one that seemed to jack back quite some distance after pitching, and the keeper Emmanuel Stott having to collect it almost down the leg side. Good afternoon too.
Yes, Pastor. Well, yes. From some of the earlier matches, Lewis do looking very good rhythm, and he getting quite a bit of movement. He continues to do that today.
Good lift, a good carry as Milius played inside the line. I think this has to be something as a comeback for him.
Yes, indeed.
Justin, because I think the last season or so he didn't have a good last season at all. Now is an opportunity for him to bounce back, and it's really good to see at least there was carry to Emmanuel Stewart. And credit again to the ground staff. They've done well in the last couple of games here. Outside the off stump. Now that was a sort of naughty shot by Milius outside the off stump. That one moved off the deck away from the right-handed batsman. But you could see him going not in the convincing manner. So a good working total of 170. That's the magic total. 30 overs to get there. So in essence, they've got to be scoring at just over 5 runs per over.
Yeah, just under 6.
Oh,
yeah.
I wonder which way you would put it. You know, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Justin, because your math is much better than mine. But if there are statisticians and scorers here would ever suggest that mine is closer to it, just over 5 rather than just under 6. Delivery that is tugged away down to fine leg, just a single. So they're off and going. Ball just about on the rib cage area and just got inside the line and helped it on its way down to fine leg. So off the mark is Milius. He's gone to 1, and after 1 over, Volcanoes orange, they're 1 without loss.
Yes, and 1 without loss. Of course, they can catch up at any time. And a decent over by Lewis. He did get the ball to come in to the batsman, and one it beat Milius, which went away from him. I think it was good bowling, good thinking on his part after having most of the deliveries come back into him.
Yeah, well, we've just confirmed that you were right in 5.666, whatever, 66 infinity.
Just under 5, just under 6.
Under 6, rather than just over 5.
Yes.
Well done, Justin. So it's going to be Ryan John who's sharing the new ball with Lewis, and he's going to be bowling to Hodge. There is, in fact, a third man. Just a 1 slip in, backward point, extra cover, and a mid off the offside field. The onside is a conventional mid on. There is a straightish mid wicket and a fine leg up in the circle. Shot outside the off stump, left alone. He'd get the ball to jack back into the right-handed batsman. It was much too far outside the off stump to induce Milius into a stroke. Just let it go by. Hope that we could see a much wiser innings on the part of Milius. He is very often an aggressive player, likes to get off the bowling. He's a good player, but my only criticism about him is that he needs to be more selective in terms of his shot stroke play. Again, left alone outside the off stump. This one, after touching down, had a slight away movement, so it means that John has the ability to get lateral movement into the batsman and also away. And I always think that those are dangerous bowlers. There's some bowlers that get the ball to jack back into the batsman, but if you can get the ball to move off the seams both ways, then you're much more lethal, much more dangerous than having only one lateral movement. Again, the batsman doesn't have to play, and again there's a bit of movement away from the right-handed batsman. Nice to see, of course, Milius getting his eyes in. That's one of the errors that he's made in the past, wanting to go after the bowling so very early in his innings. Always better to have a sighter. Look and see what the bowler is doing. Get your eyes in, and then after you go to the bowler, go after the bowler. Except you're an extraordinarily gifted player, and even the very gifted players, they tended to try to get their eyes in. John is going to be trying again. Again, it's wayward outside the off stump, and the batsman didn't have to play, but we did in fact lose quite a bit of rain, so we had to have a bit of adjustment in regards to the target, which is now adjusted to 117.30 overs, and we're told by Justin that it's just under 6.
Prefer.
But it is a beautiful afternoon now, though. This time he has to play the 4th delivery of the over. Is that the 4th?
Yeah.
The 5th?
5th, yeah.
Right. And all of them so far, he's let them go by. This one was onto the stumps and pushed it out to a short extra cover.
Yeah, but he's talking about Milius and settling in. I think if there's one weakness or something I've spotted is that he just seemed to get out to deliveries which are pitched up close to the pad, or for well pitched up that he looked to hit in the air, and normally gets into problems in being caught most of the time around the mid-on area.
Yeah, could be playing around it too.
Yeah, John haven't pitched it up to him anyway yet.
Ooh, that was close. Came back, but I guess you have to give him credit. Judged it well. 2 overs gone, and Volcanoes are range 1 without loss.
Yes, one the total was very, very well. It couldn't be much quieter than that for a start. And Milius having a sighter. The conditions remain really great. I mean, the conditions for bowling, the bowling conditions, the bowlers are getting a little bit of assistance one way or the other. And that has been the case throughout the weekend and most of the games that were played previously. So we want to expect a rather keen tussle there for
so it's going to be Lewis again from the far end, and he's going to come in to bowl to Kareem Hodge. Hodge pulls well. That's going to go close to the boundary, down to backward square. They go for a single. There's a fielder, in fact, there. It's a bit obscured because couldn't quite see the fielder there because of the position of our commentary booth.
Look like Bishop.
Is that Bishop?
Yeah.
Short delivery that he got onto the back foot and swiveled and pulled it up to backward square. So Milius looks much more circumspect. I've seen him before bat, and those outside the off stump, he would be cutting at them. Now he is shouldering arms. I think he understands how important it is to get a good score here. You're talking about your career, your selection, all of that is important to you. So this has to be a very important innings for him. Beaten outside the off stump by an absolute beauty. Now he would say that he pulled inside the line. Wish I could see that again on the replay, but It was a very good delivery. I thought that he pushed a little at it, and then maybe at the last moment just pulled inside the line, but there certainly was a little bit of a nibbling. Let's look and see whether he genuinely left it or whether he was beaten. Or he pushed. He did push and then pulled inside the line.
Taking little shape away from the right-hander. And just at a length where he's found himself in no man's land.
We were delivery outside the off stump. Good take there by Stewart. The ball just dropping just about a foot or so in front of him. Thought he guarded well. So it turns out, Justin, to be an absolutely marvellous afternoon. The sun has come out in resplendent glory. Really lovely condition as the sun begins to sink horizonward. But it's going to be quite a task to get 117 30 overs by Volcanoes Orange of the back foot and pushed up to mid-off. Can't score. So they've started rather tightly here. Volcanoes Green. Not that they've been bang on target, because quite a number of deliveries were in fact left alone. But the important thing is that the opening pair hasn't gotten off to a galloping start.
Like they did yesterday, they did get off to a pretty good start yesterday, unlike what we're seeing today.
Driving outside the off stump. So that completes an over. 2 overs gone, and the Volcanoes Orange, they're that's 3 overs gone, isn't it?
Yes, 3 overs
yes,
gone.
And they're 2 without loss.
Yes, another a good over, good probing over by Lewis again, pitching the ball fairly well up to the batsman, especially the last delivery, which was very well pitched, and Milius thought he had a half volley, but the ball again would have just left him off the pitch and passed pretty close to the edge. And at one time, the keeper and the bowler thought that they were in business, but he missed it. But they will have to start probably scoring, because the rate now will begin to mount.
So it'll get to 6 now, won't it?
Yes, yes,
right.
yes.
Well, I always talk about my weakness in math. And it was always a problem subject for me while at school, whether it was primary or secondary school. I was never good at math at all. I remember, in fact, that I had this particular math exam. I was in Form 4 at the time. And when the exam was given and we were all called to turn up our exam sheets, and there was not a single one of the 20 that I was able to do.
There are many people who would express the same sentiment.
Outside the arse, stump cut, bang, down to the sweeper position, would get a comfortable single. That was short enough. And he was able to go on to the back foot as Hodge and slammed it down to the deep cover. Got a single. So Hodges on 2. He's got to 2 now, and Milius is 1. We're in over number 4. Yeah, I didn't do a single math problem in that particular exam, and I ended up with 15%.
Well,
that doesn't sound correct, does it?
One way or the other, you ended up with a mathematical problem.
Again, he's just probing his John outside the off stump, let alone. Yeah, that's a mathematical problem. Having not done a single question and ended up with 15%.
Yes, so.
And that 15% I got, in fact, allowed me to go 2 notches higher. So rather than coming what would have been 9th, I think I came 8th positionally. What a thing. So I know it's curious. Folk are wondering why on earth that I didn't do a single one of those and still turned out with 15%. No, that's a wayward delivery. Won't be surprised if it's called a wide. Yes, confirmed by the umpire now. Really outside the off stump. He sprayed it. And Stewart had to go a long way across to his right, almost to first slip. in front of Devon Smith to collect that, to gather. Total has gone by 1 now to 4 without loss.
You know, some people choose to do the more difficult questions first, while some will just browse through the easy ones and then go back to the difficult ones. And sometimes by the time they run out of time.
What I could tell you is that from question 1 to 20 were difficult for me. Didn't stand a chance with any of them.
Plus started at 21.
Nice drive, just flowing off drive, but there is coverage there for Volcanoes Orange. Man right down on the sweeper position, and that's the 3rd time that he's come into play, cutting off what might have been maybe 2 or possibly 4. It's not one of those positions, Justin, that you saw yesteryear.
No, it's not.
Back in the earlier days, you didn't have anybody down on the boundary there covering. Now it's very much a run-saving position. Good leg delivery, just pushes the batsman onto the back foot. This one is on target. And the ball goes out, bouncing easily and nicely to extra cover.
What Ambrose have certainly done and probably has worked is the fact that they have inside the circle the players are in very, very tight, and they are not allowing easy singles within the 30-yard circle.
And even if they do pierce the 30-yard, then there is the sweep on the boundary.
Yeah, indeed.
Ball pushed out to extra cover, but he really stood there, didn't really push out to the ball. Is Hodge. No footwork at all. The end of the over. And after 4 overs, it's 5 without loss.
Yes, and not a shot in anger yet. We haven't seen from the start of the innings. Hodge and Milius have been prepared to just be very watchful. I guess they would probably be thinking that they can target the other bowlers and make up for it. And this is something in cricket these days which, you know, it doesn't matter the total, you can always make up for it at the tail end or the back end of the innings.
Well, the scoring rate is 1.20 runs per over, and the run rate required now being 6.39. So, yes, one admits that it's rather early in the innings, and it doesn't take too long, really, for that to change around. But after these two would get their sight in, how long they're going to take to really do that, then they will have to accelerate. They've got to do that at some point, but they're a little bit pegged back now. Delivery that is turned nicely down the backward square, gets a comfortable single. But we've not seen any real aggressive intention in the middle by the opening pair. They've not done anything to suggest that they really want to get off the bowling.
Yeah, not to say not a shot in anger have been played so far, which is still strange, very strange. I guess they has this thing well worked out in terms of at what point they will do what.
Nice shot down to backward point, and that did in fact go away. I thought it was a good effort by the fielder down at third man, but just parried it and it went over the boundary line. But good shot there by Hodge. Onto the back foot, it was short, it was rising, got right on top of it and hit it behind square. And it went very quickly down to the boundary for 4. So he has shown aggression. He's now gone on to 6. 10 without loss. They're now changing that offside field. They're pushing the conventional cover down to the sweeper position, and the third man is right back on the boundary, while the captain, Ambrose, is just at a backward point. It's amazing what one shot can do. Hodges driving back to the bowler.
And into the sheen. But it was a good attempt to by Redhead down on the third man boundary. He did get a hand to it, but
he did.
Just didn't do enough to keep it inside. inside. So
yeah, that's one of the things you see. Sometimes players have to really understand some of the dynamics. It's more than just getting there, but how you angle that outstretched hands will determine where the ball can go or will go. Pulled well. Nice shot down to backward square for 4. Lovely shot. Now that was short, and he got inside the line and just whipped it off the hip. And that went very quickly down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more. Hodge has now gone into double figures. In fact, he scored 2 boundaries in this over so far, and it's now the required rate has now gone to 6.20. So it's just see what a couple of boundaries can do, really.
Yeah, it's probably a bit overdone too, because now Bishop is no longer on the boundary. He's inside the circle at backward square, and I think there is need to have only one man outside the circle at the moment.
So it does suggest that it was not good bowling on the part of Lewis at all.
Probably it wasn't.
So the end of the over, and with 3 overs gone, it's now 14 without. Sorry, 6 overs gone, 5 overs gone. I beg your pardon. 14 without loss.
Yeah, well, still scoring under 3. Yes, under 3. Yeah. You've been. You're more comfortable with averages passes, so I guess it's under 3. Yeah.
Yes, I'm afraid to say just over 2.
Just over. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just breaking the shackles there a bit. Yeah. Redhead. Bishop was inside the circle, so therefore bowling short on the body, he was always asking for trouble because you don't have the cover down on the boundary.
Yes, I was talking about Redhead's effort. Yes, he did get across the third man, across to his right, had to cover about 20 yards to his right, got there, but it had to do with the position of his hand. Yeah. Now, if it's angled in a sort of horizontal manner, then if it touches the hand, it can go over the boundary line. But if you angle it and there's a little curve to your arm, tend to keep it in. All of those are little dynamics that you've got to look at.
Yes, and it still comes down to the basic fundamentals about fielding and getting the body behind the ball. Because despite you sliding at the point of you reaching there, the body should be the second line of defense.
Yes. No, that's a wayward delivery down the leg side. You could see that he was striding for extra pace, and he sunk that one down the leg side. The keeper had to go across to his left, way across to his left. Didn't gather cleanly, but nothing untoward happened in the end. But extras have now got to 2. Again, we talk about this lovely sunshine, which is in contrast to what we saw, let's say, about an hour ago when the rains were falling. Now it looks bright and beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful picture, lovely scene. The players must be relishing themselves out there and enjoying every moment of it. Drives well, fine shot. That's gonna go over the boundary line. Yes, it does. 4 runs. That was pitched up right in the slot. Half volley. And he came forward and drove it neatly. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but the timing was exquisite. Milius must have pleased him really well. There's always this pleasing thing when a batsman can get it right in the middle of the bat and race its way to the boundary with minimal effort. That was lovely.
Indeed it was.
Sun gleaming rather on his bat, just shining on his bat as he lifts it in preparation for John. That will be called a wide by the umpire. That was wayward outside the off stump. And let alone, it just doesn't seem to be very comfortable, is John. Just wondering whether the end he's coming from, whether that is a concern. There's some bowlers, of course, who prefer a particular end. We've seen him spraying it outside the off stump and sometimes down the leg side too. So that would be the 3rd wide. Is it the 3rd wide? 2nd wide, is it? Yes. certainly wouldn't be happy about that. No, that was better. Although it could be a little bit closer. But Milius leaving that alone for Stewart to collect behind the stumps. I was saying, Justin, a little earlier on before the break, how important it is for the teams and the Windward players to get as much practice as possible for the upcoming season. And having 4 islands in the sub-region, you'd understand it's difficult to pool all your players, but they've done a good job, the Windward Board, in getting these players together and allowing them to have a couple of practice games.
Indeed.
Wayward delivery again outside the off stump by John. His radar is really bad. It's called a wide again by the umpire.
Yes, and well justified. We'll feel a little bit aggrieved as a result of that, but of course, and the umpires have been very consistent through the tournament, and I think we must commend them. They've done a pretty good job in terms of the decisions that we've seen, and some of which we had the opportunity of seeing on the replays, and we could have always confirmed that yes, it was a good decision by the umpire.
John would have to go all the way back. None for 10 of 2.3. His figures so far. Well bowled. Well bowled. Kept a little bit low too. I think Milius might have been looking for that ball to bounce a little more than it did. Kept relatively low on its way to Stewart behind the stumps.
There's a heavy roll on the pitch at the change of the innings, so it probably would have just settled the wicket down a bit, and as a result you're not seeing excess. We've seen some movement, but generally it has been pretty good.
Interesting field. There isn't any slip in. No, just a one slip in. Devon Smith, beg your pardon. Ball driven up, driven, fine shot again by Milius. This is going to go into the boundary, 4 runs. Pitched up, over pitch, very similar to the one that was hit before earlier in the over, and went basically in the same direction. Beautiful shot. Didn't look to hit it too hard, hit it right under half volley, and drove it with great timing, precision, lovely execution down to the boundary for 4.
Well, no real danger in that shot. The fielder is inside the circle at mid-off, and it hasn't been no real difficulty in clearing him. As I said, there are 2 players outside the circle, and they're at deep extra and third man.
A little bit of in-swing there. Sure you noticed that, Justin?
Listen, I think if Milius has a little problem is that delivery around that line.
Yes.
Around the leg stump, that he just tends to hit upishly on the onside. At the end of 6.
25 without loss.
Yes. Say cricket nowadays, it's a game of what, centimeters? Yeah.
Yes, that the Windward Islands, of course, as we all know, started in the earlier days of cricket in the region as the Windwards and Leewards, and the Windward Islands played against the Leeward Islands in years gone by, and then there was the combined islands where both Windwards and Leewards combined their efforts and played as a team. Now they're back to playing as separate entities, Windwards and Leewards. There've always been these fierce battles between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands over the years, and we're going to continue to see that in regional cricket. So there is a change of bowling from the far end. Edwards, that's Larry Edward has been brought into the attack. So we're seeing spin from the far end. Let's see what field they've got for him. Just a one slip in, backward point. Extra cover. There's a sweeper. A long off, long on, mid wicket. So here he is, left arm round the wicket, turned just to the left of the square leg umpire, and a single.
Larry, one of the harder workers in terms of his outputting and on the training ground. Very, very hard worker.
Driven up to up to mid wicket, and they will in fact get the single. So at this point, I don't think that the batsmen have to do anything foolish. The field is rather spread, so they can think about getting singles and couples. No need for any big wallop. Turned behind square onto the leg side and can't score. So Lewis brought out of the attack. 3 overs, no maiden, none for 11. I don't think he'd be very happy with his bowling stint. Neither would John be happy. So let's see what would happen with this delivery. Just 2 runs coming off the over so far. End of the first over by Larry Edward, and at the end of it, it's 27 without loss.
So much like the mode of operation so far, rather quiet over by Larry Edward again, but he used bowl pretty smartly in this over, not really allowing the batsman to anything short or anything to free the arms around the off stump. Most of the deliveries was spreading towards middle and leg stump, and Hodge was, for the most part, just being able to push it up into the offside. So Redhead will take it up now from the north.
Yeah, so there is a change of bowling from both ends.
Yeah.
And they would have to keep it tight, because I think at this point the batsmen would be thinking about playing positive. The eyes are in now. So Redhead and Edward, they will be advised to be as tight as possible. This is a very important period. They got off to a very slow start, and we've had a few boundaries over the last 2 overs. Turn nicely down to fine leg. This might go all the way to the boundary, would it? No, stop just inside. They will come back for the second run. Just got inside the line. That was sinking down the leg side.
Yeah, too straight.
Yes, and he turned it nicely down to fine leg. The fine leg, of course, in the circle to his right. So between the keeper and fine leg, and they got 2.
Maybe the outfield probably maybe just a little damp in this area, but normally that probably will run quickly away.
Yes. Don't forget we've been having quite a bit of rain over the last few weeks. Good delivery. Not quite the half volley. You could see that he had to come forward and try to hit it slightly on the up. Wasn't quite there to be deemed a half volley. The ball taking the outer portion of the bat and going square of the wicket on the offside, or just behind square rather.
More or less what Reddit probably was trying to do with the previous delivery. Probably just drifted a bit into the pad.
Wayward delivery outside the off stump. The umpire had a little peek at it and thought that it's not wide enough. But Milius really went after it. Well, he's played rather sensibly so far, and he really won't want to throw away the good foundation that he has built. Foundation of 14 runs.
This shot was a little bit rash. It was probably, I thought, maybe a bit closer than he thought, and maybe a little bit of bounce also.
4 runs. Fine shot outside the off stump, and he hit that hard. Square of the wicket on the offside, and that went very quickly down to the backward point area for 4.
That will please your eyes, Pastor. And it will please a lot. I mean, it's a shot that seemed to have gone out of the game. This quick cut. Wales quick cut. It was played excellently. Almost like Gordon Greenidge, like clearing the front foot and hitting it hard behind point.
But I don't think that Edward would be very happy with that. I think the way that he looked at the ball going to the boundary as if to say, I really should have cut that off. But it was hit hard, to be fair to the batsman. Hit very hard. But it's one of those positions, really, where you've got to be very quick. You've got to be very specialized in that area. Maybe like a Jonty Rhodes, who was very quick off the turf, and Paul Collingwood again. Those were specialists in those areas. Very fast on the feet and great eyes and good pair of hands too. Ooh. Outside the off stump, and that bounce had a bit of carry on to it. Not a good shot there by Milius. So the over comes to an end, and one spanking shot square of the wicket on the offside. So Redhead, just the 6 runs coming off the first over, and at the end of it, 33 without loss. It's a good start here by Volcanoes Orange.
Yes, they're just managing to up the ante a bit. 8 overs, 33 runs, still probably way behind where they should be at this point. But I think they're in control. They haven't lost a wicket, and that's the important thing. With wickets in hand, you can always capitalize later.
Yeah, you're sure right. Rather than having to be so precautious when you've lost quite a bit of wickets, even if you don't have many runs to go after. Edwards not comfortable with his run-up and would go all the way back. So he's into his second over. Edwards, his first one, just 2 extracted from it. Driving out to the deep extra cover is Hodge. Gets an easy single. They amble for it.
Once again, smart, intelligent bowling by Edward. Not again, almost bowling the ball pretty close to the toes of the batsmen, so not allowing them to free the arm. Hodge looking to make some room to hit it through the offside. A good bit of fielding by the fielder behind point there.
Is that O'Gee's?
Yeah, that's O'Gee's.
Yeah, that's O'Gee's. Yeah. Slender figure.
Yeah.
But Edward is in fact doing a pretty good job here so far. Driven up to long off, and will get a comfortable single. I'd always like to see Justin, the batsman, taking that first run very quickly.
Yeah.
In case the fielder takes his eyes off the ball. Now that's very important. You run the first run quickly. Put pressure on the fielder. Let him believe that you have intention to come back for the second run.
And that's when you see these little fumbles, because the fieldsmen are keeping their eye on the batsman to see what they're doing, and take the eye off the ball because they're fearing that they may be coming back for a second. And that's when I see these little fumbles.
Faster delivery, turned down just behind square on the leg side. Redhead is there, so they can't score. I like what I see here with Larry Edward, though. He is not putting much pace on the ball. He is giving it a bit of flight. Some of them lower trajectory. But he's allowing the batsman to come forward. This time they've gone for one. They will come back for the second. The return comes into the keepers, and it's a good one. But they get 2.
So fairly decent over again by Edward. Over number 9 gone. And very soon I think they will have to get a move on.
Yeah, after 9:38 without loss.
Yeah. Yes.
So we thought that the run rate would get under the 6 mark. It hasn't gone under 6 in the innings so far. It's now 6.29.
I think if it's 6.29, still very manageable.
Yes, it's still early days. Don't forget the magic total is 170. Outside the arse, cuts well. Down to the backward point area, that 4 runs.
No, that's great cut.
Oh, that was lovely. I love the way he hit that one, even more preferable than the first one. This one was short and it was rising. And you could see that he got up on the toes, really. Let's look at this again. We've got the benefit of the replay. There it is, short, up on the toes. In fact, when he hit it, he might well have been airborne. Beautiful shot. Good old-fashioned cut shot.
Really climbed into it.
Yes. Gordon Greenwich would have been pleased to see that. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Lovely. Really lovely. A shot that not too many West Indians play these days. Yes, there so many deliveries we see these days with batsmen stylistically leaving them outside the off stump. Deliveries, in my humble opinion, which can yield so many runs. I don't know why they think that the cut shot is no longer valid.
Yes.
West Indians don't cut the ball as the former players did. Edwards is at backward point. This one was cut not as hard and powerful because it was much closer to his body this time. Hodge.
You were talking off air earlier, Pastor, about the fact that even our West Indian batsmen in New Zealand, they weren't adept at putting away deliveries, which was fairly wide, sometimes short outside the off stump.
It was horrendous. Yes. Dismal. Well, what I saw over the 3 or so days of test match cricket, there was very little praiseworthy of the West Indies performance. Blackwood, he was a shining jewel really in the otherwise very dismal performance by the West Indies, and of course Alzari Joseph really batted more than stoutly. Got a good score of 80 odd. This is going to go very close to the boundary. Would it go over the boundary line? I think it did. We'll have to see whether the players suggested that it went there. Yes, just confirmed. So 4 runs, ball outside the leg stump and hit through mid-wicket and yielded 4. Good shot by Hodge.
It's proven a little bit expensive, Redhead, and comparatively speaking with the other bowlers. His economical rate is just about 7.5, which is quite high compared with the others who have gone. So just leaking a few runs, probably more than his captain would want.
Yeah, very often, and that completes the over. And after 10 overs, the Volcanoes Orange, they're now pushed on to 46 without loss.
So 46 without loss, just over 4 runs and over, being scored by the Volcano Orange. But I still believe that he has the game in control. The fact that they haven't lost a wicket, it's always a good thing when you're chasing a total, especially a total that is not, I mean, in modern terms, a difficult one.
So here once was Edwards. Ball turned up to mid-wicket. And the captain, Ambrice, moves across to his right. So Justin Head gives way to Raphael Crony. Raphael, good afternoon. Nice to see the sun coming out.
Certainly, it really has transformed the playing facility. Sun is really shining brightly after we had such a long period of stoppage.
Delivery given generous flight, and the batsman comes forward in Melius and pushes the ball down to wideish long off. I like what I see with Larry Edwards, the fact that he is putting variation. He's tossing the ball up, a couple of them a little faster, a little wider. So it's good variation. Just have the batsman guessing. And into his third, none for 8 so far.
Well, interestingly, it's an area that we have always spoken about in terms of even this morning session. I had Dejon here, Maloney, and the discussion came up in terms of the slow bowlers, in terms of the pace that they bowl. I had a discussion with Edwards yesterday after the game, and we did discuss that whole issue, and he is also of the view that he was trying to bowl much slower, give the ball more air. Some of the players wasn't so happy about it, but I think he has understood the fact that you don't need to be pushing the ball through at all occasions. And based on the wicket you are playing on, certainly you want to make adjustment. And the whole question of variation came up. I'm happy to see that we are seeing him do it this afternoon.
Yes, so 11 overs gone. It's 48 without loss. Both batsmen are on 22. So this is a good start. Very good start here by Volcanoes Orange.
But this is the sort of start I think they would have hoped for. 117-30. Important that you have a good solid start, and then you can develop from there.
Here's ready to Hodge. Turned behind square on the leg side, made a few exploratory steps. And Melius did the right thing because it's his call. Very quickly shouted no, because there is in fact that fielder just inside the circle. Yeah, when you get off to a good start like this, 48 without loss, all your wickets intact, you've set a good platform for the batters to follow, or for the pair themselves to really push on, accelerate outside the off stump, slap down to cover, deep cover rather, sweeping out of the boundary. The return comes in, just a couple of bounces before it gets to Stewart. So landmark coming up. It's now 49 without loss. Redhead a little expensive though. Into his third, 15 off his bowling so far.
And Hodge would have continued from where he left off yesterday's game. He got 83 and batted brilliantly, really maturing in. And
that would be called a wide. That was much too far outside the off stump and kept going after it pitched outside the white line guidance and just kept going further away. And if there were a first slip, it would have gone right down his lap.
Yeah,
so 50 posted?
Yeah, 50 without loss in the 12th over. A pretty good start, even though they would have started off very slowly. 4 overs, I think the score was just at 5, but they are beginning to progress.
Another wide signal by the umpire. That one was not as wide as the previous one, but wide enough for the umpire to confirm an extra. No, he won't be happy with this at all.
Yeah, I think he's trying to bowl a bit too fast. At this stage, you need to bowl more length and line. But I think he's trying to look for extra pace. And as such, he's throwing it outside the off stump.
Well, he's got to be careful not to undo what the other bowlers did. Well bowled this time. The ball is going to go down to the third man area, 4 runs. I thought the fielder at the third man, however, Rayfeld, didn't get off the mark as quickly as possible. Yes, I know he was on the wide side, but just thought that a greater effort could have been made. The anticipation could have been much more acute.
Yes, I agree with you that he was actually just standing still, and I think he also is a bit wide. The fact that you haven't got a slip, you probably want the third man to be a little finer. He was pretty wide and he moved late, and certainly he didn't have much of a chance to stop that ball that came off. Was actually steered down to that position.
Shy to the non-strikers then, thought about the single and Hodge had to go back home. I just wondered why there is the fielder down at long on, for example. He's not been really pitching the ball up redhead. I just think that they're one fielder wasted. Now, why the long on, I'm not sure. He is pitching the ball outside the off stump, so you want to give him coverage and not bringing it up. So that fielder at long on maybe doesn't really come into play. Well, he does come into play because a single goes to him.
Yeah, really a good start. They are really beginning to push on. Still have the better part of maybe 18 overs to go, and probably just about 114 runs. So, quite a bit of overs, and this start is really setting the foundation for what we expect to be a keen match.
So 12 overs gone, 56 without loss.
Yeah, 56 without loss after 12 overs. Again, it is sort of start that the Volcano Orange would have been looking for. But I was just making a point about the batting of Kavim Hodge. I think as he has really stood out. Yesterday he got 83. Played really a good match inning. And just unfortunate hitting a ball down to backward square, and he went for 83. But he has batted well. Alton has to come. He also is a stroke maker, one that uses his feet very well. So there is some batting to come at 56. We expect that there going to be more aggression as the inning goes on. We know Milius is the sort of player that is attacking. So 170 is not out of the reach, but this player will have to keep going for a bit still.
Yeah, it'd be nice though to see the run rate to go under that 6 runs per over mark that it has been. It has been over 6 since the commencement of the innings, really. Early in the innings. Never dropped under that 5 runs per over. Or under 6 rather. Nice flight to delivery there by Edward. Just brought the batsman forward, used his feet and pushed it down to the sweeper position. But Edward's been bowling really, really well. Love the variety. He's flighted, he's pulled back the length, pushed it a little away, inviting the batsman to bowl him, hasn't it? Yes, bowl him. Oh, really? That was there goes the dance, really. It was a ball that was probably directly on the stumps, and he was pulling away, making room outside the leg stump. And look at the cart it through the offside. We're going to see the replay now. Let's see what he did wrong. Well bowled, Larry Edward. Nicely flighted, pulling outside the off stump, looking to cut it off the stumps. Missed everything and completely bowled neck and crop. And he will not be necessarily happy with that.
Yeah, big wicket being taken there. Kavim Hodge, who really has been a mainstay for the Volcano Green and Volcano Orange. Certainly, we were just speaking about the bowling of Edwards, and he's a young man that's seemingly always willing to learn. And we, right on the pitch, we were really discussing yesterday afternoon the whole aspect of the spinners in terms of the pace, and distinctly, he was of the view that they were bowling too fast. And when he came back in his second spell, and he began to slow it up and give it some air, there was even some of the players on the field felt that he was actually giving our runs and not bowling well. Today we have seen him come and has really bowled well. The variation that we speak about is clearly seen. He's coming to the quicker one, but this delivery I thought it really was too close to Hodge for that cut shot. It was a quicker delivery, so yes, he was beaten by pace as he was looking to make room to hit it down to backward point, and that went into his middle and leg stump. But certainly credit to the young man. He has bowled well.
And in fact, it just shows you the importance of accuracy. And when you can't get a bowler away, sometimes you tend to improvise, much to your demise. Roland Cato is the new batsman. outside the off stump. There's an appeal for cut behind. Or maybe for a stumping rather, or both. The bail, one of the bails, plucked off by Stewart. No harm done.
Yeah, almost similar delivery, and he was looking to play that cut shot again. Staying down a bit as it was a quicker delivery.
Well bowled, Larry Edward. Push back along the track, but he's on certainly on a good groove here. Good line and length, control admirable. The skipper comes from mid wicket and goes to a straight short extra cover. Driving down to the sweeper position. So Cato gets off the mark. That one pitched up and he just came forward and drove it. Just got it on the half volley out to the sweeper position. So he's won. Total has gone on to 58 without loss.
Certainly the fall of this wicket going to probably just slow things down a bit. It will be interesting to see the approach of Milius,
who is driving up to long off and gets a comfortable single. They practically walk the single, so the over comes to an end, and 13 overs gone, 59 for 1.
Yeah, successful over by Edwards. That is 4th over, and he has so far picked up 1 for 12. But certainly his bowling has been very encouraging. Just causing the batsman to think a bit, and this is what you want as a spinner, particularly when you're playing on a pitch that is playing so well. So he has picked up that very important wicket of Hodge, and obviously I think that would really kind of stem things a bit, picking up that important wicket. So it's left to Roland Keto, who is one of the players that got a century in one of the games. I think that game was played on Thursday. So he's in some form, and he's expected to really be able to settle down and just try to bring Volcano Orange closer to that score, which is required of 170.
So they need 110 of 17. That's the equation we have as Demba. Kenneth Demba brought into the attack. Milius has looked rather well for his 29. He's batted with much greater wisdom than he's done in our 4 time. Ball driven through the cover area. That's going to go for 4. Brilliant shot. Dissected the 2 fielders. One behind square on the offside and the other one in front of square. And it was hit with surgical precision and went down to the backward point boundary for 4. Lovely.
Yeah, good shot. Although went in there, but I think he picked the gap very well and timed it well, and it went between that cover, square cover and cover, and it went down to that backward point boundary for 4.
He had to reach for it a bit. Wasn't quite an half volley. Demba, a little skip and a hop. That's going to go down to the fine leg area. It might go all the way. There's a chase for it. It's going to be pulled back just inside. It will come back for the second. Let's see what the umpire would signal. Leg by.
Yeah, and a bit of bad running there. One thought they should have really attempted to get 3 runs. Again, you're looking to get close to that 170. You want to take every opportunity that you have. But I actually jogged the first run and just settled very early to go back for 2. But really should have looked to get 3 runs there.
Look at Demba. Will take this beautiful delivery. Did he get an inside edge to that one? But it was an absolute beautiful delivery. He was looking to drive Milius, and whether he got an inside edge, the keeper didn't hold on to it. Let's see what this replay says. Must be very interesting indeed. And he
actually dropped.
Yeah, got an inside edge. That's what it looked. Very difficult for any keeper though. Well bowled Demba. Pushed out on the offside. Again, very difficult.
Again, playing for the turn and looking to probably hit it somewhere down to mid on. And that one just seemed to hold its own, took the edge. And was a difficult one because they actually stayed down a bit, and keeper was not able to hold it.
Pushed up to long on, gets an easy single as Ryan John comes off the boundary. So a chance goes there.
A difficult one. I think this is the sort of shot you're looking to push down, actually playing for the turn.
So Kato comes into strike, will be facing up to Demba for the first time. Dribbling up to mid-wicket. That completes his first over. I would say slightly eventful 1-2. And 5 runs coming off that over. 14 gone. 66 for 1. Just looking at the approach of Demba, it's not too many of off spinners that have those little hop and jump before he delivers. There's one player that comes to my mind who had a similar approach to the wicket, was Nima Perry. Jamaican spinner, also played for the West Indies. Had this characteristic way that he sort of hopped and jumped into his bowling attack. So that's the player that I think comes to mind in terms of his approach to the wicket and delivery, actually.
Yeah, Denver doesn't have the sort of fluent approach that you will expect from the off spinner, but I think the good thing about it is that he reaches the crease really in a comfortable position. So he has been able to give the ball quite a bit of air, and as was seen in that first over, even though driven through the covers for 4, as you rightly stated, Milius had to reach for the delivery, and I think you should feel good about it when the players have to reach and really not in the best position to play the deliveries.
Yeah, not all the players have been playing Larry Edwards very well. He's on a lovely groove here. He's really bowling this ball very well. Left arm orthodox, doing a good job. Outside the off-stump shot, cutting just down to backward point. Tumbling save there by Ogis just to his right. Milius is just reaching forward and pushes it out to short extra cover. The game is in a very interesting position. Rafael 66 for 1.
Yeah, there are 2 batsmen in the middle there that really has the ability to put back the ball. Keto is one that really hits the ball very well, and if he get off, things could change in quick time. And Milius, as we know, is a striker of the ball, able to get off. Again, even though we're in the 15th over, just about halfway, but still, you can go any way if in case one of these 2 batsmen can really get off.
Here's Edward again. Driven out to extra cover. The captain has made that position his own. Just leaning across to his right. Covered to his left, beg your pardon. Just covered about 10 yards to his left. And nonchalantly fielded the ball. Good bowling here by Edwards. 15 gone. 66 for 1. As Rafael Crony and Kerry will in fact bring you through for this period of play.
Volcano Green is beginning to just keep things tight, beginning to peg back a bit after the loss of the important wicket of Kavem Hodge, who have really been doing well, who have really been the backbone of the batting of the Volcano Orange, and losing that wicket certainly Kerry would really stall them a bit, but there is hope with Roland Keto and Milius, who has opened the batting, as is still there.
Yes, it's certainly down to these 2 batsmen to see if they can build a partnership that would get them closer to that target of 170. I think it's nicely poised at the moment. 2 bowlers who seem to be in good groove against 2 batsmen. Milius he's batting within himself today, looking to play that long innings, following up yesterday's 66. With hopefully another score of 50 plus, and it's quite interesting battle.
We haven't seen any notable movement in terms of aggression towards the targets. That I guess Keto, who had just went in, will just try to feel things out and see what is happening. He's actually out leg before. Leg before, they're looking to turn a ball, and I've been a casual approach there. It's really casual, shortish delivery, and he basically was just looking to turn it around. And again, the lack of that positiveness, and he just actually missed and was hit on the pad and was given a leg before.
Yeah, I think that one looks quite might have just been continuing on the leg side, hit probably on the leg stump, and it in my opinion, may would have just been carry on down the leg side. So it's a disappointing end for the inning there for Keto. He's looking to drag himself off the park, and breakthrough for Demba and the Volcano Green. 2 wickets down, another important breakthrough.
Yes, probably a little disappointed, but you see, I think it goes down to the way that he played, because there was nothing positive about it. There was just kind of casual approach, just looking to play across the ball, whether or not he would have hit the stumps or not, but just the way he played. Certainly, that that lack of maybe passion in terms of how he played. And I was just going to comment in terms of the strategy that have been used, because none of the batsmen look in it as though they are prepared in any positive way to score runs. Milius, as we know, is actually playing out of context. Know him to be a stroke player, and he has been very defensive. So again, maybe is what sort of instruction the players are given, but one would have thought that they really would have looked a bit more aggressive in terms of the play.
Yeah, well, we know Milius is one of those players. He can up the ante, and I think he's just looking to lay the foundation. There's still a lot of cricket to come. 14 and a half overs. They require another 104 runs, so that is 87 balls, 104 runs. Clip over 7 runs and over. So it's important that he now pick the ones and the twos and look to put out with the bad balls, because with the balls overs declining, the pressure isn't even going to become even greater. And we see a beautiful one there from the off spinner Demba. He drew Atines forward, beat the outside edge, and certainly Demba looks like he's on the top of his game this afternoon.
Yes, certainly has been a good spell. He's in his second over.
And I think one of the things that we must notice the pace at which these two spinners are currently operating. Normally you'll see the spinners, they tend to push it through faster and flatter, but they're giving the ball a great deal of flight, inviting the batsman to come forward, and it's quite good stuff to see the two left-arm spinner and the off-spinner using flight and guile to get the batsman down at them.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think it's something they have been clamoring for, and we are seeing it played this afternoon, and certainly it makes it a bit more difficult for the batsman, in that they cannot hit through the line that they will normally do with the ball coming on. But it obviously would cause them to think, and even some of the driving not to the pitch, and you have to check your shot and so forth. So it's an encouraging sign to see the slow bowlers, giving the sort of air that they need to be given the deliveries.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Larry Edward. He's going to continue. He is into his 6th over. Due to the reduced nature of the match, bowlers would be can bowl a maximum of 6 overs, so he will finish his spell. He's been quite good today, 1 for 12 of 5 overs, and looking to finish his spell in a strong manner.
Yeah, he has been very tidy. 67 for 2, and really they have kept the pressure on.
Yeah, I think today you have to give the Greens a bit of credit. I think they have put in a better all-round bowling performance today. Even the openers, though Ryan John may would have sprayed a few deliveries for a couple of wides, but I think overall their bowling today has been much better as a unit as compared to yesterday. As you see, Atenes there using his feet a bit to Edward. Can beat the captain Ambrose in mid wicket. Quite fortunate though for Edward, because Ambrose is the only fielder inside the circle on the leg side, and he consecutive deliveries now he has been able to deny the Atenes any run. So very good feeling there from the captain Ambrose.
It just seems as though Kerry there's no sense of urgency in terms of how the batsmen are playing. Balls, almost up to him. That one aspect that he really would have pushed through that mid-wicket area. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary and there's a long on. But if he beat that mid-wicket, he can probably get to the boundary or at least pick up 2.
I think too, the overall nature of the match, couple of the mindset that it's a practice match, it's not really a competitive match, but you would expect whether it's a practice or competitive or Sunday afternoon match in the backyard, you would want to see a level of urgency that would show that one team wants to win the encounter.
Yeah, they had to be positive. How you play here is really, even at the next level as you go into a serious game. The tendency you will play the same way, but they just seem to lack some positiveness in the batting. Again, Edwards right up really doesn't give the batsman there much room to play, and Altenas push on the offside as the over comes to an end. Edwards now finishes a spell of 6 overs and 1 for 12, made an over.
Yeah, very good job by Edward today. He's bowled quite well. He's been able to keep the pressure on the batsmen. The opening bowlers, they did relatively well, and coming in as the first change option, he would have done a good job for his skipper. 6 overs, 2 million, 1 for 12. Excellent performance there from the left-arm spinner.
Milius on 34 really would be interesting to see what the tactics would be now. Gone down to just 13 overs remaining, and still 103 runs for victory. Conditions still very good for cricket. Again, he's coming forward and push Young to mid-off again, and one thought really Vijay could have really play a more expansive drive, but again he continues to be very defensive out of a character as he pick up one more.
Yeah, I think trying to get maybe as much cricket, much time in the middle on his belt. Yesterday he'd have gotten a very attractive 66, but it was a bit different in terms of his characteristics to the one today. This one, he's been a bit more restrained in his approach and looks to play the ball very selective in his stroke play. Though he has scored 5 boundaries, a strike rate of 60.34. Though in the type of innings he plays, certainly on characteristics, but it's good to see that he can play that type of innings, because there are going to be times in different situations where it's going to be called upon him to anchor the inning, and hopefully he's going to be there at the end and give them a shot at chasing down the total.
And Denmark continues really to give the ball tremendous air, tremendous flight, and really is an encouraging sign. The left-handed alterners.
A very quick single there from the guys in the middle. Athenes played it just behind, in front of square on the onside. Redhead, who is in a short mid-wicket position, he had to do some running, but cannot deny them batsmen crossing over for a single. But Redhead in the mid-wicket position, the big strong fast bowler, is certainly
yeah, it's actually in the covers
now for the right-hander.
Right-hander.
But Kearney, for these guys, I think too we have to understand this is like the 4th match in the over the last week. There's certainly been a lot of cricket being played by these guys, and I think at some point the legs will be feeling a bit heavy, running around in the field. Hot conditions here at the National Stadium on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with you too much on this, because the fact is these guys have been training. I know they have been doing a lot of work. We have not had a full day's cricket today. I don't think we had basically a full. We had some breaks, so I think there were periods of time where the guys could had a break. I just find that the energy level is not really what it's supposed to be. Again, you are preparing to go into 50 over matches. Therefore, you want to really fine tune yourself in every asset of the game. This is a situation here where you had to score 117 30 overs. Again, it calls for change of strategy and technique in terms of how you play. The sense of aggression, the sense of purpose in terms of what you do, how you do it. And it just doesn't seem to be the case there. Whether or not we are trying to score 5 runs over, we are trying to get up to 100 before we lose another wicket, they just seem not to be the sense of urgency. And I get the impression that they're just going to bat on until the 30 overs as it laps, which in my view is not a positive way to look at it.
We have a change of bowling from the southern end of the ground. Looks like Jamal James. He replaces his St. Lucian compatriot Larry Edward. So the off spinner, he will replace the left arm orthodox. So 12 overs to go, still 100 runs to get, and just over about an hour's cricket left in the day, and so far the sun is high in the sky, so we shouldn't have any problem with getting in those overs.
Yeah, most definitely. We shouldn't have any problem in terms of the conditions. As you say, it's sun is shining brightly. The spinners seem to get into the overs fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's the kind of amazing nature of the weather pattern here in Grenada, and number of, as we see, a good shot there from Milius. One a bit shot from James. He was able to come back and beat the ring of 3 fielders on the offside. There is no one right in the boundary on the offside, so once he beat the inner field, it was just a matter of the ball racing up across the outfield and reaching the boundary ropes for 4. So James, he'll be advised to bowl a bit closer to the batsman and not offer that width, because any batsman at any level, in any context of the game, they would love to see width outside the off stump.
Yeah, he made full use of that short delivery, and he came back and hit it down to vacant and position on the cover boundary, and it went across for 4.
Again, Milius looking to give himself some room. This one a bit flatter and faster. Milius is not able, quite fortunate in this time, he was not able to get bowled, as you'd have seen Hodge being dismissed in a similar manner this afternoon. But Jamal James and Milius seems to be enjoying that little inter-island battle between 2 of them out there.
Yeah, not a good shot by Milius there. Looking to pull away a ball maybe on his leg stump and looking to hit it down to backward point. Again, wide signal there, as this one was basically full down the leg side, and James looking to flick and probably just missing the ball down the leg side.
This time again, shot from James, and Milius, he doesn't miss out this time. Rock back, gave himself that extra bit of room, and he was able to beat the diving Larry Edward there in one of the 2 fielders in extra cover. So James, he'll be disappointed with those deliveries. Constantly shot outside the off stump, and Milius was able to capitalize on this occasion and pick up 4 valuable runs.
Yeah, full treatment to that short ball outside the off stump, and we had all the room, and he hit it well past cover, and it raced down to the boundary for 4. So we had 2 boundaries in that over. We probably just need to see a bit more, and now it reached a stage where I think the batters will have to take more of a risk now in trying to get close to that score. So it's good to see that he picked up 2 boundaries, although they were bad deliveries and really should have been hit away, which he did, but just need to see a bit more aggression and more purpose in the batting.
Oh yes, just it on a quarter runs and over required from here on out. And if they are to challenge that total, you would expect to see some fireworks. One clipped off the legs there by Athenes, able to get a single, and the hardworking Nicholas Reddit. He has some running to do to deny them coming back for a second. So currently the guys, they will continue their training this week. Quite as we discussion this morning with Desmond Maloney, they seem to quite enjoy the facilities and the conditions here in Grenada, and certainly they now have some time to put in some work for the tournament coming up before they go off to their Christmas and the New Year's break.
Yes, they all seem very happy in terms of the facility, the conditions, and importantly in terms of the staff. I think that one of the things was very interesting to hear is the support of the coaches. In that they can call at any time and they will come out and give support. And I think this was, this was very encouraging. My songs very, very happy, and they seem to have no bother at all in terms of what is happening here in Grenada.
Oh yes, true. We, as Grenadians, we always make sure that we put the extra effort out, and these guys and them are considered as Grenadians because you'd see them through the St. George's, going to the supermarket and the market, and moving about like they born here and been here like for many years in Grenada. So we always are welcoming people, and it's good to have the franchise base here in Grenada. And I think in terms of the benefits to the players, because you could see the difference between the players, the attitudes in terms of the professional setup and so forth. And I think this can only do well for the future development of cricket in the region. Now you have guys living together and working together throughout the year rather than just 2 weeks or 3 weeks before a tournament to prepare. So these sort of preparations should really do well for the team as they do battle next year in the CWI Super 50 tournament.
It's always good when you are in a comfortable environment and situation. It puts you in a better frame of mind to work. And as we are commenting in terms of the workload, Cyril Cox, who's the trainer, have been here every morning in terms of doing the physical workout, and then our coach Andrew Richardson continues to do a very good job. So there is a sense of cohesiveness in terms of what happens, and I think this is why you would see the players and they feel so comfortable, they feel so relaxed, that the things are in place in such a way that will really make them feel comfortable.
Yeah, and I think too, based on the year that we've had here in the Caribbean and around the world with the COVID pandemic, and these guys are able to return to a state of normalcy. We know that the terms of the competitive aspect of it, now you'd have already finished the Super 50 tournament in previous years and getting into the rungs of the 4-day championship. But all of this has to be curtailed for the 2021 season. But just being out there, practicing, playing the game they love, would certainly be doing well for the overall psyche, that you can get back into doing something productive and customary.
Well, Kerry, we have 20 overs being bowled at 84 for 2, so 10 overs. So maybe now we're probably going to see a change of approach in the next 10 overs. It looked to get probably another 84, 86, another 86 in 10 overs. So I think if they are going to make any effort to get a runs, I think now is a time that you have to see a different approach in the batting. Just 2 wickets down with under 10 overs to go. Very interesting to see what sort of approach, whether or not they're going to really try to get a runs, or if they're going to bat out the 30 overs.
Yes, and I think Jamal James not being necessarily one of the core or frontline bowlers in the team, if they are to chase his total, they'll be looking to attack him a bit. So far, 10 runs from 1.5 deliveries as Miliasi pulls one down the ground, and just crosses over for a single. So we'll see whether that their intention is to chase a total or just continue to carry on in the manner they've done. Just about under 10 overs left.
Short delivery, and really Altanas didn't make much use of that delivery. Just stood up and hit it down to deep cover. Again, one have to look to pick the gaps. You know how to pick up the tools and so forth, and really show some sign of aggression. And Milius looking to swing across there and see what happened. Probably got some bat onto it, onto his pad, and went out on the offside. But we certainly going to know from this over, what is going to happen for the rest of the overs.
So it's one more to Milius. He moves on to 49 after the end of over number 21. Milius is 49. Athenes is on 6 and is 88 for 2. And I think at this stage, prospects of victory seems quite far-fetched at this point.
Yeah, as I've been saying, there just does not seem as though there's any desire to try to get anywhere close to that runs. I'm still hopeful that is going to change, for the good of the game. And again, it puts you in a position. You might be in a situation where you have to do something extraordinary. And the wicket continues to play well. I don't think there's any issues or any difficulty in the wicket. But I think the approach, I think I'm pretty concerned about the approach in trying to get to the runs.
So he's going to be Demba. He's going to continue. 1 for 14 from his previous 4 overs, and he too would be looking to finish quite strongly. 2 overs left in his spell. Quite a nice shot there from Milius, just lifting that one over the fielder there at the extra cover region, and that with that boundary brings up his 50. 73 balls of 88 minutes, 8 fours, and he continues his good form over the weekend. 250s back to back for Milius.
Yeah, good shot. We now seen the cover on the boundary is now being placed, but yeah, this one was tossed up and it just came forward and lifted it over cover down to the boundary for 4. But again, even with that, next delivery just come easily forward and push it in front of him. With just 4 feelers on the offside, cover on the boundary, cover, extra cover, and a long off.
And he would, with that shot, I think he would consider himself unfortunate that he just have 1 fielder behind square on the offside, and he was able to hit that fielder directly with a cut shot. Either side of him, no sweeper in that position, might have been able to get a couple more runs.
Yeah, just had to play a little bit later. And he hit it straight to the backward point. And didn't have an opportunity to score. Score remained 92 for 2 in over number 22. So just 8 overs remaining. And this one he swings it very over long on. And that went for 6. Again tossed up. And really was in position and hit it well over long on. And it went for a huge 6.
Yeah, I think his eyes lit up when he saw that one up in his half, and he would have been wanting to hit one of those for the day. It's his first 6. He moves to 59, and the total 98 for 2. So just about 72 runs to get from 8 overs.
Yeah, and it's really not beyond them. You just had to take advantage of the bad deliveries and push, and you begin to put pressure on the bowlers. And obviously they wouldn't be as effective or tight, but just to change your approach slightly.
Yeah, and I think too one of the things that the batsmen need to work on. We're looking at the statistics, and it shows that of the 20 plus 22 overs faced, they would have faced 86 dot balls, which is just 14.4 overs. So it's certainly a high percentage of dot deliveries in 22 overs.
Even the running between the wicket, they seem to be very relaxed. There are areas where they could force and maybe come back for two, but you can see very early that they will settle to take a single. Out caught behind. Again, Milius at about close to him. As we're going to see in the replay, looking to hit it maybe fine to beat the third man and taking an edge. And as we look at the replay, again close to him and pulling away, really not in position. And they stood picking up that catch. And Milius, after
Stout. Yeah, quite bit lazy shot there from Milius. Look, that one was a bit too casual. He should wanted to hit the ball, but he came back, looked to play it as late as possible, got a feather edge, and Emmanuel Stewart, he made no mistakes behind the crease. So 99 for 3 brings to the crease Kevin Stout, and we would look forward to see what approach he comes out with and his intentions this afternoon.
Yeah, he's one that also hits the ball, so it will be interesting to see what happens. But I continue to say, Kerry, how disappointed I am in terms of the batting display of the Volcano Orange. I think that they have the players that can do it. We just haven't seen the sort of approach that is necessary for a team that is chasing 170 on a good pitch.
That's right. So Stout, he has just a minimum of 7.4 overs left. They require 71 runs for victory, just under 10 runs and over at the moment, and still a lot of cricket left, and we may be in for some fireworks in the latter stage of this encounter.
This will be exciting. And James is probably one of the lesser bowlers, and one would have thought that there are some bowlers you had a target to take advantage of, and we are not seeing that. We are not seeing that they are doing that. Again, it all goes down to the strategy and and the plan.
We see the shadows of the pavilions to the southwestern end of the ground. They are almost, they've encroached the pitch area, so just in a few minutes the entire shadow will be over the wicket as we see Stout. He plays one down to the fielder on the cover boundary. With that single, the 100 comes up for the Volcanoes Orange. So 103, 144 deliveries, 93 minutes, 12 fours and 1 6. Still require another 70. Nice shot there from Athenaeus. Beats the diving fielder Nicholas Redhead in the backward point area. Just one run. 2 runs actually, they crossed for 2. So quite nice shot there from Redhead from Athenaeus.
So the end of over number 23, it's 102 for 3, 68 from 42. Really doesn't look as too much a difficulty, but again, this how we going to target that. We see both batsmen having a mid-wicket conference, maybe trying to understand where they're at and what's supposed to be done. But 102 of 23 overs, you still have 7 wickets in hand. And I'm really hoping for the good of the game that we see some more positiveness showed by both batsmen. Stout is just in, and we know that he has the ability to hit the ball, stroke maker, a hard-hitting batsman. So we cannot write it off to see that that score is not achievable.
Demba into his final over, and he's looking to rush through those deliveries there. He has bowled relatively well in terms of this length he has bowled this afternoon. He has not been troubled by the batsmen, so he was able to find a rhythm and just plug away with those deliveries, tossed up outside the off stump, having the batsman come forward. Quite two more runs to Stout. That one sort of paddled it, swept over the square leg region, the field on the boundary. He comes around, does the fielding. So 2 more runs to Stout. Considering that he didn't really get much yesterday, I think he would want to ensure that he finishes here not out for his team.
Yeah, and a delivery toss up really good down the leg side and really could have been swept away more firmly. He picked up 2.
And this time he goes, brings out the long handle, but the attempt there by the fielder there on the deep backward square area. He gathered himself under it, but he wasn't able to keep the ball inside. The momentum took him over the ropes, and it's 6 runs to Stout. 6 welcome runs to the Volcano Green.
As you look at the replay, the bad miss. He really was in a position where he really should have held that and come off their hands and just went over the boundary.
Quite quick single there from Stout. He certainly come out and shows his intention that he's not looking to muck around and he's looking to push a score on. And it's now the dreaded 1-1-1 for 3 in over number 24. Athenes, he pulls out the reverse sweep, not making any contact with that one. Instead, he got hit in the tummy area, and I think the bowler would be feeling quite happy with that one. Kind of maybe felt a bit insulted and being hit in the process. Within the process, might just be a little damage to the ego there of the batsman.
Yeah, premeditated shot here, trying to go for the reverse sweep and miss and just went into the mid-race.
And Demba, he finishes off his spell with one just on the middle stump there, and Athenes really can't do nothing more than place it back to the bowler. So the end of the spell for Demba, he finishes it 1 for 33 of 6 overs, and after 24, 111 for 3.
Yes, and I think it's clear now that they probably just intended to bat out the 6 overs. We have seen on spinners, Lario just complete. We have seen Denver complete, and we have seen Jamal James. He's so far bowled 3 overs. He's probably going to come into his last over, and then we probably just have the faster bowlers finishing it off.
Yeah, I think the whole intention, though, it might be just as you see the captain, he's making some motions on the boundary, but it looks like it's going to be James, so he's going to continue from the southern end, and 6 overs to go, still a further 59, just under 10 runs and over.
Yeah, shot play there, firmly down to long on. Again, the batsman just ambled. No sense of pressure in trying to just put some doubt in the fielder, in the fielder's mind. Feeling at long on. Backward point, just drop back to the boundary. A short third man, a cover, and a long off on the offside.
Ooh, that
This going to
one.
run into the boundary for, let's see, that should be for buys.
Yeah, it beats everybody. I think it was pushed through a bit quicker there by Jamal James. Probably saw Athenes were looking to come down the wicket, and he pushed it through flat, beat the flashing blade of Athenes, went through keeper Stewart. 4 buys to the score, and it's 4 welcome runs to the Volcano Orange. Powerful shot there again from Stout, straight to the fielder on the cover point, extra cover boundary. Larry Edward, he does the fielding. So 1 more to Stout, he goes to 12, and the score 118 for 3.
Yeah, you want to make use of those bad deliveries, a short delivery poorly by James, and Stout really didn't capitalize on it in terms of picking the gap, just hit it down, straight down to the field on the boundary.
So that brings the end of over number 25. 25 overs gone, 120 for 3. The revised target of 170 for victory is what the Volcanoes Orange are after, but with 5 overs to go and 50 runs to score at just 10 runs and over, we think it might be cut-ins here at the National Stadium, as Ryan John is brought back by the captain from the northern end for another spell.
Well, so we have seen spin from both ends for quite a while. We're going to see the medium piece of Ryan John picking it up from this northern end, and maybe we'll see if there's some sort of ease in terms of the scoring. Just looking at the field for John as he's preparing the ball to Kevin Stout. No slip. There's a third man that seemed to be going right down on the boundary. There's a backward point. Yeah, extra cover. Cover on the boundary. There's a long off on the offside. Looking at the leg side field, there's a mid wicket that is going back on the boundary. Mid wicket on the boundary. There's a long on. There's a deep back square or a deep leg slip, and so that just full big gap on the leg side.
Well, I think the mindset is that he expects that the batsmen to go for broke at this stage, as quite a few gaps, and the boundary, the guys on the side are all deep on the boundary rope. So it should be some fireworks there in the final 5 overs.
Yeah, Start hitting this one down to deep cover, pick up a single. Very particular in terms of the field placement. For the left-hander alterners, he's just making further adjustment. So we see it's probably a strengthening of the offside field, or he continues here to 4 fielders on the offside, third man on the boundary, backward point, extra cover. Yeah, cover on the boundary and a long off. Again, the attack probably would be more on the offside. This one is comes off the edge, reaches down to third man, and you pick up a single. Again, Alton is looking to pick that gap on the offside.
Well, was a bit quite wide also, so he had to reach for it. And the question is, had he missed it, would have been given a wide an extra delivery. So you reach for the wide one, you get a single, which could have been a wide 1 run, and you still have to bowl the delivery over. So Ryan John should feel fortunate with that one. This time we see a slower delivery there from Ryan John. Stout all into the shot quite early, and he had to literally wait for the delivery to reach to him.
Yeah, good variation by John. It's he said very early into the shot. The delivery stayed down a bit. He made no contact.
Another slower one. Stout had to reach for it, and he reached and he connected cleanly. Flew over the fielder there. Akeem Ogis on the long off boundary. 6 good-looking runs to Stout, and that was certainly a clean blow.
Yeah, good shot. I could see him moving down the pitch and giving himself room and hitting over long off. And the long off being a bit straight, but this went way over long off and really didn't give the fielder a chance. It went for 6.
Yeah, and I think the unique thing about the shot, looking at the replay, is that he really didn't even middle that one. He came more off the lower end of the bat, and it just demonstrates the power and the quality of the bats in this modern era.
Yeah, just need to see a bit more of that. Full to the bat. And he's going to pick up at least 2 here, if not 4. That seemed to... yeah, they are coming back for 3. And... just look at so it 3 runs. We are now seeing a bit of aggression, even in terms of the running here, Kerry, that they were able to pick up 3. And just 3 overs before you have that, and you really put yourself in really a better position. 131 for 3. We still have 4 overs after this one. And not much more runs.
No.
So
they need 10 runs and over before that, and they already picked up 11 runs in this over. So they are on track, and the possibility for even more in the final 2 deliveries. In the final delivery, so it's just 1 more. So good over for the Volcanoes Orange in one in which they picked up 12 runs and 132 for 4 overs to go, with another 38 runs to get.
Yeah, very interesting. Still 24 deliveries to get 38 runs. You have 7 wickets, so we still have a game on, and it's probably end of exciting finish.
Yeah, 9 runs and over with 7 wickets at this stage of the inning. It should be set up for an interesting encounter. 9 runs and innings, and even in the lower version of the game, T20, T10 cricket, 9 runs is quite gettable at those stage. And Pastor, a match that seemed to be ambling to a team finish certainly has some excitement based on the scoring in the last couple of overs.
You're sure right. Well, if Volcano Orange lose this, they've got every reason to blame themselves. And you've got so many wickets intact, 7 of them, Kerry. There's absolutely no reason why you should lose this. They should be under all-out attack now.
Yes, Stout, he has been leading the charge. He so far has 23 from 7, including 2 monster hits for 6, and he would be certainly looking to get a few more under his belt. But the difficulty of the bowling has just increased as we see the return of Shaman Lewis from the southern end for what might be a decisive final spell for him today.
I think it's a good move too.
And that could be good stop there, Nick. The good effort there from Redhead diving the strong fast bowler on the third man region. Certainly save his team 2 runs on this occasion.
It was travelling very quickly. No, he didn't have much time, although it was just about 10 yards to his left. Yet the ball was travelling so fast. Had a split second really to cut it off. I thought he did very well. Saved 2 runs.
And if you needed any indication that the urgency has increased outside there, you saw that's running between the 2 fielders. Athen is looking to come inside of the delivery and hit it towards the on the onside, not making contact, instead of hit the pad and just bobbled just by the stumps, maybe a couple of yards by the stumps, and they scampered through for a single. Emmanuel Stewart running in from behind the wicket, not able to prevent it, and certainly the intention is clear now from the 2 batsmen in the middle.
Every run is absolutely vital and valuable. 135 for 3, so They've got 7 wickets intact. And if they play this wisely, I think either team playing this really wisely can, in fact, pull off a victory. Somebody's going to win, though.
Oh, yes, most certainly. Very good delivery there from Sherman Lewis. Using all his experience, one full pitch delivery. Stout looking to make some room to maybe toward that down the ground. He's not given any room to lift that bat, and excellent stuff from the youngster from Moncton.
Yes, right up in the block hole, and couldn't do much more with it unless he had sort of moved down the track and get it on the full. Hit down to mid-wicket, gets a single. So it's been a pretty good over so far, Kerry, hasn't it?
Yeah, just 4 runs off the over. Knowing that they need to go, Volcanoes need to go at close to 10 runs and over 4 runs from 4 balls is quite admirable so far from Sherman Lewis.
Well, he's got experience. He's got test match cricket experience too. Not that he had the best returns, but when you've got experience at the highest level, then you've got to allow it to show up in crucial times. Now is.
That's a beautiful shot there from Athenes. He just leaned back. The fielder that I make it to be O'Geesin, a backward point, shortish in that position. He didn't stand a chance.
Fantastic shot. Outside the off stump, just drifting away from the little left-hander. And he got on top of it well and cracked it behind point. Went quickly across the turf. Now this is not a lightning fast field. Yet though, it really careened down to the backward point area for 4. Wonderful shot that.
Yeah, you know, Athenes is one of those youngsters who is spoken of highly, and those few shots he has played has certainly given an indication of the talent he possesses.
Yeah, good cricket shot though. Nothing slogging about it. Inside the line, hits that down to fine leg. Now would they come back for the second run? Bat cricket. I think they should have run the first run quickly. And I think you could see the body language, Kerry, of 141 for 3. You see the language of Stout as if to say, hey, we had 2 here.
Oh yes, Stout looks, since he came out, there has been a level of urgency about his batting and his stroke play and his running. And he seems that he's not of the mindset of just playing out the overs, but he wants a victory for his team this afternoon.
Yeah, well, they've got 3 overs to go.
To 29.
29. So still around 10 runs per over.
Yes.
Oh, this has to be a big over.
Yeah, and you know, either this one or the next one needs to go for 10 or 15 runs and over. And I think 29 from 18 balls with 7 wickets in hand, Volcanoes Orange should fancy their chances at this stage.
Yes, but they can't afford to get, let's say, 7 or 8 runs from this over at all. It's got to be at least 14 from it. Hit high in the air, and it goes down to the long off. Ambrose feeling down there. So maybe it was a good thing that he didn't quite middle it.
Yes.
Because it would have been an easy catch for Ambrose, who was down on the boundary. Fell about 15 yards short of him.
Yeah, and I think also the Orange, those guys in the dugout were probably hoping that Stout has more of the strike in the final 3 overs, because he's certainly stronger and much cleaner hit off the ball, and they would want him to face as much deliveries to get their team closer to that target of 170.
Athenes is more of a touch player. He's not the big boomer. You see big booming drive and the big hits. Stout more the potential to do that.
Is there going to be a second one there? They come in, choose Stout has called Athenes actually is and there is a collision between the Athenes scampering for his crease and Ranjan looking to come across to take the throw from Ambrose. But I think for all parties involved, it has been an unhurtful collision. So they would laugh at that at the end of the day.
All is well that ends well. But considering that Ranjan is a big man in comparison to Athenes, you don't want to bump into him, do you?
Most certainly.
Again, I think they're going to hustle for 2 here. They've got to hurry. The return is going to come to the non-strikers. And no, he's going to be run out.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's poor cricket.
Poor
that
cricket
really
there
is poor
from
cricket.
Martinez.
Poor cricket from Martinez. Certainly was 2. They ran the first run quickly. And when the first run was completed, the fielder in Redhead, was it?
No, that's Ogis.
Ogis did not pick up the ball as yet. And Martinez did not respond for the second run. Considering the fact that Stout did get up almost halfway up the track. There should have been 2. Quite easily 2.
Oh, yes. Quite disappointing there from Martinez. Left Stout stranded in the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, that was
By
poor
the
cricket.
time he got the call, he was in no man's position, could not have make it back. And Martinez coming back down the wicket, he sold his partner there, high and dry.
Let's give credit also to Ogis. He attacked the ball, got it, and then threw the ball at the right end. So very often with the excitement and panic, you've got players who will throw the ball at the wrong end. But it was clear to see that John was calling for the return, and in the end, Stout was tragically run out.
Yeah, so that brings Dylan Douglas to the crease. Quite an exciting player from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As we see the field as they scamper through a wide that was not collected cleanly there from Emmanuel Stewart. So 2 more runs to the Volcanoes Orange.
And again, Kerry, I would say that that's bad cricket. Bad cricket on the part of the bowler and bad cricket on the part of the keeper. Yes, we're not saying that he could have done better in terms of collecting the ball. Didn't grasp it very well. The ball really meandered out just in front of him, about 5 yards in front of him, and he didn't hustle after the ball. Now that's my criticism. It comes out, you see this is crunch time, you've got to dart after it and pick that ball up as quickly as possible. He didn't do it. He yielded a single plus the wide.
Yes, and so get the new batsman on strike, Dylan Douglas. He had a good time in the Vinci Premier League T10 competition. And oh my goodness, a missed opportunity. Ryan John, he fumbled the return there. And it's all helter-skelters out in the middle now with the running between the batsmen from the Volcanoes. Opportunity for a run out, a miss there by the Volcano Green.
Yes, it would have been tight, the second run, if there was not the misfield at mid-wicket. In the end, they got it reasonably comfortable.
Good shot there from Douglas, again looking to attack the run. In this time, the fielder Larry Edward coming off the mid-wicket boundary. He's able to reach the ball in a quick time, denying the opportunity for a second run. So 1 more to the score. It is 149. 149 for 4, and seems that there's an extra delivery somewhere in the over.
There was a wide.
Yeah, there was a wide in the over, and but seems to probably they may have missed one, or we may have missed one up here. But it's 149 for 4 in over number 28.
Well, I think you could say that it's been a pretty decent over by Ryan John. Not yielded as many as maybe the batting team would have liked.
Let's see what that final extra delivery will go for. So 1 more to John, and the over conceding nine runs, but most importantly the wicket of the attacking Kevin Stout. So 9 runs on the over, just about on the par, means that they need 20 of the final 2 overs.
You'll have to conclude that this was a good over for Volcano Green, that is, from the context that Volcanoes Orange needed something big, needed a big over, maybe 14 for the least, 15 thereabout. They got 9. Now it puts a little bit more pressure on the batting team. Just a 2 overs to go, and they've got 20 runs to score. So you don't want your last over to have to go for 12. That's something that you don't want happen.
Oh, most certainly you don't want to get at least 5, 6, or 7 for the most in the final over, and with
And that's why it's critical that this over, if you're on the orange team, this over has to be a big one. You must get at least 12 and leave the last over to yield about 8. That is going to be ideal. How big this over is going to be.
Yeah, as we see, Athenaeus faces up to Lewis, and my goodness, Athenaeus again, he's looking to get inside the line of the ball and play through the onside. We'd have seen that shot a couple of times today, and I think on all occasions he was unsuccessful.
Yeah, futile, fruitless. And he moved rather quickly too. That's the thing. And because he moved so quickly to push the body a little bit outside the off stump, then Lewis was able to see his movement and just follow him.
That one pulled quite ferociously straight to the fielder, Demba there, who is in a shot. He's in behind square on the onside, inside the circle. They go through for a single.
But just one of 2 deliveries.
Yeah, just quite good start there from Sherman Lewis. From Sherman Lewis, he's been able to keep things under control, and it's now up to the explosive Dylan Douglas to see if he can get his team some much needed runs in this over.
Well, the experience of Lewis will come in here, and he has to be right on target, and be as economical as possible. They should get 2 here. They push for 1. They're going to come back for the second. The return comes into the non-strikers, and they get 2.
Yes, but I think we'd have mentioned the level of urgency we'd have seen, and it certainly seemed that had we had that level of urgency a couple of overs earlier than from when they started, it may have been a different scenario as we approach the final over and a half in the inning.
Well, maybe they just love the excitement, don't they?
Caribbean cricket. Wow, that's
in the air. That's going to go down to the fielder. The catch will be taken. No, dropped. No. Goes behind him. They will come back for the second run. Is that?
Yeah, 2 runs.
Yes,
completed.
They get 2. It was in the air for a long time. Got there. We'll probably just look at the replay and see what it says. And it was a difficult chance, but he got there.
Yeah, he made good grounds to get to the delivery, and would be disappointed he's not able to hold on to the catch. This one tugged to the fielder down there at the long off position. Seems to have set out a bit late, dropped a few yards in front of him. So 1 more run to the Dylan Douglas and 1 more to Volcano Orange.
They need a boundary with this last delivery. They do need 156, 14 to go. You don't want it under 10 for your last over. This is a good match, really good match.
Quite a beautiful shot, powerful shot on the ground. The fielder comes around. He does quite well to keep the ball inside the circle in a nice swooping fashion. He was able to get down, pick that ball up, and fire in the return. 2 more runs. But overall, Pastor, excellent over there from Sherman Lewis. Kept the pressure on and conceding 8 runs. You'll be quite happy with that performance.
Yeah, he'd be happy with it. Sunil Ambris would be happy with it. 158 for 4. If my math proves me right, it means that they need another 12 to go of the final over.
Oh yes, quite exciting setup for the final over. Ryan John versus Dylan Douglas and Alec Athenaeus. Douglas, he would have strike in the at the start of the final over, and it's important that one of the first 2 deliveries go maximum or boundary to get the score, the chase interesting. You don't want to leave it for the last 3 or so deliveries, but you need to go for glory in the first two or so deliveries.
Yes, they need a big hit. They need a 6. They need a 4. That's going to bring them closer. This is a very crucial over. It is the final over, bowled here by Ryan John. Good delivery right up in the block hole. They scamper for 1. But of course, Ambris and the green, they will be very happy with the result, that delivery, Ryan John did the right thing. Pitched it right up in the block hole. Couldn't do much about it. They got one.
Yes, it's still 11 to go from 5 balls. Very good delivery there from Ryan John. He was able to deliver the yorker when most needed and gets the Alec Atenes into the wicket, and the pressure is certainly telling now on the Orange because they need to score a boundary in the next 2 deliveries to get close to that total.
Fine leg is up. Full toss.
Oh, was that a no ball?
No, I think the umpire says no, that was not over the waist.
Right.
We'll probably get a replay of that if we can.
Yeah, not the tallest of batsmen though, but I think he died on him and ducked probably under the waist just as it crossed him. So as we see the replay, yeah, I think
it turned out to be a good call.
Yeah, it's a good call. Below the line of the waist.
Hit down to
Ambrose.
They come back for the second though. They get 2.
So we int 161 for 4, 9 runs needed off the final 3 deliveries, and certainly a 6-4-4-4-1, a 6-2-1, but certainly need a couple boundaries to get home from this stage.
Yeah, they need to get a 6 here or a 4. Either would do. The 6 preferable. That wouldn't do. Hit that's down to third man. They've gone for 1. They won't come back for the second. That's all there be. Good over so far by Ryan John. I think what he's doing well is mixing it up, taking pace off the ball. That's so very important. It's not always about how fast that ball is delivered to the batsman. Sometimes it's how slowly
it's
delivered.
Batsmen at this level, they quite accustomed to the fast pitch delivery, so you need to mix it up, vary the pace a bit, and that is how you get them thinking, because once it's one pace, they can't just plan themselves and play through the line. Oh, that quite an ungainly sight there from Dylan Douglas, falling over, looking to play through the onside. Got hit on the pad, but that one would have been sliding down the leg side. You can see a bit of disappointment in his face. He was not able to connect to that full toss.
I giggled here because it looked rather awkward indeed. Flowed him.
Yeah, so into the final delivery. Full pitch delivery. Hit down the ground. O'Geese comes around from long off, does the fielding, 1 run. So it's the end of the match. Volcano Orange, they fall 7 runs short of their target, and it has been a very good effort from the Volcanoes Green. They were in total command, in control of this inning, and finishing the victors, I think, is just reward for their efforts today.
Agreed, but I hate to really see a total of 163 for 4, Kerry, when you're batting second. Now, if you get down to 163 for 4, if you get down to 163 for 8, I can fancy that a little bit more from the context that you've got wickets intact, and that's one of the things that the Volcano Orange had going for them. They had wickets intact. I just thought that they were not as aggressive as they should have been. They got a good opening stand and did not really capitalize on that. So that's what I really think was lacking. They should have been a little bit more aggressive at the top. The earlier overs, the run in between the wickets, Raphael maybe not as keen and aggressive as the Volcano Orange should have. But all in all, it's been a good competitive match. And again, I say, Volcano Orange, they lose this game. They should have won it. The victory target was 170 of 30. They got to 163 for 4. Refill.
Yeah, one big question and one that what was the strategy or the technique with Volcano Orange going in to get to that 170? Were they thinking that they could not have got it, or whether or not they just wanted to battle the 30 overs? I think they had a good start.
Good start.
They had a good opening stand, and really it was sort of platform that they had to move on. But the interesting thing is that none of the frontline batsmen, after they would have lost the wicket of Hodge, None of the other batsmen showed any urgency. They never give the intent as though they wanted to get to the runs. Just until they probably would have passed 100, and then it looked to them likely that they could have got a run. And even at that point in time, there was no aggression, not even with the running between the wicket. I can't understand the strategy or the tactics that they use trying to get to those runs, and they would have just lost by 7 runs.
Yes.
So it tells me that somehow there seemed to be no plan. Both batsmen was batting all day and were very defensive. Nobody looking to turn ones into twos. Really no sense of urgency, and I felt it was a good opportunity for the team preparing for 50 over cricket.
Yes.
And here it is. You have a good pitch. You have good condition. The lights have been good. There's nothing about the light. There's nothing about the wicket. And you have a solid start. No, you only would have lost at the end of the day 4 wickets.
Yes.
And you lost by 7 runs.
That shouldn't happen.
To me, it's really poor cricket by the Volcanoes Orange. Really, really poor cricket. And one wonders, what was the plan or what was the strategy going into that game.
It all depends on how well you assess your target and what sort of plan you have. Now, they didn't get off to a rousing start, and in my humble opinion, that's not what is really necessary. They were going at around 2 runs per over after the 5th or so over, but then they began to pick up momentum, and they got up to the 50-run partnership before you had a wicket falling. Now, when you get to a milestone of 50 without loss, going after a victory target of 170, you've got everything going for you. Good conditions outside, the weather condition looked good. The field, in fact, was a little faster this time because it was well dried out, and the wicket played truly. So there's no question as to the conditions available for chasing down a victory target of 170. And I say, having fallen short by 7 runs of the victory total, I think that was not the best exhibition of cricket. Coming to the end,
and added to that, you still have 6 wickets. 6 wickets in hand.
Yes. Added to that, I think the rotation of the strike wasn't very good. So let's just look at the bowling figures. Lewis, none for 28 of 5. Ryan John, who I thought in the end bowled a very good over. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 40. Larry Edwards picked up 1 for 12. I thought he bowled very well. A very good economy rate, just bowled at 2 runs per over. Redhead had none for 22 of 3. Demba 1 for 33 of 6. He was rather expensive too, 5.50 runs per over. And Jamal James had 1 for 22 of 4 overs. So couple of bowlers are going over the 5 runs per over. In fact, everybody with the exception of Larry Edwards went above 5 and above. So in the bowling department, you've got to give credit to him. I thought he bowled very well, good variation, took a bit of pace off the ball, flighted the dismissal of Kaveem Hodge, although he really played an injudicious shot, but by and large it was a splendid bowling of Edwards, who set up the victory.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I thought that he bowled very well. His variation was very good. The fact that he was able to slow it up a bit, it was not business as usual, but batsmen had to think. And I thought he definitely was a pick of the bowlers. And picking up that wicket was a vital wicket of Kaveem Hodge. Again, it goes on to the way he have been bowling. At times make it very difficult. And that wicket, in my view, was an important wicket. At Hodge, with the ability that he has, and certainly a knowledgeable cricketer, probably would have been able to guide. But one important point there, even as we look at what happened outside, one never get the impression that there was any message that would have went out to anyone in terms of where they at, what they should be doing. It's sort of strange that situation like that you probably would expect, maybe who is in charge of the team, maybe I guess the coach in this situation would probably allow the players to just deal with the situation as is and expect them to rise to the occasion. But again, I think messages, even, you know, in and between would help in situation like this.
It was a practice match, so to speak. But you've got to understand, Refill, that you may have some situations like that in an authentic competition. What do? You have to, of course, be very wise. You've got to make sure, as you say, messages go out. You've got to make sure that the calculations are precise. So whether it's a practice game or not, it's important that you include all the dynamics of the game, everything that turns out to bring a success story. You've got to amalgamate and to bring all of those to the play. Just looking at the fall of wickets, well, you had Kaveem Hodge. He went at the total 57. So it was 1 for 57 Hodge, 2 for 66 Cato. Milius went at 99. And Stout went at 146, but it was nice to see at least Milius getting among the runs.
Yeah, most certainly. He had 66 yesterday, and he did get among the runs today once again. Just a bit about Roland Keto. I don't know if you saw it, but one get a sense of a casual nature in terms of which he played. He actually got out to probably a nothing delivery, a very casual shot. And with the ability that he just has to show a lot more commitment. And when he went out at the bat, it was very disappointing to see how he out. Obviously, maybe one would want to think that he probably would have beat the leg stump, but really that's not the issue. I think it's the way that he played. It was just very disappointing to see just weaving the bat, you know, across his pad and being hit in front and being adjudged LBW.
So, in the end, the loss of 4 wickets, 163 Volcanoes, Orange, 163 for 4, wasn't able to get over the victory line of 170. But all in all, I would think that it was a good practice match for the Windwards Island Volcanoes, Refill, as they prepare for a West Indies, a very important West Indies tournament.
Yeah, a good exercise. I thought that there was still a lot of positive that came out from these 2 days of game of matches, and at the end of it, I think there probably is more positive than negative.
Yes, so it was an absolute privilege and pleasure, of course, to bring the broadcast live. And we hope that you've enjoyed the commentary, and hope you've enjoyed everything that you have seen here this afternoon with the Volcanoes Orange going under to Volcanoes Green, and they fell short by 7 runs. So on behalf of the entire commentary team and technical personalities, until we have another match where you will join us for live commentary.